and get started, everyone? So I will go ahead and call this meeting to order. Good morning. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll? Let's all silence our phones.
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein. He will be joining us a little bit later. Mike Pusley. Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, we have a quorum of the council present to conduct the meeting. And I also would like to, Mr. Pusley is, just make a note, he is sitting there at his request. We have not banished him to a corner. He's not feeling well today.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. So I just want to welcome everyone. Thank you all for being here, and I think Councilman Klein will be joining us a little bit later this morning. So I would like to, at this time, introduce Todd Simmons, who is our facilitator. A warm welcome to you, Mr. Simmons. He is with Courageous Leadership Alliance. So, sir, I will hand it over to you.
Testing. Oh, wow.
There you go. You're on.
Good morning. Is that too loud, ma'am? I think we're okay. Maybe, yeah, if we need to turn it down, we can. Good morning, everyone. So it is an honor to be back. I won't say in the city of Corpus Christi, to be back in the city of Corpus Christi. Thank you, Mayor, and the City Council and the citizens that I see in here, all of the staff. Thank you for the warm welcome and all of the continued relationships we've had with you over probably the last almost year. Today, we'll get that tone down a little bit. Today is kind of a unique opportunity, right? A unique opportunity for us to come out, get to know each other a little better, facilitate a discussion here in the morning part. So what are we going to ask before I get into a little bit of introduction about myself? We're going to ask us all to come in here with an open mind this morning. You know, a little bit more than an open mind, going to ask us to suspend judgment, to suspend, anything that we may have brought with us, just to kind of open our minds this morning, probably in the next couple of hours, get to know each other more as human beings, get to know each other more on a personal level. Now, Dr. Fuller, I want to first introduce Dr. Lawan Fuller, who's familiar to some of you here. He's done one of the leadership retreats here recently in the city of Corpus Christi. He's someone I've known and for my company, Courageous Leadership Alliance, which is, we're located in DC. We're rooted in the fundamentals of relationships, right? How do you build organizational culture? And why I say that in the introduction to Dr. Fuller, I've known him for over 25 years. We used to be in the military together, and we used to relieve each other on day shift to swing shift. He used to walk in, and we would say 2 words to each other as I took my stuff and I left, in the Air Force. And we didn't meet again until last year. So we had almost a 2.5 decade span, but the foundation that we had back in the 90s didn't skip a beat. And that's the fundamentals of why we do this business that we do. So I'm Todd Simmons. I live in DC now. Don't hold that against me. It was my wife's decision. Was not mine. So I did serve in the United States Air Force for 25 years, 7 months, 11 days, and 90 minutes. So I had a couple of days in the military. So yeah, retired from the military. Oh, that's the robot sound that we were talking about, right? So we're gonna make a deal. Anytime the robot sound comes on, we're all gonna get up and dance, right? No, you do any dance you want. No, we're just gonna work through it. We understand it's technology.
Mayor,
It's gone.
while they're dealing with that, Mr. Risley wanted to make an announcement about public comment today.
Absolutely.
How we're handling that.
Mr. Risley?
Yeah, public comment, which would normally be permitted in a city council meeting. Public comment, which would normally be permitted in a city council meeting, is not on the agenda today because the rule requiring public comment does not apply. It does not apply because there will be no decisions made at this city council meeting, and in the absence of decisions, then municipality is not required to have public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Risley.
Well, thank you. So we have a short time to spend together today, right? We have a couple, 4 45-minute sessions. We would ask you that just, come into each one of these sessions with understanding that the time, that we have together is kind of compressed. So I will I don't have my referee clothes on today, but if I ask that we move on, we would like to hear everyone's voice to be heard today. So I want to start out what we talked about, in this first block, leadership communication. And as I think I spoke to most of the people sitting at this table over the last couple of weeks. And something we can start out with getting into the business, and you'll have some practical, and then we'll have some academia type stuff also. But we can get right directly into doing business, and I think that will do an injustice on why we're here this morning. So I always like to start with a fundamental question of why. Fundamental question of why are we here? And I think I had an extensive conversation with one or two of you who sparked a memory for myself, right? And why are we here? Because we're all servants. Everyone in this room is taking an oath, even an oath, legally, or just an internal oath and obligation to want to serve something bigger than themselves. And some of that service and some of that obligation to yourself started maybe decades ago that led you into this room, or led you into wanting to be in this room, or led you into the service that you are doing even outside of this room today. And I remember the first day that I was called to serve, and it wasn't when I joined the military back in 1994. And having the opportunity, which I'm grateful to be in this room and have the opportunity to share with you, I remember that first day, and because the relevancy of the story is that the first time I was called to serve was by a city councilman, right? And I remember in the mid-'80s, there was a young, well, she was to me back then, but she's now in her 70s, and she's still a great mentor of mine, Veronica Primus. And she was a community organizer in the small community that I was in. I'm from Hardyville, South Carolina. None of you have never heard of that. 6,500 people, 2 traffic lights, like 10 cops, right? So, I remember one day she started this group called Southern Teens Acting Responsibly, and she challenged us in the community to serve our communities. And we didn't know what that meant. I grew up in an underserved community where the basketball goals were sometimes bicycle rims hollowed out, and you put nails up and you can shoot in a basketball, which the basketball was sometimes a soccer ball. And I remember she said, if you want better for your community, then you have to take action in your community. And I remember the first time I went to a city council meeting, it was a room just like this in Hardyville, South Carolina. And she took a bunch of middle school kids, sat right where some of your citizens are sitting, and we didn't understand why we were there. We went to these meetings, and then one day, and I have a picture, if you want to ever see, it's on my phone. She sent it to me about a year ago. And one day, 5 kids saw their councilman outside of the city hall, and we cornered him. And they took a picture of that. Someone took a picture. I think she was setting that up as something, and we cornered him. And you can see the looks on all of these young faces, because they taught us about our civic duty. They taught us about how we can serve. And that day we challenged our city councilman, and we had new basketball goals. Now, that may sound like a very trivial thing in 2023, but in 1987, that was a big deal when you live in a town that has no services for the youth, no YMCA, no Boys and Girls Club, none of these things. Fast forward to me wanting to join the military and serving for 25 and a half years. I've never forgot that. Fast forward to what I do in my own community in Rockville, Maryland today. I never lost that sense of service. So all of us have been called to a sense to serve. And I've done extensive research on everybody in this room. You all, and I've talked to you for at least 45 minutes, most of you on the phone. All of you have been called to a sense of service. I think that's how we start this meeting today. I think we take about a minute to 90 seconds. I say that with all honesty, about 90 seconds. and I think we go around this table and we take a second to go back and think about what has called us to serve. What has called us to serve? And I think that's how we start this meeting today. I think it's how we start off today. So if you will indulge me for a few minutes, I would love to hear everyone's opportunity to provide an answer to that. And sir, do you want me to start with you, sirs? No, start See, I'm all about choices, right? But that's the last choice I'll give in the interest of time. So sir, the city attorney, would you want to start with you, sir?
Oh, sure.
You're the closest to me after he refused.
What is? What has called me to serve? What called me to serve the city, or what called me to serve the larger mission of municipal law?
Let's go with the city. I like that.
Well, what called me to serve the city was a job application notice, obviously.
Why did I feel that was coming?
But personally, I do feel an obligation to provide the best service that I can. I feel that as staff, we have the ability to administer city services in a way that increases city efficiency, fixes problems that may have been broken in the past, and makes things better for the people of Corpus Christi.
Okay, well, thank you, sir. Councilman Roy?
I think what was led me to serve here in Corpus Christi as a council member, especially a council member that was a prior council member and then came back on, fought to come back on to council, is that my entire life has been devoted to servant leadership. A lot of the things, I have a similar background where good, bad, or indifferent. I lost my parents at a young age and was very blessed to have a good life despite of some of those things. So I came back on this council because, number one, I think one of the strongest things that I have is that I listen to people and I engage with them. And the values and Christian values that I have, I believe are important in terms of guiding the leadership of this city and just being a part of helping this council be the best council that it can be and make the right decisions for the people of Corpus Christi.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Well said, Everett. I think probably my willingness to serve has been fueled by early on the mentors and people that help instill values and hard work and leadership at a young age, including my parents and my teachers and others. But soon after graduating college, I had an opportunity to serve the animal rehab keep in Port Aransas, and my now wife and I went over there and dedicated ourselves to doing that for about 2 years, volunteering over there, and I really saw we made a difference. And I think that fueled my desire to take that to another level, and I've now served on, I don't know, 8 or 10 different boards and things over the years, and I just feel like I've been able to make a difference, and so I've been able to find time in my life to give back, and I'm fortunate that I'm in this position to work with the community and listen to folks and try and make the best independent decisions I can for our community.
Thank you.
My name's Rebecca Huerta. I'm the city secretary. I've worked for the city for 27 years, so it's been quite a career in that regard in different capacities. I have a master's in public administration, so public services has always been important to me. And in my current capacity, I serve the council and the public, so it's a interesting position in that regard. I really feel cities provide the most direct service to citizens. We're the closest to our citizens, so it's valuable service in that way. And what my office does primarily, we provide access and transparency to citizens. So records, public information requests, those are things that we provide to them, and it's important service for them. So.
Well, I think on a more self-serving basis, it's ridiculously gratifying. I mean, it really is. It's a test in patience at the same time, and it's just, like Tom Hanks says, it's the heart that makes it great. And, you know, I went to school walking distance from here, and so I have deep roots here. My parents sent me out of accident to parochial school, and at that time, they talked about service and giving to a purpose that is greater than yourself. And I mean, it may sound cliche, but it's fun. It's fun. And I have spirited outbursts with my friends here, you know, and I'm looking at two specifically, but that's not just over recent. But I think that, where can you be so passionate and have such, where it's not only great in the winning, it's also the heart of failure. And, you know, it's just, like I said, that's just so gratifying. It's just like playing football all day long. It's fun. And you get to do good things at the same time, and you get to hang out with your friends on a regular basis. So, anyway.
Thank you.
Well, service started for me a long time ago. I was, a lifeguard when I was in high school, worked for the city of El Paso. Then was called to serve in the military. I was a United States naval officer, served overseas in Japan and the Persian Gulf. Then came back, worked for the Coca-Cola company for almost 20 years. And then if you want to blame anybody for me being in local politics, you blame the guy over there in the corner. He, while he was a commissioner, he asked me to serve on the RTA board and kind of got me involved. So I was minding my own business. So you can blame him if you want to. But with that, if in serving the community, you gain a lot from it. Not only do it's interesting when people thank you for your service and they give you specific reasons why. And, sometimes most of the time it's unsolicited. I was downstairs on the first floor and somebody stopped me and asked and thanked me for something specific about the positions I take in what happens in, the arguments I make. And it was, you don't get thanked very often, but it is extremely gratifying when somebody takes notice of what you do and what you're trying to accomplish. So to do some things that my friend over here from District 3 had mentioned, it is, it's a challenge of not only winning, but in the losses and then trying to accomplish what's best for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. So as a city manager in my prior career, the ability to use the skill and abilities and talents that people have afforded me in my upbringing and training in school, using those to better a community, a team, a professional team, a city council. That's why I serve. It's the ability to use those talents rather than keeping them for myself or for others, a smaller group. It's really that simple.
No, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My background is, I grew up in the projects. I come from a big family of 13, so I'm in the middle, just in case anybody's wondering. So I sort of blended in with the family, and but it's always been, I guess, part of my makeup to serve. I started very young in grade school, always was involved in city council and that kind of thing. But our family, my mother, I guess, was the main person because my father worked. But she is the one that really instilled, hard work. But she always was also very pragmatic. And so she always looked at some of the things that I would do, and she would ask in Spanish, ¿Y te van a pagar? Are they going to pay you? Because she was thinking, how to bring in money. So, so I always had that in mind, but it was always, when it's something that you can't turn away. So I grew up always serving, not in boards. That's not my background. I did serve in some boards, but that was not my main. I did, graduated from Moody High School and Del Mar, but I've always worked, and I've always felt that, I've lived here all my life, so I always wondered why we never had money for the streets, we never had money for sidewalks. Our parks, were being sold off at the time, I think, when I decided to run. And I always thought, what are they doing there? I mean, it's, why aren't they listening to the people? Because I would see people, going to city council and, or I would talk to my neighbors. And now I'm in that place where the decisions are being made, and people tell me, you know, thank you for running, and then I think, oh my God, what have I done? Because it is a huge responsibility, and I do take it seriously. And it's not easy to come from a background of the working class and knowing exactly what they're struggling with, which is, you know, at the time when I had to choose between having insurance or having a car to come to work. And I chose, of course, coming to work. But I'm here to really speak out for the people, and I love public comment. I know maybe some of you don't, but I do, because I think this is where you get the pulse of the city. And so I'm here hopefully to serve, you know, because we don't know how long we're going to be here, but I'm going to give it all I can to the people that are, I feel, are the heart of the city, which is District 2. Shout out to District 2. So thank you so much, and I look forward to your advice and your role. Huh? All right. Oh, there you go. Cut off time. Thank you.
Well, when the robot's done, we're going to come over to Councilman Posse. Yes, sir, when the robot's done. I don't want you to be the robot, sir.
Is this on? Okay. Well, I guess I started out because I wanted to try to do what I could to give back to the community. I was elected to my first elected position in 1986, before most of these people were born. And I've been doing it a long time. It's, as Councilman Barrera said, it's certainly self-gratifying and a reward to do that in some instances. And I've always just felt a great sense of trying to give back to the community from which I was born and raised here, went to school here, and whatever little bit I can do to give back to the community is what my goals are. And I think the other thing that really drives me on is I have a deep, burning distrust of government at pretty much all levels. And I figure if I'm on the inside looking out, maybe I can make a difference for people.
Well, thank you, sir. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. Well, I've been voluntold since 1 year after he got into office, which is the day I was born. And I mean, what called me to serve, just like anyone else in here, I love the city, grew up here, I've always wanted to help. Corpus has been through some highs and lows, but there was a period where we were at a very long-lasting low point. In 30 years, we hadn't had a new building built in our downtown area. And it had gotten to be to the point, I'll just speed this up. My friends, I went to Trinity University in San Antonio. They've done a lot of great things over there. And they're from New York, LA, you know, all over the map. But they'd come to San Antonio and they'd rub it in my face and they'd say, hey, where's Corpus Christi on this Continental Airlines map? It wasn't there. Southwest Airlines, all the same. So we needed, what drove me to serve was what your question was. What drove me to serve was to help put Corpus Christi on the map.
Thank you, sir. Mayor?
What has called me to serve? I would have to say, and I think what calls everyone to serve, I don't think we really know. We don't realize when it's happening. For me, I was an Allstate insurance agent for 15 years, and I started my business when I was 24, and I sold it about 8 years ago. And I acquired a total of 30 years of business during that 15-year stint. And it was during that time, I can say, because at 24, that's very young, and I had to really switch gears into being a business owner and the responsibility of ensuring the people's greatest investments. And so without realizing it, a true passion for humanity was ignited within my service to my customer base. And I believe that that is when I really realized I loved, when I really realized that I loved helping people. I loved trying to figure out how we're gonna get Dan's, auto insurance lowered because his child, 2 kids or what have you, were on that policy, because people would come to me saying, I can afford this, I've got 2 kids and that kind of thing. But the bottom line is really helping people and my love for humanity that I realized during those 15 years and realized on this platform, which is a huge blessing. And again, I always say this is such a small chapter. It is just a chapter in all of our lives where we are able to serve on this capacity. So for me, the answer is a love for humanity and having a direct impact, literally, a direct impact on people's lives. That this council and every council will forever be able to look back and say, we did this, we accomplished that, we made this happen. And all of those things are to help people, to make people's lives better.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. I think that's important. Maybe some things that people have said around this table that maybe someone else has not heard. Maybe so that leads into my second question, which is a part of what all of you said. We're going to only take about 20 seconds because this should be an easy question to kind of just, invoke a memory. Like as you drive, most of you drive through this city every day, all over this city, right? I've been lost in this city twice, right? I always take the exit and I end up in a spaghetti loop back here for some reason. And I don't know where I'm going. I'm going all the way out in another part of the city. But as you drive around this city, what are you most proud of? When you drive around this city, what are you most proud of? As you drive around, you're driving all over the city, you're coming here from wherever part of the city you live in, and you're driving. What memory makes you proud when you look around? Like you said, what have we done? The things that we have been a part of. And what are you proud of? And sir, I want to start with you again. I want to start back here, and we'll take quick 2 seconds. You said because you've been around the city, not calling you old. You've been around the city. You said you've been around the government in the city for a while.
What am I most proud of?
Yes, sir.
Well, I take a great deal of pride in, when I was serving as county commissioner here in Nueces County, the city of Corpus Christi began a reinvestment in the community and specifically the downtown area of Corpus Christi. And I was very interested in that, being a lifelong resident, and became very involved in that process. And we have continued that here as part of the city council's efforts to improve downtown Corpus Christi. So I really think that the improvements that we have seen in this area are most gratifying to me because it was an area that had become very blighted here in Corpus Christi and really should not have been. And we had an opportunity to bring what I consider a real jewel of our city back to life. Now, we're not 100% there yet, but I think we've made great strides. And the fact that we've been able to do that, I think is, for me, is a great source of pride.
All right. Thank you, sir. What, you mean to come back around, sir? Okay.
Of course, being the lawyer, we write up. Being the lawyer, y'all make the decisions, we write up the documents. We apprise you of the risks, but in the end, we're the ones who write up the deal that gets created. And as far as visually, y'all can quite often look at what you have been a part of as a decision maker. And one of the items, and I think about the documents that underlied those decisions. Well, when you look at the, partly built Harbor Bridge over there, that's a visual reminder of what I was a part of very early on when I first came to the city, when the federal government was threatening to revoke our funding. We were part of the mayor at that time saving the funding and doing an agreement with the federal government to persuade them to provide the funding for that bridge. Now, many years from now when that bridge finally gets completed, maybe many, many years, then that's a visual reminder of what I can look at being part of the documents that underlied saving that funding that came to the city.
All right, thank you. Counselor?
I think probably the thing that that's a hard question in a way because there's a lot of things, but I think the number one thing is that we live in a city that is very diverse, and I like the diversity of the people, and I think that's probably the number one thing.
Thank you. Sir?
Yeah, probably, having been here for 40 years, just even some subtle things, just seeing the progress, seeing the improvement in our community. But I think most notably, a thing that I've heard in the last number of years is, we've had this locally, we've had the situation where our high school kids that go to college go out of town, typically to A&M, UT, Rice, Baylor, wherever it is, and they haven't historically come back. And so in the last several years, I've started to hear more of those stories of our young folks come back into the community, which tells me that they want to be here and that we're making a difference here locally to bring those kids back here to want to make this their home.
No, that's a great point. Totally side comment on what you're exactly, you've seen the progress in that. I was just speaking to someone last night whose family is here in Corpus Christi, born and raised here. She served, her name is Amanda. I won't say her last name because she didn't give me permission to say it, and I know it's recorded, right? But she served in the military for 20 years, and she's transitioning from the military, and she wants to come back to Corpus. She said, I'm looking for opportunities to come back here. So that's someone who's served in the military 20 years all around the world, and that's a great point, and she's looking to come back here, so.
So I'm from El Paso, Texas originally. It's in the desert Southwest, and it's on the border of Mexico and the U.S. as well. So I agree with Everett. I do love the diversity here. It reminds me of home, and it's something I've always loved, the culture, right? The culture that I grew up with. It's neat to have that here. But I also love the ocean, because when you're from the desert Southwest, seeing a massive body of water like that is amazing. And I drive down Ocean Drive every day. And I love it. Like today it's cloudy, it's still beautiful. When it's sunny, it's beautiful. When it's smooth, it's beautiful. It's just amazing. So that's one of my favorite parts.
Awesome, thank you for that, sir.
Well, I have to echo, Dan made it easy for me because I was really struggling, and I think he's right. I've always loved Corpus. I mean, I've spent a lot of times. I say I spent 2 years in Houston, 2 years in Dallas, and I was lucky enough to get fired that I had to come back home. And a lot of times my friends would say Corpus, the place of third chances. And we had this self-deprecating humor that we put on ourselves oftentimes, especially those of us who were born and raised here. But I think now, I had a friend call me the other day that is from San Antonio, worked there. And then, let me back up a little bit. I always tell people, man, there's tons of things to do in Corpus. It's a great place to live. It's a great place to raise a family. It's a great place where you can walk into HEB, see your neighbor, and talk to him. Being on the council, it makes it difficult sometimes. But anyway, so back to my friend, actually worked in San Antonio, now is working in Miami, and said, hey, my wife and I want to look for a good place to raise our family, and we're looking for job opportunities in Corpus. And I mean, that's what we've all been working for the longest time, is to make this place so attractive. And I think for things that we've done for the economy, controversial things such as water, those things are hard decisions that are going to expand the community. And that's one thing I'm really proud of.
Awesome.
Look at this at a different tact, right? The thing I'm most proud of is being part of the change. Before I got elected, things weren't quite going in the right direction. We were being sued by the EPA. The streets were in terrible condition. Things weren't, we weren't doing any preventive maintenance. It was really a bad situation. And so myself, as well as some of my colleagues, some are still here from that time frame, were part of that group that made the change in the direction we were going as a city. On a more personal level, things that happened in my district, putting the swimming pool at Bill Witt Park that we're going to be voting on the 18th, the extension of Rodfield Road, the advocation I did for the regional parkway, which looks more and more like something that's going to happen. It's in the state legislature to find funding to do the environmental study. As a matter of fact, the governor mentioned it on Monday. So to be part of that change, to make it better for us as a city, to move in that direction of a better, from where we were, 4.5 years ago to where we are now is night and day. And I'm proud of being part of that change.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So when the council does let me get out, I do drive around a little bit. And, right, or bike around, right. But what is the best thing is when I do drive around, when I see our teammates out there simultaneously in one short drive. So whether it's our police officers, our firefighters servicing the community, whether it's our public works crews working on our streets, our parks persons working in our parks, helping our residents enjoy them. We could see our health officials out there. So in any one drive, you can see, we have 29 different departments. You could see over a dozen of our team members out there making this community better and making our residents enjoy it. And it's them that makes me proud. It's our teammates that do it.
I think what makes me so proud of Corpus Christi is, who can claim that we have 3 beaches? That's just, we have North Beach, we have McGee Beach, and we have our Padre Island. And that's unique. For the longest time, my parents didn't let us, we didn't even know of Padre Island. We thought McGee Beach was Padre Island. Because we were close, to the bay. And this is why a huge part of the reason why I ran is to protect what we have, because this is unique. And I keep saying this, that to come to Corpus, it's almost like you have to be invited here. It's like something you just discover, like you just like, wow, this is nice, You can go from one coast to the other and be close to the water. I don't know if I was a mermaid at one time, but I can't be not too far from the water. Probably about a mile from the neighborhood. And I'm proud to say that I'm from Corpus Christi, and at the end of the day, it is the people that makes our city beautiful. I come from lived in District 3 and mostly District 2, and it is a diverse economy, and yet we're able to really start to see each other. I love being able to go to an HEB and say, hey, you don't belong in my HEB. It's like we know each other. So I love the people in Corpus Christi, and I'm very proud of our people, and I'm proud of our environment, and I want to keep it as beautiful as it can be. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
That's a tough question, but I'd have to say things like West Side Pony Baseball, being able to rebuild that, and a lot of the other sports facilities around town. That's what I grew up doing. Believe it or not, I could actually move back in the day. But the reason it's so important and why I'm so proud of it is because you heard it earlier from somebody, I think it was Councilman Hernandez. We're having some, I think IT and electronics needs to be at the top of our budget. But the reason I think I'm so proud of it is because we had all these problems. We have to fix all these things. We had to go into San Patricio and annex half the county. We had to come up with a lot of other funding opportunities, which I didn't vote with most of them. But what it gave us is the opportunity to take care of the baseball fields, the basketball courts, all the things that the kids used to grow up with. So we're not using a basketball rim made out of a bicycle wheel with nails in it. Because believe it or not, we had one of those on Nile and Faro, which is very close to where I live now. And we still haven't had a basketball court put there, even though that is similar, somewhat the rules of our city.
Mayor, thank you.
So what makes me proudest is, simply put, the growth that you see. When you drive down a shoreline or ocean and you see people enjoying parks and you see people enjoying our natural resources, our fishing piers, the university exploding, that makes me proud, because you're seeing the people enjoying and they're embracing. People walking down just every weekend or even during the week, really, that basketball pavilion filled with kids, because it's free, because they can go there and just go play basketball and have fun. So all of that, the growth of this city, and this is my 7th year. You know, no one at this table has been here throughout it all. It takes councils, right? And there's probably 3 of us that have been here. 2016? Who's the 4th? You're 2016? We came in 18. So there's 2 of us who have, right, 17. So no, you're 14. So you're 14, I'm 16. My point is this, it changes, right? The people at the table change. And so in the 7 years that I've been here, we have, you know, and everybody else can say the same thing, we have experienced progress. But that all goes back to what? We're part of the leadership, right? But that is also part of the leadership, the city manager. And we were here prior. We experienced the leadership of prior city managers, and I believe that the growth, right, the love that people that have for their city, that is what I love seeing, whether it be that basketball court, walking along the beach, going to the fishing piers, going to Cole Park, the university. The love comes from what we accomplish, which is in partnership with the city manager. It just doesn't work otherwise, and I think everybody knows that. What has happened in the last 5 years is because the stars are aligned, and because the leadership is strong, not only at the city, at the university, at all these different entities that are our partners that help us make progress. So again, simply put, it's the growth that we see around the city.
Well, thank you. I think we're almost at the first break, if we're not there.
Add something in there?
Okay, so before we go on break, I think we got about 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I got about 4 or 5 minutes. I'm going to bring Dr. Fuller.
I don't think it may just be me. It's not the robot voice, though. It normally happens around when it gets around to where you are, the robot voice will kick in. It's like every time you get ready to speak, that's when the robot voice kicks in. It kind of goes around. Test, good. Thank you. All right, so I'm more of the walk through the steps type of person. So great conversations. I enjoyed listening to all of the whys and why you wanted to do what you are doing and going to do in the future. But I just want to explain the unique positions that you are in. So what we found was, as of 2014, we really found that everyone uses social norms to guide their morals and their ethics and their decision making. And I just want to explain social norms to you. So the social norm theory states that I will come into a room or a place, and I'm compelled to want to join a group that is similar to my personal characteristics or a desired trait. So when you say that people are coming back to Corpus Christi, you're doing something that's compelling that makes them want to be a part of it. Okay? But then the social identity theory, the SIT theory, states that when I do become a part of that group, I will then say, within this group, this is my in-group or us, and that's the out-group or them. That does create an us versus them power dynamic. Now, I'm an Alabama fan, Roll Tide. I have to put that out there first, right? I know I'm in Texas, but I had to say it. I promised my brother I would do that. But anyway, Alabama versus Auburn is amazing to watch. It's a us versus them power dynamic. The only reason why it's competitive and fun to watch because they have overarching rules. But you all in a unique position because you represent an us group, and they also see someone else as they're not really like us. That's why they normally say, I'm gonna vote this person in to represent me because the other person only represents them. We're tracking with that? Okay. What's interesting about that is this. If I'm compelled to join this group and the other group, if they're outperforming, if I don't learn their perspective, I can only rely on stereotypes, misfounded opinions, and whatever my heart desire to explain why they're doing better. So a lot of times when we have this dynamic without the overarching rules, it really does fall apart. And I'll explain why. The reason why it will fall apart is because without governing rules, it's unpredictable. I did hear transparency and trust, but I like saying predicting. So when I go to a red light, I should be able to predict that everyone should stop. That's the overarching rule. Red means stop. Green means go. Imagine if it didn't mean that. It's chaos, it's chaotic, right? So all of you all in the seats that you're in, you're representing a group, which is us, and who you represent may see someone else as the opposer. So you all really come together and have to set the guiding principles so that outside in the community, when they're battling with each other, it's competitive. We want Corpus Christi to be better. My neighborhood is better than your neighborhood, and everyone gets involved trying to be competitive, which will compel the right type of people to come to your area and thrive and survive. Okay. And I do like slides, so I put some slides up. Leadership is a social exchange relationship. Oh, did I pass it? Oh, all right. We take a break. Sorry. I was about to get into it. All right.
I think you understand why we put him over there now, right?
Yeah.
That's all, we're Alabama.
Okay. 15-minute break. Yep. for me to start back talking again. All right, so everyone back that should be back before we get started? Yes, yeah, the mayor's right back there. She snuck in on you. All right, so before we went on break, I started diving into in-group versus out-groups and how you can come together in overarching rules. So as long as everyone knows the rules of the game, you can be very competitive and you will compel more people to want to be part of your community and be a part of everything you all have to offer. Now, in the beginning, when we first started, Todd had you all go around the room and explain why you wanted to do what you were doing and the great things that came out of you all coming together as a council and moving the city forward. So during there, though, there's two things I want you to remember. First, there's an affective and a cognitive part of everything we do. Affective is just the emotions, right? Matching emotion for emotion, okay? So you listen, you understand, and when you all went around the room, it was very compassionate on why you wanted to do what you want to do. And that is the why in why you're here. Because it is the why that transforms. What you do only informs me. Why you're doing it transforms how I look at you and what you're going to be doing. So all the compassion you all have for these seats that you're in, it transforms how people think. But the cognitive part is where we sometimes fall short. So without me hearing your story, I won't understand your point of view when we come together and you're asking for certain things or opposing certain things. So we always forget to listen, because without listening, I don't understand why you may be making the decision that you're making. That also happens in the us versus them power dynamic. If I don't listen, really listen, that cognitive part, and I just blow it off, I'm only looking at the affective. He or she is just angry. They're just upset. They don't understand. But I have to look and determine, okay, they're saying this for a reason. What is the cognitive part behind it? And then you all can come together and build the community even stronger. So keep that in mind. Leadership is a social exchange relationship. Before we started, we were shaking hands, drinking water. I didn't really eat anything, but we were having a great time talking. And everyone will always say, oh, yeah, I have a great time. We have people over at the house. It's a social relationship, and that's how the citizens view it as well. Everyone views leadership as a social exchange relationship. And we did talk about the in-group versus out-group, right? It is a social exchange relationship, and it builds into the leader-member exchange, right? I look to you who represent me to continue to have that social relationship with me. I'm not going to hit you, you're good. Right? Your citizens look for it. Everyone on the council, you're looking to each other in order to build something great together. So you have to keep that in mind. And then I promised Todd I'd make it quick, so I'm going to go to change. I do want to talk about change. I was listening and everyone said how the city used to be one way and now it's a new way, okay? When it comes down to your communication with each other, here's the key. Did you all know that change is a noun and a verb? Did y'all know that? Change is a noun and a verb. Now I'm gonna give a disclaimer. Change is not good or bad, it just is. You have to rely on something else to determine whether or not it's gonna be good or bad, okay? But just know change is going from an old way to a new way. It doesn't mean that it's good or that it's bad. It depends on the group that's looking at it at the time, okay? So let's talk about it being a noun, okay? Hey, it's a noun. You want to become something or someone different or new. So I'll give you an example. I used to smoke back in the day, really smoke. And I wanted to be a non-smoker. So I wanted to go from a smoker to a non-smoker. Well, that's the noun part. But it's also a verb, because I have to start making steps or have a process or a checklist to move me toward that something or someone different or new. That is where the conflict comes in. Because when I told someone, hey, I think I'm gonna stop smoking. They're like, come on, LaJuan, you don't wanna be a quitter, do you? Like I had my plan in place. And when I took that first step, it was like, wait a minute, come on, you don't wanna go there. And I'll tell you all why I decided to quit smoking. I was stationed at a place in the United States, up north, and it got like negative 50 degrees outside, and I had to really second guess, like, do I really want to do this? So it was a little motivating factor in there. But regardless, just know, before we get into the next section, just know that in your in-group versus out-group, it is a good thing, right? I don't want you to think in-group versus out-group is bad, because you need that competition so you all can move and make progress. And while you're doing your change, know that change is a noun and a verb. So when you say, hey, we need to change this, first you should always decide, change it into what? And then you can make the steps on how to get to that what. But making those steps is where the in-group versus out-group will really get dynamic. You can make great things happen, and there's going to be a lot of opposition because those steps may go against one of the norms that I have. And I'll end with this to sum it up. When I say those steps to become that something or someone different, I'll use the smoking. I was a smoker. I'm not saying you all smoke. I was in the smoking group, right? And this is us. But when I said I wanted to come over here and be a non-smoker, now that's them, okay? When I was making my transition to become this, as I make my way over, there's some opposition that happens there, okay? And it happens in your groups as well. You can't get past it. It just happens. It just is, okay? So within those steps, life happens, things happen, and it will oppose. So I had a certain set of norms and beliefs on this side, and I started to have some internal conflict. And I started coming more over here because I was compelled, it was compelling to come over here, mainly because of that cold weather. But I was still being compelled to be part of this group. I was drawn to it, okay? They had a desired trait that I wanted, okay? On that way, I have internal conflict. Just know that your residents, your citizens, even you are bringing opposing conflicts to one group. So always focus on your overarching rules. So those opposing conflicts, your overarching rules give you your compass to make sure that while you're taking your steps, you're not stepping outside of what you're supposed to be doing. So just keep that in mind. In-group versus out-group, you're moving toward a certain direction. If it's called change, first it's the noun and then it's a verb. And as you write your steps on how to become that something or someone new or different, that's where the communication will start to oppose each other. Because my norms are my morals and my ethics. So if I'm an American, and I'll use myself, I'm an American, but then they also say that I'm African American. That's another set of norms. What if some of those may oppose? It gives me a little stress, a little anxiety, but then I'm an African American male. Society also says that comes with a set of norms, but what if those norms start to conflict? And then you hire me and I bring that to the workplace with me, right? And so we all go through it, and I'm African American male who served in the military. Military has another set of norms are just beliefs, a set of things that you follow. Sometimes they conflict. Even within me, becoming a smoker to a non-smoker, it was kind of conflicting. Something always wanted to pull me back to the old way, even though I know I need to go to the new way, the new change. So just keep that in mind, that when you start to have conflict in your communication, just know it's an internal struggle, and always don't only focus on the affective, also focus on the cognitive. So always ask, why do you think that's true? Why do you want to do that? What's your reason? And just get down to the bottom of it. And I'm saying agree, but just understand their approach to what they're doing. And when I say approach, this is what I mean. All of us can walk along the street, and we can see someone who may be homeless. There's a reason why we will all have a different solution on how to probably help that person who's homeless. Some may say, let's give them food. Some may say, let's give them shelter. Another person may say, let's just move them somewhere else. That is the why in your decision making. Why, you have to ask, why do you want to do it that way, to see my perspective? And that's what we teach all the students, at my university. When you see a problem, you first have to know what is your, hey, that's the voice. Number one.
She told me what to do, but I forgot. I'll turn it back on. Nope, that didn't work. So no opportunity to gather people in a room. You know, I spent, you know, a lot of you, we've talked, and I know a lot of you have spent time in retreats, and you spent time in college. All of us spent time, you got PowerPointed to death, right? We even made a decision if we were even going to use PowerPoint for this thing today. So the next part, you know, we want to get you kind of up, right? And we invite more than just the people around the table to participate. If anyone in here can participate in this next exercise. So what Dr. Fuller just was talking about, you know, all boils down to that fundamental opportunity to listen to the person in front of you, right? How many of us, I won't use the word struggle or anything like that. How many of us think that, you know, sometimes it's a challenge to really listen to someone else in front of you based on a set of who that person is versus who that person isn't, all right? Some challenge sometime, right? You know, so active listening. Active listening is a skill that can be enhanced just like muscles, right? Just a gym is across the hall over there, right? Just like you can pump up your muscles, you can pump up your active listening skills. It takes a lot of practice. So I will ask a question in here. Who would I go to? So Councilman, who do you not talk to, or who do you say the least amount of non-council business that you probably have communication with? Social conversation, like the least amount of social conversation you have with anyone around this table. Just really, you know, I know everyone in here don't talk the most with each other, right? You have lives, you're not here. So I would say everyone at the table, think about that question. Who do you have probably the least amount of conversation with around this table, probably outside of the council room? Miles. Everyone's gonna go with Miles. Is Miles everyone? Is it because you're an attorney?
I guess it's because he doesn't have the most problems.
Well, let me
People who are dealing with bigger issues are often seeing me repeat it.
I'll even rephrase that. Who do you have a conversation with, Councilman? Who do you typically have a conversation with?
You're gonna have to say that again.
Who do you typically have a conversation? Say we're coming into the council meeting, we're here for, first 5 minutes. Who do you typically have the most relationship with on the council?
I don't know that there's any one specific
Okay,
council member. I try to converse with everybody
Okay.
equally.
okay.
But,
Oh.
as far as staff is concerned, it might be Miles, I'm sorry.
Miles?
It might be Miles, but it could be also any of the other department heads.
Okay.
We as council members don't get down much below that level. At least I don't.
Okay.
On a typical basis. We're not here every day. We don't office here.
Okay.
So unless we reach out, it's pretty hard to have, one-on-one communication.
And this wasn't for any particular one person. It just was, happened to be he still happened to be my first person. I could have picked on the mayor, but I typically don't go to the mayor first.
I do believe that is a source of my issues is not having significant communication. I've never had this much difficulty within an organization trying to have communication with the people that I think I need to have communication with to get something done.
Okay. If you needed to have communication with one person today, who would you pick in this room?
Well, typically,
Anyone.
I go-
Anyone in this whole room.
if I typically go to the city manager,
Okay. All right.
but he's a hard guy to talk to.
Okay. Well, I'm going to pair you and the city manager up for this next exercise.
Okay.
All right. So, active listening, right? I will tell you, I've been in a lot of rooms. And so this doesn't work if we don't do two things. Suspend our judgment and our biases. Exactly what we just talked about with Dr. Fuller, right? We all come in with things that are preconceived. I've talked to a lot of people in this world. I spent, 17 consecutive years of my life, I did not live in the United States. Part of my, my background was doing a lot of things in a lot of other countries. I've been around tables where people have historical 2,000 years of hate for each other. Or they have things that are beyond any of our comprehension of why in 2019 they're still fighting whole wars over something that may have happened 800 years ago. So I always tell people when I'm in my own home country, the United States of America, where I spent a lot of years, in the military outside of, that, our differences aren't anything that we can't overcome. They're not. We're not that far apart from each other. And sometimes, when we talk about this next exercise, sometimes it's just that we are not willing to listen to the other person. So we do an active listening exercise. Yes, it's a little uncomfortable sometimes. I want everyone to participate who wants to participate. I know we have a police officer in here. He's trained to listen. and
Can I tell you,
you
Todd?
can't just pick your part. Yes, Peter.
Can I add that it's probably part of listening, but asking questions
Yes.
before deferring to a judgment or a decision. I think we as an organization, we can improve in that area. Instead of presupposing the outcome or the conclusion, listen, but often it's asking questions to see, then listen, to
Absolutely.
see what are the real facts.
Absolutely. So those go together, right? But before, we get to the questioning piece, if folks already can't listen, then the questioning piece will never happen because they're already stacking the questions into their head, before when we're pretending to listen to each other. So all of those things go hand in hand. A proper question accident, but how hard is it for us to listen for 3 minutes, for example, right? Have we ever tried to talk to someone and suspend judgment and suspend our biases and just look at the other person and only do nonverbal acknowledgments to actually get to the root cause of what that person is trying to say before we get into the questioning? Because typically, if we're coming into conflict, into a conversation, the conflict, regardless of anything, is already happening when we see each other. If we are going to have a dialogue, we're already doing a battle of test of wills. So, the questions that's going to come out is not going to be the questions that's going to resolve the conflict. If we don't learn to actually listen to ask those questions that's going to be relevant to solve my biases or my understanding of what the conflict is, then we're not going to get anywhere. So I agree with you, but the first part is you'll see how challenging it is just to listen sometimes, just to stop, pause, and listen. And we do this, this exercise. So what I want folks to do is pair up with someone. I'm not going to get to the difficulties of letting you pair up, of picking who you pair it with. So I will let you pair up. What do you think about it, Doctor? Let you pair it with whoever you want to pair it for, because the exercise still works the same. I invite the gallery over here to still do it. So what we're going to do for 3 minutes. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I was talking to the mayor on pairing up. Because you wanted us to kind of pair up with someone that
Yes.
we don't speak to normally, right?
Yes.
Well, Jim's probably the only person I don't
Okay.
speak to all the time.
Okay.
I don't speak to him either, so. I've spoken to everyone on the phone a lot, except for Dr. Klein, but that's usually because he's teaching students.
Oh, so you would say Councilman Hernandez, someone you don't speak to?
No, he's the last person I want to speak to.
I would not say
it's
that he
not
kept
just
me on
me?
the phone the longest. We're not going to say that.
I'm going to jump right in, and I normally do not speak to, I'm going to jump right in and get to the heart of the issue, which is I normally don't speak to Councilman Suckley.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, Husley.
Okay.
I meant, well, as you, but Husley, I
Okay.
don't.
Well, I agree. Thank you for all.
Yeah.
So that would be your partner.
Right.
And Councilman Hunter,
I don't know, does he want to partner up with me? Yeah.
I used to see Dr. Klein all
yes,
the time, but I don't know.
yes.
Well, who from here?
All right. All right.
Oh,
But
Sony
then
for
you
sure.
don't. Okay.
All right.
Me and Sony are partnering
Y'all
up.
don't talk?
Nah, we never talk, right, Sony?
Okay.
No, never.
Okay, what about these two?
Okay. So Councilman Roy, who would you select to want to go through the section?
I can select anyone?
Anyone.
That gentleman right there that's drinking water.
Who's drinking water?
John
Mr.
Weber.
Weber.
Uh-huh. You can, yeah, absolutely.
Now, are we supposed to be doing, I mean,
So let's
is
stick
it
with the
anybody
council
or?
first.
I thought it was council.
Yeah, let's stick with the council first.
Because
You
it's
got-
our
yeah, let's stick with the
communication
council
with the
first.
council.
I let it go off the rails a little
Okay,
bit.
you did. Sorry.
I probably don't speak to Rebecca that much because
Okay,
she's usually taking care of everything. And I don't
okay, Rebecca, okay. What about you, sir?
I just want to mention some dynamics here. The two people I probably talk to the most are the two opposite ends of the spectrum, and that's Mike, and so here just what it was last 2 months. And, the funny thing is that, Mike and I connect on an economic level, and we have a lot of the same views, and then plus we have a lot of similarities with our family. We grew up a couple blocks from each other. We have a lot of the same social values. So, I just want to throw that out there, specifically when you picked on him first. And, he does talk to everybody, but,
Wasn't picking on him, sorry.
well, no, you picked him first.
I picked you first.
I'm sorry, you picked him first.
No,
picked
no,
him
sir.
first.
It was not to that intention at all, sir. You just happened to be first to my right. And I on the break, I kept talking to Miles here, the lawyer, say, sir, I can't keep picking on you as an attorney.
Anyway, just that. So I guess I'll work, if he should so accept it, if his mission, should he choose to accept it, is, probably I'd talk to Gil at least.
Okay, so we have Councilman
If he's
Hernandez.
so interested.
Councilman Herrera, we have you paired up. Did we pair you up? You said Rebecca.
Rebecca.
Yeah, that's okay. What about you, sir?
I mean, so Peter's included?
Peter's included, yes.
Don't try to steal Peter. You gotta start on the left side every once in a
Yeah.
while.
In terms of a social level, I'd say probably Peter,
That you talk to the most?
least.
The least, okay.
Probably. I mean, it's Sylvia's paired up with Mike. I know, but. It's down to
Okay,
Mike.
okay, so
Paula.
that would be is this a good pair matchup, man?
Yeah,
I mean,
never
we
talk.
do, we
never
talk. I don't talk to Gil.
Never talk.
I talk to Gil too much. Well, I have to say, I mean, if we're including the city manager and the city secretary, that takes away from
Okay.
the council member.
Yes,
No, I don't want to pull them out,
So
but,
does
but
it-
it does take away
Does- yeah,
because,
We didn't include that, we didn't include you, Miles.
oh, did we include him?
It's an unequal
We did
number.
include, somebody
mean,
picked you,
it-
right, Miles?
It depends on the exercise.
I like that.
Because if it's
Yeah.
just council,
Just
we,
have the
we
council.
make up
Okay.
one sphere of communication.
Just council
and then
in.
it's them.
So who's paired up now as a council? Boy, we're making this go off the rails.
Everett. I mean, Everett had Rebecca.
Okay.
So if you had to choose someone
Now you have to
else,
choose from Councilman Hunter and the mayor, or who else is left?
Probably don't talk to the mayor that much.
Okay.
Compared to other people, do I talk to you that much?
gosh, it's so hard.
Okay, we're gonna go.
We could do it.
We can do it, okay.
Yes,
And then, so we'll have,
I talk to almost everyone equally.
yeah, but who's left?
Dan, I think. Are you open?
Yes, yes.
Or-
Y'all, just a reminder,
Okay.
Mayor, to use their microphones. Excuse me,
Oh, yeah,
just a
everybody
reminder,
just turn
everybody
them
use their microphones.
Yeah,
We're
Yes,
having trouble
okay.
So
hearing.
it's you and me, Dan?
Okay.
We're competing for the power forward
Yes.
position. Got it.
Okay, my apologies. We took the whole 6 minutes on explaining the
Doing a good
exercise.
job.
So the exercise was literally that, like how hard it is for us to just like listen to instructions.
Yeah.
No.
There you go. Your point, case in
So,
point,
wow.
sorry.
So what we're gonna do, if we're not
can't
on break,
listen
I
to
invite the
Dan.
same thing for the staff. You know, I invite for the staff to kind of participate if they want to participate in this, but we're not gonna go to selecting any, that'd be another 8 minutes. So just, you know, get up, go to some corners in here and with your folks, and the whole exercise is pick a listener in the first part, so both of you get a chance. The listener has to listen, and all you can do is listen with nonverbal acknowledgements.
So we're both listening, so nobody's.
I'm sorry? So, so nonverbal acknowledgements. Just have a three.
Who's listening?
Yeah, so you get to select, you're both gonna do it, so select who's gonna go first. 3 minutes each. The listener can only respond non-verbally, can't ask questions or anything. You can talk about your top hottest issue that you feel most passionate about as a council member or the mayor.
But they cannot respond.
They can't respond,
They're just listening.
they're just listening.
3 minutes each.
3 minutes each. You can do non-verbals, it's fine. But your top issue as a councilman. Or the mayor. Everybody get that? 3 minutes. Put them on the clock.
Okay, 3 minutes. Let's see. Okay.
I think the biggest challenge is our city manager doesn't operate with us as a collective. I think there's too many times that here recently that he gives into pressure and he doesn't work with us as a whole. I think the challenge is our mayor also. So, yeah, I'm plenty.
Okay, everyone, that was 3 minutes. It's time to switch. All right. We'll see how that goes. Okay, everyone, that was. Test, test. Hello, everyone. That was 3 minutes. Time to switch.
Okay, wrapping up and coming back to our seats. Were y'all talking to each other? Yeah. Somebody started asking questions? All right, let's come back. Hey, yo, you guys are still wanting to talk?
All right, all right. If everyone can start making their way back, we'll sum up and then go on break. All right, all right.
How are you?
We're doing great. Good
Remember
to
we
see you
met?
again.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, I was telling Peter that she was so inspiring that I was just looking at her. She was like, "Are you?" He said, "Are you okay?"
When?
The last time I was here, we were over in a
Oh,
bank.
yeah. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Oh, when I was in there and I said a few things, I guess, right?
Yeah, and I was looking. You like,
Oh,
"You
that is
okay?" I was like, "Oh yeah." I told her, I said, "Tell her I'm sorry."
No, God, no. No, 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 no. No, I'm so glad you guys are doing this. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I have a great
Thank you.
time.
This is a great exercise. It's communication.
All right. Todd, let me know when I.
5.
Okay. All right, we got about 5 more minutes, so we'll sum it up real quick, and then everyone can go on break. Is it break or lunch? It's just break, right? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So how was that active listening exercise? Was it difficult? Was it challenging? All of the above?
I liked it.
Yeah. Why? Why did you like it?
Oh, okay. Because it was, I know personally for me, I wanted to have the conversation with Councilman Pusley. Because we do have differing opinions, but like, like Todd, like you said, that we're passionate about what we believe in. And we both agreed, I think, that that we want to work together. We want to preserve our environment, but, he's also about making sure that, it's, that we're reaching out for our economics, that we are making sure that, we have jobs. He didn't say that, but I know that's what he implied. And so this is where we're at, and we all want that, but it's how do we get there? How do we balance that? So it was a good exercise to listen for 3 minutes, each of us, although I think we did less than 3 minutes, but we had a good opportunity to really speak to one another and listen to one another. So thank you for that exercise.
Oh, great, great. All right. And so let's sum it up. That way, we let you all go on break because Todd will get me, okay? The purpose of that exercise, one of the purposes of the exercise, is to develop a form of trust. And so I want to talk to you about 3 stages of trust. And before I said, I like to call it being able to predict, okay? If I can predict it, I can trust it. Once I make a false prediction and now you're unpredictable, I don't quite trust you the same as I used to, okay? So let's talk about why that exercise was important and then how it can be applied even when you're done here today. First, as soon as you all are elected or hired, and for everyone else, as soon as you're elected or hired or you start something new and you enter into a group, there's the first stage called calculus-based trust. And that's the trust that's normally written down on paper. You're signing your documents, new employee or new faculty orientation. You're signing all your forms. And when you tell me, hey, we come to work at 8, we go home at 5, you get 1 hour lunch, you get 14 days of vacation. Like I'm doing all these acknowledgments at first. And when I come to work, there's an initial stage of, okay, LaJuan works with us or for us. So we kind of give that that initial trust. We don't automatically distrust. We kind of watch. Over time and repeated interactions, we move to knowledge-based trust where you can begin to predict me. Now, earlier I said it's not good or bad, it just is. So you can say, LaJuan always shows up 15 minutes late, or LaJuan always shows up 15 minutes early. LaJuan never gets his work done on time, or LaJuan always gets his work done on time. So the fact you can predict that, that is called knowledge-based trust. So over time and repeated interactions, you can begin to predict each other. And that's the identifier of how you have moved to the next stage. And then over time and repeated interactions, you move into something called identity-based trust. It's rare anyone ever gets to this level. We don't know why. It could be time on the job, burnout, you find other avenues that you want to pursue. But in identity-based trust, you can begin to speak for each other. And that's rare, even in any business where you can speak. And what we're saying there is not only can you say, I will be 15 minutes late, but then you can tell everyone else, hey, not only will he be 15 minutes late, but he will not like that kind of coffee, so go get a different cup of coffee, right? And so I don't even have to go and ask, is it okay for me to tell this person? I just automatically do it. And so those are the 3 stages of trust. So just know, over time and repeated interactions with each other, you will begin to develop a form of predicting what each other may or may not do, and that moves you up those levels of trust, and you will be able to open more in communication and see things from not only the affective, but also the cognitive. That being said, I think I have done it on time, and we will go on our 15-minute break and come back at 11. Oh, that is not 11? Oh, okay, great. Okay, I thought I said somewhere. Everyone got quiet like, oh.
All right, let's start to come back. Let's start to come back to our seats like 4 minutes ago. Let's start to come back. How you doing, sir? Everybody is all talkative today.
Yeah. All of a sudden.
Oh, all right, let's start coming back, please. Let's start taking our seats. Let's start taking our seats so we can get started. So we're all right, let's start coming back. I don't want to hold y'all up for lunch. I'm the barrier to lunch right now. So that should be a motivator for everyone in here, right? So I'm the only hold up. Oh, man. Time for a break. 30-second break. Time to turn it. I'll turn it off. I'm going to turn it off. So I will tell you something before we get started. We're going to do this last piece, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll get into agenda setting on the last piece, right? Which is a great exercise to know why and how you set, which is very important. It's not, to what you do here on the council. But Chick-fil-A is what's coming for lunch. And I tell people all the time, so I'm probably never going to be allowed back into Corpus Christi after this statement. This is being recorded, too, so I can't say that. So I'm about to get sued if I say the next thing. So I will say it in a different way. Chick-fil-A has pretty good food. If you take it, the food is just okay. But Chick-fil-A doesn't, so I'll go back. Chick-fil-A doesn't sell food. Did you know that? How many people believe that? Chick-fil-A doesn't sell food. What do you think they sell? They sell the experience. That's what Chick-fil-A sells. They sell an experience. They don't sell food. If you go to their website, you'll see. They sell the experience. And the greatest outlier organizations in this world sell experiences. The product comes second. The product of a chicken sandwich with bread and pickles, it's just a chicken sandwich with bread and pickles. And you can actually get it at 15 other restaurants. It's just the truth. You can get it anywhere. You can get waffle fries, and you can put it in the air fryer, and they're comparable to Chick-fil-A's waffle fries. It's just the truth. I've tried it. I've scientifically tried this.
I'm sorry to interject, but that's a result of the pressure fire of the Henny Penny Corporation that's really created that experience. Because if you notice that the chicken, the tile of its type, it's really juicy from the inside, and then the product of which they have. And that's the thing that makes it
Is that
unique.
why every Chick-fil-A in the United States of America has 40 cars in line?
Well, no, I'm just telling you that the main product, they've got one product, they've kept it very simple. And it all comes back from the Henny Penny Corporation, which initially was started by Dave Thomas from, who had Wendy's. And then if you go back, Dave Thomas and Colonel Sanders, Harlan Sanders, that's really what they started out as pressure cooker sales.
Absolutely. That's a great piece. No, that's a great piece of history. We're all talking, because I'm definitely off topic. Because as soon as they definitely told me about that, it goes back. We talk about, in other venues, we talk about how do you create an outlier organization? How do you create a city or organization where it is an outlier in their industry? So this is a city within Texas. How does Corpus Christi become an outlier of all cities in comparable sizes in the state of Texas? How do you become that Chick-fil-A where people across, so I would tell you this, no other national brand in the fast food industry, we'll just go there because we're not gonna have time to go into all the other industries. No other national brands because people say In-N-Out. It's not a national brand. In-N-Out is regional.
In-N-Out's terrible.
Yeah, but, and, you know, so what other national fast food brand has the consistency of 40 cars and consistently all day in their parking lot? How many other places have a 90+% chance, customer satisfaction rate, essentially? Because we can say, we all grew up, I look around the ages in the room, and we're all about the same age, some of us, you know, most of us. We grew up on giving McDonald's a chance, and most of us will still give McDonald's a chance today. But we also go into the parking lot of some of these institutions with an expectation that success will be like 50%. Like my hot fries will probably, I have a 50% chance of having hot fries. But we'll still go, right? And we'll do what, you know, we'll do that, I call it the stop and pray sometime, where we have to drive through and then we get our bag and we stop and pray that the fries are hot, right? You don't do that at Chick-fil-A. You don't do that same kind of movement there. That's an outlier in your organization. So,
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to say something, stand up for our taquerillas.
And Whataburger. This is a hometown of Whataburger.
Whataburger, yeah, we gotta be careful.
a Whataburger, so I went to a Whataburger last night.
Oh, okay.
That's all I had at 8:30 driving.
And how was it?
And I had a patty melt.
Oh,
And it was-
you went big.
And I've not eaten at Whataburger in probably a decade. And I had a patty melt last night, and it was phenomenal.
Yes.
I will tell you, it probably was soaked in butter, but it was
Oh,
phenomenal.
yeah, it was. It was.
I felt my arteries.
Councilman
I felt
Klein.
every artery in my body closing up
Yeah.
before I went to bed last night. But so off topic. What we want to do now, we have our great assistant over here. We're going to go around, and this sets us up for the next. And Dr. Fuller is going to come in and close the middle. And we're going to, when we get into our last after lunch thing for agenda setting, this will help us out too. But what I want to do is go round to the council this time. And kind of just give me your top 3 priorities that you have. Just what are your top 3 priorities for you individually? You know, not as a collective right now, but individually. What are your top 3 priorities? So we'll start with Councilman Roy.
Probably number one, I want to see this council work together as a cohesive team, one that maintains professionalism and represents well, not only for the region, but nationally, and we have people watching us internationally. I think that's important, and working with our other government entities in the area. Probably the second thing is, for me, District 1, I want the Harbor Bridge to be done. I want that to be done as quickly as possible and as safe as possible so that we can finish up with the things that come with having that suspension bridge completed, you know, so that we can pay attention to some of the neighborhoods and the development around there. And then water. Water is important to us. However we conserve it or obtain it, whether it be groundwater or through desalination, I think that's the third thing.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Sir?
Well, in the essence of time, I'll support Everett's number 1 and number 3. And I would like to interject on number 2, specific to District 4, is we have literally underway billions of dollars in projects in District 4, which are going to be impactful for that area of the city and Padre Island. And so helping see that through, city being supportive of that, and helping with the TERS is going to be critical.
Thank you. Sir?
I'm going to do a variation of I don't think governance is a team. Governance is not run by a team, and that's not to contradict. I just want to expand on it. I think that we have to recognize that we operate as a collective, that it's not any one person. It's and the job of it. I always go back to what's our mission, what are we trying to accomplish, and what does it take us to get there. And once we decide that mission, then what is it? It's staff's responsibility to get us there expedite us the quickest way, and with a way that's fiscally responsible, and where the public feels comfortable what we're doing. So I guess my whole point is that we have to operate as a collective, and we have to recognize that it's not any one person that moves forward. And then here, as I say, with 9 prima donnas, or as the mayor says, 8, you mean? We have to recognize that we're all type A personalities, and we all have to agree, like the movie, one band, one sound. But that's not a team, because you have a bunch of leaders. And so the leaders have to agree, and which leads me to the second thing, is that we have to think regionally, because now we've become where we have, Tesla is going to have a lithium battery manufacturing plant here, and we're going to have to provide them water through the South Texas Water Authority. So we have to think regionally when we make our decisions, and hence that we have to work with our partners. And as I've said before, we're in Clayburgh County, Nueces County, and Sampat County. So we have a big responsibility to the region, to the coastal bend, so that way we can attract, because that's why everybody's looking at us. So I think that's the number 2. I think, let me see, what was my third? I had already thought about it, and I was busy trying to expand on number 1. I think the thing that we also have to figure out is we have a tendency now to operate based on pressure, and versus having a specific goal, having a mission, having we've come a long ways, because we had a big challenge where we did patchwork on everything. I used to say when I first came here, it was like playing whack-a-mole, And I think from a business perspective, what we need to do is we need to decide, okay, what's our mission, what's we're going to try and accomplish, and then how are we going to get there? And then we've got a plan of action to get there. And sometimes we don't work in partnership with other areas of the community, because we think regionally. So I think improving on our business processes and staying focused on where we're at. Okay, now I know where we're at. I was going to stick on, yeah, that's what it is. I'm going back on the other one. Water. There's for economic development, there's 3 things that you need. Electricity, which we have it. We have the infrastructure for it here. Transportation, which we have the port, and water. And right now, the biggest challenge that we have is dealing with our water issue.
Okay. All right, thank you for that, Congressman.
I want to interject something on your list. So the first item was, you say that it says, see the council work together with each other. I specifically was talking about professionalism. Okay. But when it gets down to the water conservation, that was only part of it, because I was talking about water supply, which is either groundwater or decent. I want to make sure that you have those so that it's recorded correctly.
Also, and I know we got several people. We have people, Ms. Rebecca taking notes also over here. And so, no, thank you for that. So make sure it gets in there. All right, sir, welcome.
Thanks. So I'm going to start large and kind of get a bit more specific. First of all, I think we need to diversify our economy. I think we've gone too heavy in oil and gas in the last 6 years. I think we need to diversify much more. I think one of the things that's holding us back right now is the airport. And I don't think it's necessarily the size of the airport. It's the quality of carriers that we have at the airport. So I think we need to focus on that. And then much more specifically, these are much more kind of nuts and bolts issues. We need to shorten the time it takes to repair streets, especially the major trunk lines. This is just, I can't use the words that I would want to use to describe the anger that I get for spending 5 years on a project that should take a year. There's got to shorten that up. It's going to allow us to repair those streets in a shorter amount of time, I think, as well. And it's going to allow us to move on to more projects as well, because we have the need, right? So we need to finish this up in a more timely manner, do what we can to fix that problem, make sure that there's no stoppages of work for months on end when those projects start. And then the third, much more getting nuts and bolts as well, I would really like to see us put a large number of social workers into the public libraries to offer services to the populations that use the public libraries. I think that they can be a conduit of information. If not, they can provide services themselves. They can link people to those who can provide those kinds of services. Lots of other cities have done this with great success. I think it could really help benefit populations that utilize the public libraries as well.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay. The number one priority for me is to represent the people of District 5 that elected me into this position, and to the best of my ability. And everything kind of stems from it is on.
Oh, we'll get the volume turned up also.
Okay, so I mean, no, I got to get right up to it. All right, so like I said, the number one priority for me is to represent the city, the residents of District 5 that elected me into this position, and everything kind of stems from that. So one of my main priorities here is making sure our infrastructure is improved, and we have a long-term solution to do the preventive maintenance and asset lifecycle management associated with it. It does us no good to fix something and let it fall apart. Secondly is the regional parkway. I've been advocating for it since I got here, and just recently the governor mentioned it at the state of the state on Monday about a second crossing the bridge, and I know Councilman Suckley has kind of the same priority associated with that, but it's to make sure that gets off the ground and we can move for the future growth, especially on the south side. Again, District 5. And lastly, fiscally responsible and environmentally responsible alternative water supply. That is my third priority. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Coppins.
Mine's easy. I think I handed the handout to Peter when I first came, and I handed my my push card, which was our streets still. District 2 has, and I think District 1, well, I'm sorry, District 3 also have still some of the worst streets, and I think we need to make sure that we still keep that on the forefront. Also sidewalks, that's another thing that was a priority of the campaign. And the other is making sure that everyone pays their fair share of their taxes and water rates. For the longest time, our city, we wondered why we didn't have the money or we didn't have the fortitude to get some of our infrastructure done. We are suffering from the federal government. I mean, not suffering, but we've been charged with, really dereliction, of our duties of not keeping up with our infrastructure. So for me, and the last, of course, is making sure that we do have water for our residents. There's a lot of talk here about, residents for industry, commercial, what have you, but at the end of the day, it's the people that live here that will end up paying for it. And so I want to make sure that whatever water we do bring into the region, that it is focused on the people. And we know that desalination is one of the last ways to bring in water into our region. So I'm hoping that we will make sure that we try conservation first and other alternatives. So I'm here to, again, also protect our environment. And so I guess that's more than 3. So thank you.
Public safety, water, infrastructure. And I just want to ask, so I'm going to give you a little taste of what our council meetings are like. Who wrote the bill for the regional parkway?
Your dad?
Thank you. We he has been a big advocate for it, and he's done great. But the city was not able to accomplish it, and we haven't been able to. And we have to rely on other government entities to accomplish these things, which is it's good that we're going through all this, but it also comes back to Roland's point is we got to find a way to work alongside our colleagues.
So I'll go right along with Michael. You know, water, public safety, and infrastructure have always been three big keys for me. But I want to refine that just a little bit in that my goals have been over the last couple of years and will continue to be for however long I decide I want to do this, or that the people want me to do this, is for the city to become better at how they do it and how they go about it. We have to get, the city of Corpus Christi has to get faster at doing the things we need to do and to accomplish those goals. And I just feel like that sometimes we have these grand plans and we make these grand budgets, but we don't ever seem to get the work out the door. And so I wrote down faster, faster, faster. And so, and I think as Councilman Barrera said, it's important for us to work as a collective, but I think it's also important for us to recognize and appreciate individualism. I think that's an important part of any organization, and if you can't recognize the individual strengths of the collective, then you're missing something. And then lastly, I'll also agree with we need to work harder at resolving issues with other governmental entities in our area, and I'm specifically going to single out the Port of Corpus Christi. We have to figure out a way to end our civil war with the Port of Corpus Christi.
And sorry, the mayor gave me the opportunity. Dr. Klein, I wanted to mention this since I don't get to talk to you on the phone that much. My single addition to this 2 years ago was to diversify the economy, starting with technology. I'm just letting you know that. So I think that's a great addition, and I'd like that to be my fourth.
Right. Okay, so overarching was mentioned because none of what we're talking, none of everybody's 3 or 4 priorities can be accomplished without a good team, without some of the things mentioned. So one of my priorities, yes, is to build upon, you know, where we are today. And no council is perfect. The tire wheel can fall off here and there, but we can get back on track. And I think to your point, and the exercise, recognizing what are our faults, where can we improve? You know, what can we do better to be more cohesive, to be more of a team, to bring us together as opposed to, you know, pull us apart? And I think we're all human. I think that personalities, you know, come forth and can maybe tilt us, all of us, myself included, can put us off balance. But at the end of the day, we're all here for 2 years or longer, right? And we have to embrace one another. It's like a marriage. You're not, I mean, you take a vow, you want to respect and you want to honor that vow. And that's what we have to do. I would love to see that as a priority for all of us, to do our own part. We all know what we need to do. Every single person here has a different personality. I mean, so different. It's a beautiful thing. And we have to come together in a better way. So that's an overarching priority for me, for the council. But my individual ones is residential streets. We must find more prioritization to fund our residential streets. We are increasing our streets investment by 12%. It's huge. And I don't know what the percentage is. It's a big one from 21 to 23, 24. So we're doing great, but we must increase that. We have to hit residential streets on a greater level. Of course, public safety is always number one. That's almost an overarching. Police and fire, number one, because it starts with people and they protect us. Of course, water, absolutely, water is critical. And as time moves on, you know, you never heard water being number one in the last 2 elections, 3, because now we are truly taking steps. So you heard water quite a bit because it is at a forefront. And we do have options. And we must make one of those options happen. So water's critical to the community. It's right up there with public safety. Did I already do 3? Or no?
Public safety?
I know I said public safety, water, street. Yeah, I think I've got 3, right? Yeah, okay.
Well, thank you for that. I think we have, you know, we are, thank you. Give out, oh, no, really? No, sir, we don't. Yeah, we do.
You want the clap?
Yeah. I think that was great. Everyone, you know, we got around the table. You can see some similarities, and I think no one can say that there's something that, you know, and I love what you said, Councilman, about, you know, the individualism of a group. Everyone brings strength to a team, right? I mean, I played sports most of my young life, that's probably why my hips are not good right now, you know? But, you know, I wasn't good at offense. I'm a defense guy, right? They never put me on the side of the ball in offense, but collectively, we won a lot of games. And I knew my place on that 11-person team on that side of the ball, right? I brought something in. So, you know, that exercise was great. I think, you know, keep this up, it'll set up for after lunch, we talk about agenda session. But I want to bring Dr. Fuller right before lunch.
Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so just to sum it up, we do this exercise a lot, and you'll begin to see that you all have more things in similar than you do that's different. So it's always great to have your communication, crosstalk, get to know each other, spend time together. Not like that, but you get what I'm saying, you know, within bounds, right? You see check marks by certain areas that you all were repetitive on. Now, if it doesn't have a lot of check marks or no check marks at all, it doesn't mean that it's not important. It's just that you get to see things that you all really have similar. I know water, infrastructure, public safety, water conservation, speed up street repair. So those are all very similar. And so when you all do come back from lunch, you begin to look at those, and if you look in your booklets, do you have like a stakeholder framework that you can use to figure out, okay, once we begin to do our priorities, who are our stakeholders and where do they line up, and which ones do we just inform this is what we're doing, and then what stakeholders do we actually move up that chart to start to get things done? Primarily, you all have a very difficult job to come together and move the city forward, and it's a humbling experience just to listen to what you all have to do. And how the city relies on you all to make decisions that continue to make Corpus Christi thrive. And so I appreciate everything you all doing. Getting those steps together, though, the process together to get those things done will be very challenging. And just know it may always be something external that's being introduced in your steps that may be barriers to you completing it. So that's a challenge that you all are going to always have in every decision that you all make. And I just want for you all to also be aware of that. When it comes down to speeding up the processes or getting the streets done, know that change is a noun and a verb. When you start doing those steps, just be mindful. Sometimes something external could be introduced that will be a barrier, maybe for now, or it could take years to get over that barrier. It's just, you just don't know. And I'll end with this as an example. Generally speaking, I'm fine just the way I am. There's always something from the external that's introduced that causes some symptoms, right? So if I eat too much sugar, I could become diabetic. If I have too much sodium, I could get high blood pressure. So there's always something that that's normally introduced that may keep me from thriving or sustaining or moving forward. And the same thing with you all. You all can have a great plan. You all can have great action steps. But just know sometimes when you all are making those strides, there are external environments, external factors that could be introduced. So always be prepared for that. You know, during the time of COVID, no one predicted that, and you had to do certain things that really kept some steps from being done and moving the city forward. So you do have to play a lot of catch up. So just know, all the planning that you do, all the great ideas that you have, they are very similar and they're also different. One doesn't mean it's more important than the other, but you have to set those priorities. And when you're setting those priorities, just know, sometimes external factors can be introduced that you did not prepare for. I heard about water or drought, I believe. I heard the word drought. And so how could you really anticipate that? Sometimes it could be a great year, and sometimes it could be a not so great year for it. So just know, as you are making your steps in your processes, always be prepared for some external factor that could be a barrier. And that's when you all have to come together as a team. And as Todd said, as part of that team, you have to know your part in that and either support or not support in order to get those steps to continue to move. So just don't let external factors throw you off your game, and wake up the next day and get back at it and keep moving forward. So I think that's my time, right?
Yeah, so we have about 10 minutes built in deliberately. So we had that 3-minute exercise. I'm gonna put you through that exercise again. We're gonna prepare for lunch. But in that 10 minutes between now and break that you're supposed to be preparing for lunch, I want you to network a little bit more, right? Have those conversations of what has happened so far before we come back and lunch get into agenda. So this is the time that we can break. You have conversations with each other, you have conversations with staff people, and you have conversations with us right before lunch. So I think who's the lunch bringer for instructions for lunch?
Oh, well, while we're waiting on that, and so when you all do speak with each other, think about, this is what I wanted to happen. Here's the steps that I had, but think about also, did something external come from outside that was introduced that may have prevented you from successfully completing what you were trying to do? And that would start to get you to see, okay, help us prepare for it if it happens again.
This is all me. Yeah, Dr. Fuller
And
can
always talk.
always talk.
Okay, all right. We'll do a little something.
No, I think we're gonna break. Are we good? I'm gonna break. So lunch will be brought in here in the next 10 minutes or so. Within that time, you can take a free lunch break or just have a conversation with staff or anyone.
I do want to say, so that staff is clear, and a couple of people mentioned it, including the mayor. I personally don't feel like there's anything more important on our table right now than coming up with new water resources for this city, because if we don't, the rest of it's not going to make any difference. I mean, it's just not going to make any difference. The ability for us to fix potholes depends on whether or not we are going to be able to acquire additional water resources for this city to continue to exist and grow.
And it starts with conservation.
Good. Man, I see that over the last 3 hours, Mayor, Council, that this become the hottest ticket in town. I don't know. I was outside earlier. I had to go grab something out of my car, and I heard people in the parking lot like, how do I get a ticket to the 6th floor? So apparently downstairs, they're selling tickets. It's sold out now. I think we only got 2 seats left. I think I took one with my jacket over here. So everyone wants to be up here on the 6th floor, which is awesome. So welcome back to those of you who have not been here today and just joining us. We're on our final hour of the first part of today's session. And I know right after this, we do a break, and then we're going to transition into the business portion of today. So on this last hour, we want to wrap up. We're going to talk about agenda setting and some things. So for all the members at the table here, we left 2 books for you during the lunch. Those are gifts, or we don't have 5 hours to go through the books for the rest of the day. But we're going to finish up before we get into agenda setting with Dr. Fuller. We're going to, one last question for the council at the table is, what do you want to be known for as a council? So what do you want to be known for? So I'm going to give you about 60, 90 seconds. I know I do everything in seconds because I'm like, hey, I want you to know that that's not a long time. I want to give you about a minute and a half to kind of think about that. And that'll be the final roundtable question that we ask you to kind of, to really, publicly us to talk about as a group here, as a collective, right? We're focused on kind of the individual, we're focused on the collective, we're focused on how we can work better together within the rule sets. So I want you to, we'll give you about another minute to kind of think about that. What do you want to be known for as a council? Oh, man. Oh, wow. Wow. We have had order all day and I'm in line. Don't mess me up now. I have a whole Coca-Cola, which I don't drink soda, so I'm trying to I'm about to start bouncing off the wall in a minute. That's like the first soda I've had in about a year. I don't know what prompted me to drink a Coke, but I did. I had a Coke and a chocolate chip cookie, so you know what's about to happen. You about to see me start running around this table in a minute. But so let's keep the same kind of order we were doing, and we're going to start with Councilman Roy. Oh, no. So we'll just come back to you, sir? Yes. Okay, we will. We'll come back to you, sir.
I mean, just jotting a couple notes down real quick. I mean, I think high level as a group of 9, I think that I'd like us to be known for collaborative decision-making and vision for our community, and making impactful decisions that are going to help guide the city forward for not just the next 2 years that we're guaranteed to serve, but hopefully for the next 5, 10, 15 years.
Okay, thank you. What do you want to be known for as a council?
Oh, as a council. I thought you meant in person.
Oh, no. Yeah. What do you want to be known for? I think we started out with the kind of the individual, and then we kind of went with the priorities there. So we want to know, what do you want to be known for as a collective? I would say better, right? So great answer. So do you want us to come back to you, sir? Yeah. No, I'm good. Okay.
I think as a council as a whole, I want people to remember that this council is known for being actionable. So getting things done, making sure that we support the initiatives that we've set forth. And one of the things that was mentioned earlier, which I think is so critically important, is that we move fast. Not recklessly, but fast, that we get things done in a fast manner. Because unfortunately, sometimes cities are known to just drag things out.
Well, I think, first off, one of the things, at least the prior council, and I'm sure it's the majority of this council, is we're strong supporters of public safety. As our police chief says, and I steal it from him all the time, we not only want our community to be safe, we want our citizens to feel safe. And I think there's been an overwhelming commitment by this council to ensure that public safety has the equipment, the training, and the tools they need to be able to provide a safe community. The thing, though, I think I have to echo somewhat more specifically about what Councilman Roy has indicated, is here recently I talked about a previous council that they, during that time, and, you know, they've got Whataburger Field done. They've got, they developed the 4A and 4B funds to be able to put the seawall together. They created that initiative. I think it was during that time that, in the beginning, as Councilman Pusley had indicated when he was on the Commissioner's Court, that they created the TERS for downtown, which now we're seeing the fruits of that. What have you, they did the seawall, the repairing of the seawall. They did the repairing they had the legacy issues of not repairing the Wesley Seal Dam. And they did that all in a period of about 6 to 8 years. And I mean, they just got aggressive. They said, everybody's got to roll up their sleeves from on the staff, and we're going to get it done. And we can't. And I think that one example of where I go back to collaborative effort with different organizations, and where Peter did a real good job, in particular with Del Mar College, getting the police academy done is a signature project that all of us are going to get to put it's not to get our name on a plaque. It's not that. But I think signature projects where we can have names on plaques, because those are the things that people are going to remember. That's a legacy project. Whataburger Field has been around 20 years. That was a legacy project. The repairing of the seawall and the funds that came with it, those are legacy projects. And I think that's things that we need to look about. Infrastructure is obviously very, very important. Water is very, very important. But something that a community can touch and say, hey, I use this. You know, I was able to take part in that, and I think that's one thing.
I'm going to go more abstract this time, and just say that I think I would like to see the legacy of the council to be that we worked in the interest of the public.
You know, I generally don't look at things like, you know, what we do as a council as an accomplishment, other than leave it better than what we got it, right? Have the impact of improving the lives of our citizens, you know, most quality life. But I look at that as an individual goal, not as well. You know, I have some specific things like, you know, I'm concerned about, you know, we're a city surrounded by water, but we don't do a great job of providing swimming lessons for the kids in this community. We had some high-profile drownings, and that's why I advocated for improved swimming facilities or pools for us to be able to do that kind of work. And, you know, fortunately, I was able to get something on the bond, and we're going to be voting on it next week. Or no, the 18th? It's next week? Next week. So, just leave things better than what it was, and then make sure we take care of things for the long term. And secondly is, you know, we, in previous councils, I mean, we've had a lot of strife with other entities, other political entities, and if we can get beyond, you know, the petty squabbles and the personal issues between individuals, and put the community first as opposed to our own personal interests, that would probably, I think that would go a long way for us as a community going forward. So that's what I'd like. Thanks.
I think I would like for our legacy, for at least this council, is one to, as a project, to have our water gardens back running for the community. And I want to echo what I guess my last two council members have said, which is to listen to our citizens, and that we can balance our community with our water situation, our environment, and diversity, that we can make this city work for its people. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Well, individually, I'd like to be known as the no tax guy, so, but as a council, I mean, I've been on here the longest. I'm the oldest and the youngest, oldest by tenure, youngest by age. And I would like us to be known for three things, which is the people who fixed our water situation. And a lot of people don't remember when you talk to them just in public, is that we had 7 water boils in 2 years, and we were about to be Aaron Brockovich's next project. They literally had one of her employees down here in City Hall every Tuesday. And we fixed that, and now we're Texas Superior Water Rating, but no one remembers. And we need to be highlighting that. Also, I want us to be known for the people that fix the infrastructure in the streets. We had a program suggested to us that would have given us 56 years to get our street rating up to a quality C average. And we have shortened that, thanks to the wonderful staff, city manager, and the great votes on council, to a much shorter time period. I can't remember what it is. I think it's 27. And then public safety, you know, I think it was 20 years we hadn't had a hire in fire. Over 20 years we hadn't. And police.
Fire is decades.
And I think fire was 30 years. Just people to fix the gap that we had on our citizens per officer. And I think that we have accomplished those, but the problem is I don't want to be known as the person that accomplished it and then we strayed from it also. So that's what I'd like.
Now it's his turn.
You know, I don't know. Those are always hard questions. You know, what do you want your legacy to be as a council and as a group of individuals? You would hope that people would, in the city who put you here, would recognize that you worked really hard to try to move the city forward and accomplish some of the goals that were on the forefront of what was impacting the city. For us here recently, has been streets and infrastructure, and although we've focused on public safety, those haven't been necessarily in crisis mode, but certainly our infrastructure and streets have been. And now it's our water situation. So I would hope at the end of the day, or at the end of, 4 or 5 years, people look back, and as Councilman Barrera alluded to, they say, well, there was a group of folks who got together and got some things done and, didn't let their egos get in the way of getting it done. So hopefully that's what you can strive to do.
So, excuse me, I can see people sitting around a room and saying, remember that council? They were truly the people's council, right? If you think about your constituency and all the people that you represent, I would want them to say, that was the people's council. That was the people's city manager. And what does that mean? That means that council listened to us, because that's a big problem in politics on all levels, is the elected officials listening to the people as opposed to the people listening, right, to the elected officials. And so to me, that means listening to our constituency, somebody saying that was the council that truly listened. That was the council that truly represented and advocated. And then I would say progress, right, in fixing residential streets. I want the city to say it was that council, just like, when it happened, public safety, a few councils back. We put that on the map to say, we are gonna focus on this. There is a huge gap and we're gonna fix it, and that's what has been happening. So streets, residential streets for me is it too. I want people to remember and say, it was that council that truly started and put some serious focus and prioritization on our residential streets. And of course, being efficient, being as efficient as we can be. Because, you know, the word, a lot of people say, oh, politician. It shouldn't be that way. We should be proud to say we were elected. And we are proud to say it. But the term has been, right, muddied up because people abuse, a lot of times, people on all levels of government, people abuse. So we should be proud to be able to say that. The same for like city government. Like Gil or Councilman Pusley mentioned, you know, it's a thing, right? In government, period, to say they never are efficient. Things never get done. It takes forever. Well, let's change that so that we can be proud of that as well.
Thank you for that. That was awesome. All right, so we're moving to the next phase of this. We'll do that as the last phase.
All right. So, was that difficult? I feel like I'm pretty loud, am I? No? Okay. Was that pretty difficult to answer, or like, what do you want to be known for? Like, what your identity would be? Anyone find it difficult?
No.
No? It's pretty easy? Yeah? Okay. So, question, how do you know if what you're doing is right? How do you know how do you measure the success of the council? Do y'all have any metrics to say, okay, this is what the people wanted, this is what we started, and how well did we do implementing that process? Do y'all have any current metrics to kind of measure or gauge your success or any lessons learned? What do you say? Election.
Re-elected or not.
That is definitely a way. Yep. But other than elections, what do you all currently use as your gauge?
I
A $680 million budget versus a
1.4 billion. Who's 680?
7 water boils in 2 years versus a system now that we have only had hiccups every once in a while.
Okay.
Money towards streets has set a new record every single year.
The investment,
Investment, yeah.
Every single year for how many years?
Yeah, I
Do you
mean, we
know?
can look around and
Consecutively,
just,
every year we have added more money to streets than any other year previously, unless I'm wrong.
police
Is that right?
officers.
45 new police officers,
Investment.
Say it again, sir?
45 more police officers than we
45
previously
more
had.
police officers and firefighters? Okay.
So I think we're,
A brand
maybe
new,
kicked us all off.
working on a brand new police academy, you know, state of the art. That's awesome. There's not a lot of cities that can say they have that.
Okay, all right.
Master planning, several parks, large parks that we have.
Oh, okay.
That's big.
One of the first cities to have its water up and running during Winter Storm Uri.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, to be able to solve a universal problem that everybody had across the state. We were one of the first ones up and running.
Okay.
Of course, that's a testament to staff,
Yeah.
team.
So do you actually listen to the public and your constituents, and then you set your agenda, and then you move toward checking off each part of the agenda or each concern of the citizens?
I was gonna add one other thing.
Oh, okay.
In terms of hiring a city manager, you know, I was on the council and a lot of us were, where we did the right thing. We set up a systematic approach to hiring the city manager where there was a lot of pressure just to quickly hire somebody within or do whatever. And we set out, and the approach that we used not only brought the public in, so the public had the opportunity, just similar to what we went through in terms of hiring our fire chief. They went through kind of the same process. So being able to do that and hire a quality city manager is a game changer. And I think that's probably one of the biggest things that this city's known for. I think other cities around have adopted the way that we did that in terms of looking at how we're gonna hire the person that's gonna basically run us.
Okay, all right. And so next question, how do you let the citizens know the success that you all are achieving along the way? Is it over social media, news networks? How do you inform?
Well, I think, and this we've talked a little bit about, that we need to do a better job in letting them know, but I mean, the city has news releases. We all have social media platforms, you know, to all different degrees, but we do. I mean, we don't coordinate everyone, you know, putting out, right, the progress on this or that or the other, but I mean, most do, I think. But there isn't, I'll be honest with you, I would say we would need a better coordinated effort to put things out. But the city does do news releases, and of course, we do, what's that? Social media, yeah, and, you know, the press conferences and such.
Okay. And
Since
go ahead.
Peter's been here, I think communications have elevated to another level. I mean, to a higher
Yeah.
level. And so, and I think, I often say it's the best it's ever been, but there, a lot of us, you have 9 prima donnas that are satisfied. But, you know, and I think that's the thing, it's still a work in progress, because there's so much opportunity when the bar has been on the floor. And, but I think, once again, the promotion of the city is probably done better than it's ever has been. It's better than it's ever been. You know, there's just a lot of sharpening of the saw.
okay, all right.
I would also like to say that one thing that I've seen since Peter's arrival is a better attempt at transparency, especially with our budget, which I think we're about to discuss soon. And I think giving the public an opportunity to have input and to have also, even through our through my fellow councilman, Jim Klein, opening also the doors to the public for input on our drought contingency plan. It was well attended, and I think offering that to the public is vital and essential, and is what makes our government work, is when we're more open and not afraid of those tough questions. Because I think that's what makes us better. So I'm grateful for that. So thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, and so another question leads to another question. Why do you all think transparency is important?
Simply put, because we work for those who elected us, and not, I mean, if, everyone, we work right for all of our residents across the city, and so it would be no different than, you know, being transparent and doing what you're supposed to, you know, within this building, to Peter or to your director or to whomever you have to report to. We have to be as transparent as we can, you know, on that dais, because that's what people want in the end. You know, they want to know how they're being represented and what is happening.
Okay. So having a sound communication plan is key, not only in setting your agenda, but also getting everyone to understand that the agenda that you set, you're making strides to either complete it or you are completing it. So it is you have to remember that you have to balance it very carefully, right? Not only do you listen to your citizens, but also remember it's just as important to inform them when you are making strides or those strides have been met. Going around the table, there were some great accomplishments, you know, that I heard you all say that you met. I heard about the seawall, the police, the fire, great things. Parks, getting ready to start on parks, getting parks built. But those are great things, but how important is communication about to the citizen about letting them know how well you are meeting the agenda? Like, what kind of communication plan do you all think would be best to reach the citizens of Corpus Christi? Now, I know I heard social media, you have your social media pages, and you do news releases, but what else can you all think of to let the people know all the hard work that you're doing on their behalf?
Well, individually, some of our council members show up on radio shows in the morning. I know I participate in one every other week. I know the mayor shows up once a month. Councilman Pusley does as well. Even started going on a third program. So, you know, there's individual efforts that we do to communicate what's happening, both good and bad.
I think one of the strongest enforcements in terms of showing what you're doing is when you're out there in the neighborhood, you respond to somebody, they called you, and you show up, and you get out there, and you work on resolving the issue. Whether it be one or two people there, it's amazing how those one or two people are probably your biggest testimony. And they'll go out and tell other people within the community what you're doing. I had a situation like this, and I thought it was crazy, but I happened to get a phone call from somebody, and they said that they were worried about some water in a pond at a park. So I ended up going out there, and coincidentally, it was the same day that a couple people were harassing a few animals or ducks. But we resolved the issue, and we got, we were able to work on a solution and have a long-term solution for making sure that that park is taken care of. And I didn't think anything of it, but that little piece has led to probably, it's been more meaningful, and I've had more social media outreach on that than anything else I've done, and so it's something like that. Sometimes you don't even think about it, and then it turns out where, that's just responding, just doing your job.
And talk about doing our jobs. One of the things, because my background is on community organizing, I think, well, it's the first time that I'm going to attempt this, which is quarterly town hall meetings. And I strongly encourage all my other fellow council members to do this in your own areas. And if you're at large, to come and join the other city council, because one of the things that I remember, like I said before running, was not being felt like I was being listened to. I've done a lot of block walking, and there's so many people that have great ideas, and we want to hear from them. So I encourage, and the other thing that I want to do personally, and I haven't done it, but this is going to be the first, is to start an actual email, just a newsletter from each district, from my district, to just start letting the people know what the city is doing, like the next, couple of months. But it does take work, and so it is something to build on, and I'm hoping that this town hall will spur that on. And so I'm grateful for our different departments, because I can't do it alone. They're going to want to talk to our police and wastewater and neighborhood services, because those are the things that touch people's lives. So I'm encouraging our community to come and join us and to be proactive instead of waiting for the pipe to burst, or for whatever it is that's going on in the neighborhood to become a real issue. Let's see what we can come up with to resolve it. So, thank you.
Okay. So, I asked you a question. Before you were elected into your seat, why did you feel as though you weren't being heard?
Probably because in my world, I really wasn't involved. I only started to attend or really pay attention to local issues about 6 years ago. I mostly paid attention to national, and I really wasn't paying attention so much to my own backyard. And when I realized that the same thing that was happening nationally, which was we weren't listening to one another, I started to see that here in my own backyard. And then, when I saw that we had these library cuts, and I thought, how can we have library cuts when we have so much industry? And I just, that's when I became involved. But as I was talking, door to door, it really, I felt like I wasn't alone. Like, I was like, really, you feel the same? They go, yeah, I don't understand why they start on this side of the street and then they block that side of the street and then we're trapped. And I'm like, I hear you. But anyway, I just, I think the community has a sense that they're not being heard. But then again, it also takes two, like in anything in communication, right? We're trying to find ways for the community to get more involved in city government and vice versa. So hopefully we'll be able to do that in the next couple of years, really in the future.
Okay. Do you have something? No? Okay, great, all right. So let's build on that, and I'm gonna use my PowerPoint, so we're gonna talk through it, and why it's important that when you're building your agenda, you also need to have an amazing communication plan. And I know you have, legal, and you have, communicators that you hire, calm people to give those communications, but you as the council also need to have a method of doing that. And I was very interested in, Councilman Roy, you said that testimony. Did you all know that word of mouth is still one of the most,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Down here, it's the only.
Back to the slides.
Yeah.
Yep. But
It
why?
is.
Why do you think word of mouth is still one of the most powerful ways to spread the word?
Because people, they take, if you trust someone, if they're your friend, that recommendation or that insight, right? Yeah, it's gonna go a long, long way.
Yeah.
Sometimes, just on occasional basis, the media has a tendency to not get things right. I think they try, but sometimes they don't get things right. And I think when you're just talking to somebody and they can say, hey, I experienced this. This individual actually came in here and did this. I observed it. I can testify to the fact that that's what they did. That goes a lot, there's for the most part, you'd hope there's no agenda behind it. And that they're just giving their honest feedback. Oh, yeah, that person sat down and listened to me, and we came up with this, or maybe we agreed not to agree. Okay. But, sometimes it's unfortunate, but we just can't rely on what we see on TV.
Yeah. Okay. Why do you think that is?
Because I think they have their own basic agenda that, I guess.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Word of mouth. That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, even if you don't know me, I can leave a review, right? And we always look at the audience review or the consumer or customer review, yeah. And people actually look at it. Normally for me, I just go right down to the 1-2 stars. I like to read those first before I read all the 5 stars for places. But word of mouth is definitely the most powerful way. So testimonies are true. Your audience or your citizens listening to you say the great things that are happening, that's that word of mouth that sometimes your social media or your media organization, your mass medias, if those stories are altered, they need to hear, I hate to say it, straight from your mouth about what's actually happening and what's actually moving forward. So keep that in mind as you're building your agenda. It's not only important to listen to your citizens and to list all the things that are happening and the issues you need to address, but it's equally as important to, if you're going to do town halls, if you're going to do your weekly at the news media or at your local news stations, if you're going to send out those newsletters, you also have to remember to let them know everything that you're actually accomplishing and things that are to come. So the most important part in agenda setting is you have to be able to paint an image for people to see. Imagery is very important. That's why on social media, people don't really send text. We're going to pictures now, right? All social media, hey, post your picture. People like to see an image. So when you're speaking, you have to paint that image. It always begins with where we were, where we are, and where we're headed. You have to get everyone to see that. If you have anyone that's good in history, have them give the history so they can see where we were, where we are, and now where we're headed to get that visual image in the citizen's mind. It reminds them that, hey, we are moving toward the direction that we voted them in to take us to. But sometimes we lose sight of that, right? We really do. Okay. Let me get back on top. So let's talk about legitimacy. So We talked about organizational identity, and you were asked, what do you want to be known for? I heard legacy, but your identity, like how will our citizens perceive us as a council? But there's a prerequisite before you get to how will people identify you or what you're doing. And it's your organizational legitimacy, okay? When it comes down to organizational legitimacy, it's how well can you align the values of the council to the social system in which you're going to operate. But there's two things you have to do to be legitimate. And I'm going to put them up here for you, and I'm going to tell you some examples. Hope I don't get in trouble. It's recorded. I won't mention company names. I just mention a scenario. How about that? Okay, so first, we have regulatory legitimacy. And I think we have you to thank for that, to make sure that they follow the laws, the policies, procedures to the best of their ability, and make sure everything's good to go, right? So it's easy to have regulatory legitimacy because it's almost clear when you don't follow laws, policies, and procedures. So are we doing it the correct way? You have people hired to let you know if you're doing it the correct way. But normative legitimacy, it's a lot difficult. It's a lot more difficult to have normative legitimacy. Are you doing it right, though? I mean, yeah, I was counseled, I got my coaching, and my attorney said, yep, you're good to go. Everything's good. You're not going to violate any laws. Like, got it. But are people going to think it's right? It's two different things. Can we agree? Right? Has anyone ever made a decision and it was completely legal and you were sitting at home watching TV or reading the paper like, I don't think that's right? Yeah. What's so funny? I mean, when you sit and think about it in the big scheme, is it right? Is it right for us to do it this way? You know, how do we know if it's right? And that's the most difficult thing for you as the council. Like, okay, we're good to go here. We think this is the right thing to do, but how do you know when it's right? And there's no way to answer it. It's just you as the council. But think about that. Okay, is this right? Is this the right way to do it? I know we have to do it. I know we're good to go to pull the trigger on it, but is it right? How do we know? How do we gauge if it's right? Other than elections. You don't wait till election time, but is it right? And that's the most difficult thing for any leader, any council, anyone that runs any company to understand. I'll give you an example. Without saying company names. Anyone ever heard of a company that may have did some unethical process or procedure, and the company just went down in flames, but they didn't go to jail. It's just that they were not legitimate, and now that company's identity is what they've done. Right? It feels weird not saying names, but I don't want to get in trouble. But you get where I'm going? So I'm good legally, but when I did it, it didn't feel right, but I just did it anyway. I'm good to go. And then next thing you know, everyone finds out. They say, oh, that was unethical. You shouldn't have done that. What are you thinking? What are you doing? And now your entire identity is now what that is. Right? So that's very difficult to know, okay, I know it's correct, but is it right? Right? So that's where you all, you say collective. You all have to collectively get together and make sure that, okay, we're moving forward with this. We think it's right. Right? We think it is. And you may do it, and it may not always produce the outcome you expect. But just make sure you write down those lessons learned, so that way, if it starts to come again, you know not to go down the same path. Or you can give it to others so they can know, hey, don't do this. We tried it. It didn't work. We thought it was right, but it was not as right as it could be. Okay? And then I think I got a few more minutes, so I'm going to skip through. Just bear with me. All right. So we talked about, I heard media a lot, okay? And so I want to talk to you about the agenda setting theory and just the two assumptions and then the three approaches you should think about when you're setting your agenda, okay? First, the first assumption is, hey, the media will filter and shape what people see. I know a lot of times we say, hey, they altered the story or it wasn't quite accurate or something like that, but hey, they filter and shape, okay? It's not going to actually reflect all the facts, all of the pieces of the story. They're just going to present, case in point. We all can know an event happened, and depending on what news station you watch, you can hear two different stories, right? I mean, especially national news, same event, 2 or 3 different news stations, media stations, different stories, right? Second assumption, right? The more attention the media will give to an issue, the more likely the public will think it is the most important. So, not only will you all receive issues from the public, the media can also influence what the public believes is the most important issue, and that will also add issues onto your agenda as well. Now, why is that important to note? It's important to note because not only will the media set that, but you can also use the media, which you all already do, to also inform the public of the great things. So use it in both ways, okay? And now let's do the 3 approaches. So the first is the public agenda setting, okay? That's when the public will determine your agenda. Okay? And then you have the media agenda setting when the media will determine the agenda. But you all are unique, and I would hope that you will focus on this third approach. The policy agenda setting, that's where you all live, right? So you all have to balance it because the media and the public will dictate what goes on your agenda, right? Because if the media influences the citizen or gets your citizens to think this is the most important issue, then you have citizens that will base their issues based on what the media has told them, and you have other citizens who will use issues based on what they see around them every day when they walk around. So you all have to set your policy agenda setting. That would be my recommendation. And just know the first thing I put was the public. So first is the public, and then it's the media. So just make sure you take those approaches when you're setting your agenda, and just be mindful that the media, they do shape and they do alter, right? So just think about, I can walk outside, cross the street, something happened to me. 3 different media events, media platforms may give 3 separate stories. They're similar, like something happened to me, that is common. But why it happened, how it happened, and will it happen again, it all varies based on that media, that media platform, okay? So that is officially my time, but I hope you all learn from that. So when you're thinking about what do we want to be known for, that is a form of identity that you're giving your council. But know that it is your legitimacy that's going to determine what your citizens will perceive you as or for, okay? So just know that regulatory legitimacy, you have your attorneys for that. But that normative legitimacy is based on social norms, and I talked about that hour 1. When it comes to those social norms, know the in-group versus out-group, my beliefs versus your beliefs, right? That normative legitimacy. So when you're setting your agenda, know you have citizens that will use their norms, their social norms, and it will also be influenced by the media, okay? So that's it with the agenda setting and the agenda setting theory. I hope you gathered a little bit from that, but just know, finally, the public and then the media is how you set your policy agenda. That's it.
So now it's a great time to transition into the next part of this, but I will tell you, 3 hours and 32 minutes is what we spent together. The breaks and stuff going out of there, and then we talked about some more stories. So I appreciate the opportunity. We're not done. We're here for the rest of the day, but this morning piece is, the robots, we were out of the robots for a minute.
Yes. Taking over.
But, this morning session, I want to thank all of you. We started this morning session where I would end, the midday session is that call to service, right? And I want to thank all of you for serving. I want to thank all of you for showing up today, not only showing up in your physical sense, but showing up and participating and showing up and wanting to be better as a collective and be better for the citizens of Corpus Christi. So we'll take a 15-minute break so the team can transition to today's business. Thank you.
Okay. Agenda
Where's
setting.
Dr. Fuller from? It doesn't say on here.
And so what this is designed to do is give us, the staff, general guidance from the council on areas of interest to be considered for the budget. And what we've done, we sent it to you yesterday, and it's in our booklet here under the final tab, but we have 15 topical areas that we know are of interest to the city council, because they have been for the past 4 budgets and probably before that. And then some things have been brought to our attention by individual council members recently, and so we included some of those as well. So after these 15 are presented, there should be time left still to go around and talk to each council member or hear from each council member of additional items that we want to see as a consensus amongst the council to consider those for the budget. And so individually, council members have talked to me about things just even today in this room. And that'll be an opportunity to hear from each respective council member. And then we'll hear the dialogue amongst the council to see if there's consensus to put together proposals that will include in the budget, in the proposed budget. So these 15 areas will be presented by respective executive leadership team members who oversee the departments that they reside over. The goal of the presenting member is just to give you a high-level summary. Well, these aren't extensive presentations, and they're not meant to be. You know what the topics are, but just generally set some facts for you. And then we'll kind of hear from the council member, and maybe in some guided format. Todd's here to help if he has to help kind of facilitate and make sure each council member is giving us feedback. We won't be taking any votes. But we can generally tell, based on the comments, the facial expressions, the body language, and the comments, if we're on the right track to consider this or not, for the budget. This session here will be very helpful for us, but very helpful for you too. We heard the comments last summer in our budget, which is that, hey, the body didn't want that item. Why is that in the budget, in the proposed budget? So this session is to help minimize that this time in this budget, in the FY 2024 budget. And so the more we hear from you today in terms of consensus and the group think that, yes, this is something, or these are the number of positions that we want to consider, the better for us and you in presenting the budget. Just as a reminder for the council and the community, we'll be beginning to, with our budget and finance team, develop the budget in the May timeframe. It takes us several months. And then I'll present a proposed budget as is required by the city charter in the last meeting in July to the city council. And then we'll have 8 weeks of budget work sessions with the council and with the community to ultimately have the city council consider the adopted budget for the fiscal year that'll begin October 1. Okay, so before we turn it over to Michael, who will start off with our police and fire areas, see if there's any questions, I guess, from the council to make sure we generally understand. Okay. Looks good. So we do have the PowerPoint presentation again in your booklet, and it's on the screen as well. And we do have some of the department heads and police and fire chiefs here as well, if we need their information for the city council. So I'll turn it over to Michael.
Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Michael Rodriguez, Deputy City Manager. As Peter stated, I'll go over the first 2 public safety items. The first item is police, and we will recommend 5 positions in fiscal year 2024. Just a quick background, and like Peter said, we'll go through this briefly. We had a 5-year plan that was supported by Mayor and Council, by the City Manager, Police Chief, and Union, and so forth, to add 25 officers over 5 years. And I am happy to say that we've added 45 officers in the past 4 years. But we are still recommending 5 additional officers. Currently, we have 491 sworn positions in police, so this additional 5 will bring us to 496. On the next slide, we have the fire department, and we are proposing a 5-year plan to get to 4-person staffing for the 22 fire apparatus that we currently have. In fiscal year 23, we added personnel for 4 of the 22 apparatus for 4-person staffing. And that leaves the remaining 18 apparatus that need 4-person staffing. And in order to get there, we're recommending a 5-year plan and for 15 firefighters per year over the 5 years for a total of 75 firefighters to achieve that 4-person staffing. And that was those 2 slides, and I'll turn it over to Constance Sanchez.
Yeah, no, look, well, we're going to go through each one, so before
Okay.
Constance speaks. So let's go, because, she's going to cover the retirement one? Oh, you can. That's what we're going to do. So let's go back to the police slide. So as Michael said, again, the police recommendation is to continue to add positions, not officers, because we're always adding officers with attrition. And so we're recommending 5 additional positions be added. One thing we did show on the slide here that Michael touched on also is that it's $100,000 per officer. So if we add 5 officers, that's $500,000 for 1 fiscal year. So the question for the council is, this is the chief's, the police chief's recommendation. We're supportive of it. Is the council, is 5 something that's, in your consideration? Is it more? This year we added 25 positions, or 0. Do you want to stop adding police officer positions?
No, we do not want to stop adding police officers.
That's good.
No, and I want to remind everyone, actually, these lights do come on. If people want to speak, just turn your little light on, and I get that, the lighting system, so to speak. And then I have councilman, or at-large 1, 2, and 3 as well. Yeah.
Presley, you had a question?
I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do I get to talk?
Just on police, oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so with respect to police officers in general, and I know Chief Markle is back there, I guess what I would like to hear, Chief, is with respect to the approximate 490 police officers we have on staff now, how does that allow you to address the issues that policing in Corpus Christi needs to be addressed? So where do you have enough officers taking care of responsibilities that you need to take care of? Where do you not have enough police officers that you feel like? So as, for example, as a member of the council, we get feedback, and I get feedback, we all get feedback from citizenry about how we think police action is taking place. And so I'd like to hear from you where you think your strengths are and weaknesses are with respect to your overall force.
I appreciate that, and that's a great question. So first of all, thank you for the great infusion of officers and equipment over the last several years. It's been wonderful. We were about 20 years behind in hiring, which is a place we should not have been. And most of those new hires have been in operations, nearly all of them. But remember, operations creates a work product, and that work product flows to detectives. As mentioned, Councilman Hernandez mentioned a couple years ago, actually. Flows to detectives, it flows to follow-up investigations needed, it flows to ancillary services needed. They all have an end destination. All of our contacts, our 411,000 police calls a year, have an endpoint destination. So where we can do better is our traffic. Traffic division needs to grow. We lose as many lives in traffic accidents a year as we do homicides. Definitely needs to be bigger. I think one of the biggest requests, or most numerous requests I get from each one of you, are traffic conditions. Somewhere, school zones, island, Cal Allen Freeway. Traffic division needs to grow. Investigative services needs to grow. Narcotics, vice services need to grow. And our unit that needs to grow, it's a tragic, that it happens, but our child crimes unit, child sex trafficking, our child pornography unit that intercepts the worst of the worst is overwhelmed with business, unfortunately. So our infusion of officers has been a wonderful, wonderful thing for our response to our citizens. But remember, they do create a work product, and they do need support.
Okay.
And I would agree. The thing that I hear the most of has to do with our overall traffic issues throughout the city. And I know, and I've had conversations with some of your officers before about, they're driving around in the afternoon and their screen has got 10 calls that they're having to, every one of them are trying to address on a nightly basis or any given hourly basis. And Peter, somehow or another, we need to try to figure out a way where we can maybe address that through, and I don't have the answer, Chief, through some sort of special directive, or maybe we, instead of hiring officers, we allocate some overtime or something of that nature that allows us to put more cops on the street for X period of time to try to make a difference in what they're doing on the streets and compensate for the time that they have to spend addressing the calls that they have to make on a day-to-day basis.
Right, yeah, the chief
And
is-
I'm
yeah.
not saying that that's the answer. Please don't go out and quote me in the
Yeah, the chief,
newspaper.
I think you're gonna find the chief's already doing that, but go ahead, chief.
Yeah, just, it's a great thought process. Remember, we bring in about $2 million worth of grants. Most of that are overtime grants, click it or ticket, DWI, step grants, all kinds of grants, interdiction grants. And Peter has increased our overtime budget, I want to say by $400,000 or $500,000 over the last couple of years. Remember, we only have, we do increase our footprint, right? We pretend to be a 600-person department with only 491 through overtime initiatives, right? It gives us a bigger footprint. And through authorization of working extra jobs. Remember, all those are taxing on our officers. They can work 14 hours a day.
Yeah.
That's it. So we get to that saturation point where there's no choice but to grow or to stop some kind of service.
Right.
So, and that's where we are. So we continue to grow to keep up with demand. But that, good thoughts.
Did you have a question?
And I know you do, and I appreciate that.
He had his light on first. Councilman Hunter?
I mean, I couldn't make a statement. Chief kind of said it, and I agree with Mr. Pusley, and I'm not trying to disagree. I just want to make a statement, is one of the reasons it's easier for us to hire new officers, not that I'm against overtime, I think it's great, and if y'all are able to give us that opportunity with the police force, it's great. Thank you for taking care of us. But overtime costs twice as much. So if we can just add more officers, we won't have to pay as much in overtime.
Right.
And
That's for sure.
I think we need to continue that process. And
That's what we've done in the fire department. They had I think we were 2 times over the budget amount because they had a huge vacancy rate because they skipped 4 or 5 years ago cadet classes.
yes, sir, that's actually where
Right, our fire department's 100% staffed up, and so the overtime is coming down a little bit. But that's the goal.
Yeah. Chief Markle, tell us a little bit about the calls for service. I remember, I think, in the last 10 years, usually you look at that in the last 10 years. Give us a little bit of insight about that.
Well, if we go back 10 years, that's a big jump. 10 years, we've increased our calls for service for police about 70%. That's 70%.
Wow.
So it's a huge increase. Our call demand for service
Right.
is increasing every year. So that's something we have to commit ourselves to by growth,
Right.
where we stop some kind of service. Remember years ago, former chief, and it was a great thing that he stopped investigating traffic accidents,
Right.
like some cities do. And there's terrible results, quite frankly. Public was impacted horribly, in my opinion, negatively, and we started doing that again. So cutting service sometimes, at face value, you think, well, I'm going to reclaim so many thousands of hours of work product for the officers to do other things, but it can really get you in trouble.
And Peter, is bringing them up to like an even 500? We did 10 last year. But if we brought them up to an even 500, is that something that's considerable?
It is, yeah, we did 25, so if we bring 5 more in, we'll be at 496. So it'd be plus 4 more, so it'd be bringing on 9 additional positions.
To 500?
500, we can see if that's financially doable.
Okay.
Yeah, that's that question there, Mayor, just to remind the council, there's 15 items alone without getting any more input from the council. And 3 hours was 180 minutes. So if we have 15 items and we only spend 10 minutes on each item, that's gonna take us the whole 3 hours. So just like this item alone's taken us almost 20 minutes.
So again, just to remind us that these aren't, the questions and the comments at best, unless we can say later if you want, is just to give us kind of guidance on the question, do we add more or less?
Okay.
These aren't budget work sessions where we ask a lot of detailed questions about, hey,
Right.
chief, where are your police officers today? And we can do that. It's just the goal, though, is to get as much consensus from the council so we can get direction from the council on what to include in the budget. Just as a
Understood.
reminder, because I know this council does great, wanting to know how we run as a city, and we applaud that. But just to remind us that the goal for the 3 hours is to get consensus on questions relative to adding, subtracting, things to the budget.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that would be my suggestion,
Yeah,
is to go to
that's the type of thing we need. So
500 even, and, okay, Councilwoman, I'm sorry.
I just,
She had
okay,
her
just really quick. Adding five more officers, is that actually going to reduce crime? Because one of the things that I've read as far as traffic, because I've heard you say a couple of times of traffic, other cities have experimented with even just lowering the traffic speed, and that actually lowers fatalities. So instead of, raising, hiring more people, maybe the council could consider an ordinance and just lowering the speed limit in some of our residential streets. Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Who else has a question?
I'm listed as staff number 1 for some reason.
Okay.
There are some thoughts here because, the state legislature's in place and they're talking about gambling, and we would have to probably consider that as an issue. I know I've asked your dad many times on that support that you should include funding for law enforcement. If we're having trouble issues with game rooms, can only imagine if we have, full-blown casino and what that would look like and what that would require from us, probably more vice officers, probably, a lot more stuff. So that's something to consider with what's coming out of there. Also, if we're talking about other things in here on the budget items besides police and fire.
Not yet, Councilman.
Not
Yeah, we
yet?
gotta do it in
Okay,
order.
well,
Yes,
I
sir.
wanted to make sure we consider that. And I would also, would like to see just getting to an even 500. Okay.
Anyone else?
Put it right there.
No?
Talk to
Yes, sir.
Chief, so how many does that put us up per capita?
About 1.5.
And what's the median or what's the standard?
That's actually the bottom of the bar. So if you look around the nation, it ranges 1.5 to 3 per capita for cities. As the farther you go north, the higher the per capita rate. It's not the only barometer, though. And you hear me say that often, and I appreciate you remembering those things. But remember, it's also about proactive versus reactive time. We are down to very, very little proactive time, which is your important time, your community time, the time you get to run your neighborhoods, the time you get to check your streets. We were less than 12 minutes 7 years ago, out of every hour, 12 minutes out of every hour left over for proactive drive time. It's nothing. The goal is always 50%. So we're way below the bar in our abilities to effectively police neighborhoods.
So then, that being the case, what's the delta? At what point do we decide? I mean, it's easy to say, let's add 9, let's add 10, let's add 25, let's add,
It's a great question, but
I mean,
you have to have benchmarks. You have to have short-term and long-term goals. You remember when I first became the chief, I presented in the basement?
Yes.
For 127 officers, getting closer to 600. I knew that was not realistic, but I certainly wanted to put that in the minds of those making decisions. The truth is, we just have to set benchmarks. 500 is a good benchmark. We reach it, and we work on the capital outlay to support that, the cars and equipment and all those things to support that number, and then we reassess. It has to be a continued growth plan, like the city manager brought in, and you all approved and made happen.
You said in excess of 600 is what you need, chief?
that was,
600.
600 mark is when I first.
Is he still believing that today, though, or?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so it's gonna take a while. We'll have to develop a new,
Yeah, we'll develop a new 5-year plan with the chief, you know, either through this summer or, you know, so we
Right.
can have that, because we're not answering the question clearly, Councilman.
No,
but-
no, 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 that's good feedback, so that way we know
Yeah.
that at that time we can justify, because obviously when we first started on this,
Yeah.
what have you, we just said, okay, this is an idea. And because we knew that we were way below where we needed to be. So, that's good feedback, so that way, you know, once again, we develop a new 5-year plan, so that way by, yeah.
Yeah, we need to.
It may sound arbitrary, but you reach it, you assess, you watch your response time,
Right.
you watch your service product, while you're performing, and then you go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay.
Okay, we're gonna switch
Councilman,
over.
We have
Oh,
one more,
Presley?
Presley.
Yeah, I don't know which button I'm supposed to push, Mayor.
Push the one with the person on it there.
I did, it's lit up, so obviously she can't see it. Councilwoman Campos, I agree. There are some opportunities for us to lower speed limits in this city, and I think make a real difference. TxDOT has, in fact, told us that if we wanted to request lowering the speed limit on our interstate coming in, that they would be happy to do that.
Right.
And all we needed is a letter from the police chief to start that process. But I think also, Peter, I brought this up to you here a couple of months ago. We need to review where we are with respect to our traffic fines as compared to cities, as compared to our
Right,
size.
yeah, the chief's gonna be, he's looking at that for the budget, so we're gonna bring that as part of the budget.
We probably haven't reviewed that in
We haven't,
years.
right, you're right. That's why we're gonna bring it forward this summer.
Thank you, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to fire. So, thanks, chief. On our fire slide up
Yeah,
here,
moving on.
right, so.
You got 10, Chief. You got
Yeah,
10.
just as a reminder on the fire side, it's about 4-person staffing, which means there's 4 firefighters on a apparatus when it goes out. We're the only big city, not only in Texas, but probably nationally, that doesn't have a full complement. It's something that Chief Rocha understood, but focused on EMS instead in his tenure. But did begin in this budget to add more personnel for 4-person staffing. We're recommending it, so it'd be 15 firefighters, and it would be, you know, about over $500,000 as well. But it would continue a 5-year plan, Councilman Barrera, that's up on this screen. So we do have a 5-year plan that we developed last summer. This would be year 1, beginning October 1, with 15 additional. So I guess the question for the council is that something you're supportive of, 4-person staffing? The other alternative is what we have been focused on, which is EMS transport. But the department says we're good there with current levels and overtime. And Chief Urban's in today as the chief. You want to add anything, Chief Urban? And we do want to thank Johnny's here as well from our union and our police union. Yeah, and he's still here as well, so we appreciate them being here.
Yes, absolutely, and so we've been short in the past, just like Chief Markle had talked about, and we greatly appreciate what the efforts we've had in the last few years to catch up and get where we are today. But as Peter pointed out, too, most metro cities in the country are abiding by those minimum staffings. You know, there's Texas Administrative Code, the 2-in, 2-out rule plays a big factor in that, and really bringing on that time to intervention on scene, whether that's a medical call or in this case, it's structure fires, helps improve public safety, saves lives, saves property loss. You know, structure fires have gone down in numbers, but the number of injuries and deaths have remained the same. It just means that, but the amount of loss has gone up. So getting someone and enough people there as fast as possible makes that difference, and this plan helps us to do that as reasonably as possible. So we greatly appreciate that efforts.
Okay, Mayor, any feedback on?
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, we still have the open issue of the emergency service districts that we would have to address. I mean, if we absorb one or both of them, you would actually have manning almost automatically. So I think that's something.
Give you a quick update on that. So we're working with Councilman Suckley for this city council, and then Commissioner Chesney. So Commissioner Chesney has told Councilman Suckley that he wants to put a pause on the Flower Bluff ISD, or ESD number 2, I guess, negotiation. We were going to have a negotiating session with them, but The community seems overwhelmingly interested in having that ESD, and so we said, we're gonna slow down the negotiating. But ultimately, if we did absorb some of their service area in the future, this would be something to focus on.
Yeah, I think we'd like to get the input of Chief Wade when he comes in too and circle back around.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Right, so, well, I wanted to ask about that because, I mean, that is something that's an issue. We have duplicate service that our citizens are paying extra for. We should try and address it, and that would add manning almost automatically, you know, whether you, I don't say the training or not, but.
Well, I think it's a very good point. It's an issue, it's not been addressed, and I understand though, most importantly, Chief Wade needs to be a part of the conversation.
Well, can I just say
should
it
there
had,
be one.
sorry to interrupt, Mayor, but just, it is being addressed. The fire department and Michael and Councilman Suckley, we have been working for months with the community.
Right.
In ESD number 2, so it is being addressed. ESD number 2 and the community at every meeting we have been at have said they want to keep the ESD number 2. So we've kind of backed off a little bit because we were ready to go. We were ready to meet with them to talk about how do we absorb ESD number 2. The community in all of our meetings said, we don't want you to absorb ESD number 2, we want to keep it. So we've kind of backed away.
Well, I think you're looking at a handful of people, not necessarily, you would have to vote on the whole thing, right? Not just the people that show up, because it's, you know, a microcosm of the community.
It's from all points of information from all points. So people going to meetings, letters we received, social media posts,
Well,
telephone
and it's just not just the Flower Bluff people, it's also the people on the island, right? That may or may not know. So you got to look at the overall community, not just.
We are.
Okay, well,
yeah.
I'm just saying that.
But to your point though, Gil, I think, you know, Councilman Suckley, your leadership in this is critical, and I know you've been very involved with everyone involved, right? On either side of the bridge. And so, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, ESD is located in Flower Bluff, and the folks in Flower Bluff see them reacting and making calls in the bluff primarily. They do also make calls on the island, but it's more sparingly. So I think that the people in the bluff are very passionate about that organization, and rightly so. They serve a purpose there. But also the people on the island pay the majority of the tax to support ESD. So I think if you were to go out there and hold some meetings on the island, you'd probably get more folks out there that would be in opposition to it, but we just haven't gotten to that point at this time.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that that's part of the calculus is associated with it, you know, because, you know, you may add people, then all of a sudden you got to try and add more people. So it's, be wary of it. Thank you.
Good point. Okay, any other? Okay, good. Chief Urban, thank you. This next item deals with fire. Constance is going to present it, but it's just for some context, and then Constance, I'll turn it over to you. But all of our employees are in a one retirement system, except for our firefighters. They're in a separate retirement system that they approved back in the what was it, Constance? 1930? 1941. So this is about just the firefighters who are in a separate retirement system. I'll turn it over to Constance.
Good afternoon. Constance Sanchez, Chief Financial Officer. So I'm going to be talking about the Corpus Christi Firefighters Retirement System. And as Mr. Zanoni had mentioned, I just want to give some context. In 1941, the firefighters voted to participate in the standalone system created by the Texas Local Firefighters Retirement Act, which we call TELFRA. And this fund is governed by its own board of directors, and that's statutorily made up of 3 active firefighters, the mayor or his or her designee, the chief financial officer for the municipality, and then 2 civilians that are appointed by the Board of Trustees. In January of 1950, the city of Corpus Christi entered into the Texas Municipal Retirement System. And as Peter said, that is for our police officers and all our general employees. But at that time, the firefighters decided to stay in their own separate fund. One more thing I wanted to add was that in 1965, the law changed to allow firefighters and police officers to pay into Social Security. So our police officers decided to pay into Social Security, but the firefighters chose not to. And that's important when we look at the funding levels for TMRS versus the firefighter retirement system, because we have to consider that the city is currently paying 6.2% for the police officers and for our general employees, and they're not paying that 6.2% for the firefighters. So every year, TMRS sends the city a letter letting us know what the city's contribution rate needs to be. But the firefighter retirement system does not do that. And so when Peter first came to the city, he recognized that this was a big problem. So he created a task force that was made up of 3 of the Board of Trustee members, himself and the budget director. And I served as a dual role because I currently serve on the Board of Trustees, but I'm also the Chief Financial Officer for the city. So we began looking at the funding levels for the firefighter retirement system. And at that time, the plan was 59% funded. So that means that if the plan goes away, you will only be able to account for 59% of your liabilities, which is not good. I would say maybe 75% is pretty average. So the board, the task force met, this was a couple of years ago, and we came up with a plan to increase the city contributions by 0.984% a year for 5 years. So fiscal '23, we're currently in the 3rd year of that funding. And I'm really happy to report that we just did our financial audit, and for the year ending September the 30th, 2022, the plan now is at 68% funding level. So you can see that our plan seems to be working as far as increasing the soundness of the program. Let's see. So the second issue, and so I just want to let you know, so for fiscal year '24, that would be year 4 of the plan, and we would like to consider continuing that plan in the budget. So that's one decision point that we will have for fiscal '24. The second one is in relation to cost of living increases. So the Board of Trustees came forward to the city manager, I'd say last month or month before last, and asked to consider a cost of living increases for the firefighters. So unlike TMRS, which has a automatic cost of living included in annually, the firefighter plan does not. And so Peter then reactivated the task force, and we've had a couple of meetings so far to discuss this. And so we got with the firefighters' actuary and have come up with a couple of alternatives. And so one of the ones that we have decided perhaps to recommend to y'all for your consideration is that if in fiscal '24 we increase the city's contribution 1%, which equates to about $500,000, we would be able to give the firefighters that have retired a bump of $110 per month. And so that is the second decision point that we would like for y'all to consider. And so now I'd like to open it up for discussion.
Let me just recap. So the getting the fund more funded or better funding is something we're recommending that. We're not really seeking too much input from the council. But the question really, and I'm not sure if we even formulated our recommendation, but the question of a retirement cost of living increase, I know firefighters have approached the mayor and other council members saying, we haven't had a cost of living increase in a long time for those that are retired. So they did put together a plan. We reviewed it with them. It would cost the city $500,000 annually for the next 5 years. We'd have to commit to that on top of what we're giving today. But each retiree would see $110 more in their monthly checks. So
this goes back to, the ones that retired 20 years ago?
yeah, anybody that gets a check, right, would
Yes,
get.
ma'am.
Okay, so this addresses all of that?
Yeah, it addresses all the retirees. And this is probably an average, the 110,
Yeah,
obviously.
we're
right.
considering those that have been retired about 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just,
Check
it
at
would
this
be
spot.
great to
Goes
do.
back.
Yes, ma'am.
What
Yes.
our conversation, okay.
Right,
Wow, okay, yeah. To our conversation, Roland, yeah.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
The 984 each year, how much does that represent?
It's about, what, 430,000? Yes, about 430,000.
And at what point is it gonna get us up to the 75% of the funded ratio or 95? I mean,
So-
what's our goal?
Right, so our plan was to do it for 2 more years, fiscal '24 and '25. And at that point, we would reevaluate and then the task force would reconvene and determine if additional contributions need to be made at that point. So, right, so the initial meeting of the task force was not to build any increase in benefits. It was just to increase the plan,
The funding.
the funding levels,
Yeah,
yes, sir.
The unfunded,
Yeah, liability, right.
okay, so, and then the 500,000, so that's just a one-time increase, and that's gonna basically have an increase of 110. Is that $110 this year? And, because the way I'm reading it is it's gonna be $110 every year, an additional 110 every year. So does that mean it's gonna be 550 after 5 years?
So if the city increases its 1% going forward, so we increase it 1% in '24 and continue that 1%, they would continue to receive the $110 increase monthly in perpetuity.
Okay, no.
Excuse me, Councilman, on the table up there, there's two things. The first row is the city's increase to the base budget. Once we put the 500,000 in, it would be a continual recurring expense.
Okay, so it's
It's
actually.
not just a one-time.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna continue to get the 110. In other words, if they're getting 2,000, they're gonna get 2110.
Yes.
They're
I
gonna
see.
get 2110. They're
Right.
not gonna get year
That's correct.
2, 2220.
Right.
Year 3,
Right.
2330.
That is correct.
Right,
So it's just a one-time increase.
Right.
Of $110.
Yeah.
For the next 5 years if we put in 500,000.
right. And they did give us an alternative to say if you put in $1 million in year 2, it could be the 220. See what I'm saying?
So if we continue the 1%, so in fiscal '25, we do another 1%, then it'd be another 110, and that's how you compound it.
Okay, but I just wanted to ensure the aggregate wasn't 550 at the end for 500,000. So it's 500,000 right now.
Right.
For basically I guess a $1,300 increase over the year. Yeah, it could not a monthly increase, I'm just saying 11 times.
No, over the month, right, annual. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Well, it would
That's
go
right.
on into-
Yeah, that's right.
perpetuity, sir.
And we would keep that 500, right. Right, it'd be in the base budget, so if we put 500 in year 1, we'd keep funding it at that level. Do you know how many are in the plan, Constance?
350? I don't know what Johnny is
350?
in the plan.
Johnny, do you know?
I've got it over there.
How many retirees are in the plan?
I think we float around 100.
100 retirees? That doesn't sound right. Just 100 retirees on the retirement plan?
They can't be.
Okay, Constance has it over here.
It's not 100, it's
Can't be.
130.
Really?
It's been a long time.
Okay,
Right, so we have 342 retirees.
Yeah.
okay,
342.
Yes, and 382 actives that are contributing to the plan.
Okay.
Of active employees, active firefighters that are contributing to the plan, and 342 retirees that are benefiting from the plan.
That this would affect. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Councilman,
We have 482 actives that are paying into the pension plan.
Councilman Suckley?
So just clarification on that 1%, Constance, it's 1% of that respective retiree's pension, right? So it's just 110 as the average across the board?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
okay. So this one it's good to bring it to your attention in case we can afford it and it's in the budget, you'll know. Some of the competing interests includes all the other employees. They're gonna say, well, what about all the other retired employees? They'll say, what about us in our TMRS system? But, so we're continuing to vet this. We just want to show you, we do have a budgetary impact of 500,000 if we were to recommend this and council approve it. Okay, let's move on to our area of interest here, which is our streets. Not that public safety isn't, but, so we have, Neiman's going to do a couple of things, a street maintenance fee, talk to you about that, and then residential street funding, and give you a choice on some of our Type B funded street projects. We know we had a conversation this summer on some of these industrial park areas where we recommended some streets in District 5, and several of the council members said, hey, I got projects in Districts 1 and 3, and so we want to have that conversation today with you, show you what Ernesto De La Garza, our Public Works Director, is recommending. We don't have to decide today, but at least we can begin the dialogue on the Type B funding, which is about $3.8 million. So I'll turn it over to Neiman.
Thank you, sir. And you're absolutely correct. As the council will recall, we had a brief discussion, just giving council a heads up on the need for us to take a look at readopting the street maintenance fee as it is expected to expire in January 2014. And as you all know, the street maintenance fee provides a significant portion of the funding that is utilized to do maintenance on our arterials, collectors, and residential roadways to the tune of $11.9 million. So this year, council can definitely expect that staff will be coming to you all with recommendations for that fee, so we can continue to keep our public works operations moving forward to address the roadways and infrastructure in the city.
So Neiman and council, the street maintenance fee, which was adopted about 10 years ago, had a sunset provision. So it sunsets by the council ordinance on January 1, 2024. So the question for the council is, do we want to continue the streets fee? And if we do, at the current level, or it's been 10 years since the rate was set, so do we want to increase it for inflation, or do we want to lower it? Those are kind of the questions. That's the dialogue. So do we want to keep the fee? If we do, generally, would the council be open to looking at having staff present to you some adjustments to it to generate more revenue? If that's like a, heck no, we want to just.
I'm so sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay, so on the streets fee on page 20.
Yes.
The question for the council to consider is, one, do we bring back a proposal to renew it? And two, if the answer is yes, are you willing to listen to some options to increase the fee, since it's been 10 years since the fee was set and it's never been adjusted since then? It generates about 12 million right now for streets and all types, residential, arterial collectors. So those are kind of the conversational topics, if we want to talk about it a little bit.
Can you clarify, Peter, on the, anybody that receives a city utility bill is charged this fee?
All residential customers and commercial accounts that have a water.
A water utility bill.
Right.
Okay.
And it is, so the residential fee is about $5.38. You can see the non-residential or commercial customers is much more than that.
Councilman Barrera?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No? Okay, Councilwoman? Sylvia? Oh, your light. Okay.
She said she was supportive of it.
I'm sorry, at large too, so Councilman Klein.
Yeah, I just wanted to know about this. I think this is a good idea to renew this. Is there a way to concentrate this funding on residential streets? Because if we're going to focus on arterials, I might be inclined to vote against it.
Yeah, it's not focused on arterials, and it goes into our street fund, which is where our public works crews do work.
Right.
And they're generally within the neighborhoods, but they do some minor maintenance in some of our arterials and collectors, no heavy reconstructions necessarily.
Up
So
until this point, in the last 10 years now, I think we've done a pretty good job of trying to get caught back up on the arterials.
Yes,
Still
we
more
have.
work to do there. I understand that.
Yeah.
We're woefully behind on the residential streets. So I'd like to see a shift here as we go forward, that if we're going to continue the street maintenance fee, to really focus maybe perhaps more than what it has been on residential streets specifically.
okay, we can let us look at that to bring you some options in the budget.
Right. Well, and I guess this, and we'll get right to you, Councilman Presley. One of the priorities should be, or that I would like to see is residential streets, but I certainly don't want to fall in disrepair, right?
Right.
Where the maintenance, which is, to your point, Councilman, just as critical.
Right.
It's a delicate balance, I imagine. So it's kind of difficult if you say, I mean, we'd have to have a conversation about
Yeah.
the focus on the prioritization of residential streets, but from where? Because we can't rob Peter to pay Paul, right?
Yeah, I'm not an engineer, but have heard him speak in my career, and that is that we don't want to neglect streets to try to address some that are extremely bad, because then we're going to be, all of a sudden, all our arterial and collectors are going to be just like our residential streets are. So it has to be a balance. We can't neglect and say, oh, we've been spending a lot on arterials and collectors, let's forget about all those and just do residential.
I would say that if we continue on
Yeah.
as 10 years as we have in the last 10 years, that's not going to get us where we need to be.
Right, we'll have, Ernesto will give us more information on that. And in fact, Neiman, is it this month or next month?
Yes, and that's correct. This month on the 25th, I believe, we'll be coming to council with recommendations on how to improve our operations, basically taking a new approach to addressing infrastructure, specifically residential roadways across the city. So, in fact, we've already started scheduling one-on-one briefings with many of the council members, starting with Councilman Suckley tomorrow, and then next week with remaining members on council and the mayor. So we are having those discussions. The staff is putting together plans, and we are going to rebalance our operations to pay more of a focus on residential street roadways in the city.
Good, good. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilman Klein. If memory serves me correctly, this whole street maintenance fee was sold to the citizens of this city to be utilized for residential streets. And I don't know how that got off track, but that's what my memory served me, is this was supposed to be something that was focused on residential streets. And I also want to mention again, when, we had this study done where we've identified the worst streets compared to better streets, and this very scientific process, and I still believe we need to go back and look at how we're doing street maintenance and doing maintenance on the streets that people are utilizing the most. Because if we're fixing a street that has 10 traffic counts a week on it, what are we solving? But if we're ignoring a street that has 500 traffic counts a day, that's a different story.
Right.
And I think we really, really need to analyze how we're prioritizing our street repair. But I think this street maintenance fee ought to be for residential.
Okay, good. Councilman Pusley, and just for the record, so when
And I know you're going to tell me how wrong I am.
No, we're going to tell you how much we love you, Councilman.
He needs a hug.
Yeah.
He needs a hug. Let me go hug you.
I'm sending Councilwoman Ramos Campos over there to hug you, yeah. No, Councilman, just for the record, because we just looked at this, so the residential street fee was for all streets. It was for all streets, not just residential. It was arterial collectors. But just because we don't want the public to think something, different, but, and we hear you. So Ernesto, we're coming for a very in-depth briefing to council on the new recommendation on how we're going to address these residential streets. One thing we've done last December is based on council direction or approval, I increased our standards for new residential streets, increased the durability. So new subdivision streets that are built going forward from December are built much stronger, or will be built much stronger. The problem is we had very lax standards and streets didn't last. We've shown pictures of the council of streets under construction, and in the background is a house under construction with the street in front of it that's fallen apart already. That's a true story. So that's been fixed, so fixing that backlog of streets is a tremendous task. That's why Ernesto with his team has a new plan. We're going to show that to council. That'll be something coming up at the end of this month.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you brought that up, sir, because we are going to discuss the residential street funding in the next slide.
Yeah, Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, I just wanted to say, I support it, okay? And I hope that we can find, new ways to increase our residential streets, or just trying to figure out, just if we even increased it by 50 cents, what would that get us? Because that is the number one, the calls that I receive, and as you know, I direct them back to you, Neiman. So you're hearing it, and hopefully we can do something about it. So yes, I totally support it, and I hope maybe we can just increase it by just a little bit if y'all agree.
Yes, ma'am, I appreciate that. And we are, as stated, we are working and looking at different scenarios and different options. So naturally, we will come to council with different options that you all can consider to put together an approach that you all feel is appropriate to keep moving forward.
Okay. Who else has a question?
I'm staff one.
Your staff,
That's me. But every time somebody puts the
doesn't say
button,
staff one.
yeah,
Okay,
it's the
that's
bottom
okay.
one. Every time somebody pushes one, it goes to the top. So you got to go from the bottom.
She has to scroll down.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I was going to say, we're behind on our IMP. So are we actually spending this money since we're behind? And can any of this use for flat work? like the curbs and gutters, because that is not necessarily streets, that's under stormwater, right? So maybe we could expand the use of this to include the curbs and gutters or the flat work, right?
It's already in there. We already use it for that.
Okay, well, but we're behind, and last time we had a report from Ernest was that we only had one crew instead of two. So can we use that funding in a timely manner?
Yeah, the answer is yes.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
Okay, well,
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, we're hearing two different things, right? We're behind, and we're using it in a timely manner.
We didn't say we said we can use it for staffing and curbs and gutters. That's what we said. We know we're behind. We're about a year behind still.
You're behind, right.
Right, and we showed you that continuum. So 4 years ago, we caught up for the 3-year backlog, and this has been consistently putting us behind. We are closing that gap, though. So the goal is on an October 1, we should be starting that fiscal year's work plan. That's what Ernesto's gearing up to do. So it's probably going to take us the rest of this fiscal year to close that gap. We still won't be to where we want to be yet, but we're slowly narrowing the gap that was created from not doing streets.
Okay, now when this was instituted, we didn't have any funding for streets. Now we have 1% of our general fund that has to go to the streets. We have funding from the industrial districts that's going to the streets.
Right.
We have other funding sources. So this was created when there was no funding. So I would not be in favor of increasing because we've increased in other areas, right? So and I would also, I agree with Councilman Klein on here, this money should be focused on residential streets because that's where we're furthest behind. And that's where we get most of the complaints.
Right.
Arterials, we made a lot of progress on arterials through bond projects, through several different projects, right? So I'm not getting any complaints about arterial streets, but I am getting the complaints on residential streets. So I would renew this, but I would only renew it for residential streets.
Okay, good input.
Councilman Barrera?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I have to leave it on, huh? That's weird. It's odd. Okay, so backing up again, the $5.38 is a flat fee per water bill, per utility bill?
Yes, sir.
So no matter what the size of the lot, whether it be, 2-bedroom home or a,
On the residential side, correct me if I'm wrong, Gabriel, but the residential side is a flat fee, $5.38. Then when you go to the commercial, that's when it's variable depending on lot size and square footage.
And have we ever determined, how many rooftops that is and how many commercial payers that is?
We have those numbers, sir, and I can
I
get
guess
you
at
those
the
numbers.
time of the budget, I'd like to see how that's broken out. I would agree that I think we need to review all our sources before we decide if we're going to have an impact to the residential ratepayer.
Right.
So that way we can review where that is. A lot of those other lots, as far as obviously being a business owner myself, I recognize that the property that I work off of is an income-producing asset. So as an income-producing asset, then there's a fee attached to that because it's not just me driving my car into my driveway. It's all the customers that I bring into my driveway. So I just want to see how that breaks out. And I'm sure all the commercial people that are listening are probably saying, what are you thinking, Roland? But, once again, if I'm going to have, 50 cars a day that come into my commercial property, then that creates more traffic. So I just want to see how we calculate that. And then, that's all I have for now. That's what I want to ask and see. Once again, if we look at all the other resources before we raise the rates on the residential ratepayer.
Yes, sir.
But I agree that the residents are the ones that we need to really focus on because that's where we're suffering the most.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. We'll have that information for you.
Thank you.
Councilman Roy?
For the sake of time, I think the last two council members have basically said where I was going, or my thoughts. I really think we need to take a look, number one, at the non-residential part, make sure that we get a good understanding of, how we came up originally. It'd be nice to know why we decided 538 and 538. But take a look at that, and I definitely think we need to continue it. And I ditto everybody else. It needs to be based on residential. So
Thank you. Check, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all of the questions.
Okay, great. Okay, Neiman, we're going to go to the next page, slide 21.
Yes, sir. That brings us to discussions.
Okay, just talk.
Yes. Okay, so then that brings us to discussions regarding funding for residential streets. As the city manager has stated before, at his advice, we do include general fund transfer of $6.1 million in addition to the other revenue sources that we utilize to fund our street operations. And that brings us to that $20.3 million, that $20 million that we utilize to address residential roadways across the city. So the biggest takeaway is that, taxation and policy decisions really weigh heavily on, our ability to continue to sustain the revenue that's necessary to continue addressing the residential streets and infrastructure across the city.
Right, let me just add to that, Neiman. So this fund here, you may notice that on the prior slide, it's 12 million for the street fee. And this one has, that 12 million is not listed in this list of funding sources. This funding source that totals 20 million is for residential streets only, and it's only for reconstruction. So maintenance applications are not funded out of this fund. So these are for reconstructions, where we go in and do mill and overlays, heavy base repair. And as Councilman Hernandez mentioned, numerous policies by this council have generated revenues. What we're pointing out is in the highlighted yellow. In the 4 budgets I've done, when we worked with the budget team, they said, okay, Peter, we got about 14 million for streets. And I said, we need more. And so using our resources, property tax and sales tax, we increased it by 6 million using that current year's revenues. And that's been in the budget for the past 4 years. We've kept it in every year. And every year we have the question, do we go back to the base, which is 14, or do we keep it at 20? Fortunately, our revenues have allowed us to keep it at 20. But if property tax or sales tax or any other big revenue drops, the 6 million may not be there unless we cut something somewhere else. So that's the point of bringing it up today, is more just to show that we're funding a high level of street maintenance and reconstruction at 136 million this year, all sources of funds. And a big part of that is because we have some recurring revenues from our revenue streams, property tax, sales tax. So I'm not sure if if there's any, was there a policy question on this one, Eamon, or is it just kind of an informational one?
Because we knew that residential street is
Yeah.
a priority, so we did. I just want to demonstrate to you all that we understand that priority and illustrate the funding that is being dedicated to that priority.
Okay, so we had, is 18 million, correct, for last year?
In the residential streets?
Right.
Let's
Is that
see.
correct, Constance?
Last year it was 18.4 million.
Okay, 18.4, so we'd be going to 20. I mean,
This is, what is that, 18?
Currently, it was 18.4 in 21, then in 22 this year, it was 24 million. But keep in mind that was due to the bond funds that were repurposed. That was $4 million of bond funds that were repurposed, but the baseline was this $20 million.
so could we not increase this, let's say, the industrial district revenue by a couple of percentage points? Or can we consider that?
That's right, you could, it's taking money from other areas. The 5% and the 1% and the 0.04%, those are all council, that's in the city council policies.
Okay, right.
Just kind of directing us as we develop the budget, hey, we want, we could.
Well, if we could, and again, this is conversation, but for later, what does 20 million do, right, roughly? How many streets is that really going to affect? And then let's just look at what would we be taking away from, and what would that add to in terms of fixing streets? How much more? It may not be, right, a good balance, but I'd just like to see that.
Okay.
Yeah, but like, what's the average street length, right? So how many streets are we truly gonna impact?
We have it broken down by lane.
Just to look at. So I'd just like to,
Right,
lane miles, right. Okay, so I'd just like to see that, a couple of percentage points. Okay,
Just to
does
point out,
anyone?
and part of this is when we, part of this is as we talk about property tax and other things we fund, we only have so much revenue, so the 6 million, it's not discretionary, but by having it and by focusing on streets, it allows us to do it. But if we add more services, then, or if we cut revenue, then the 6 million is tougher to accomplish, is the point.
I just want to see that scenario.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question, Peter, with respect to the date where it says fiscal year 2023? Is this actually 2024 we're talking about, the
This
next
is-
fiscal year?
It's the current year budget.
It's the current year?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just looking at the current year in anticipation of the discussion of what it might look like for next year?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Councilman Hunter, or Councilman, I'm sorry, Barrera, you had your light on? Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so, and Peter, go ahead. No, it's all right. Thank you for your leadership in putting the $6.1 million in there. I obviously, this has been a strong initiative of yours, and we've been able to capitalize on it. And so, but I guess, how did you calculate that? I guess, like, obviously, the 4 cents of property tax rates generates, X amount of dollars depending on what the revenue is. I'm just wondering if you calculate the 6.1 million, because we've obviously had some, I know we've been budgeting conservatively over the last couple of years because of the pandemic, but now we've still experienced a tremendous amount of growth. So, do you feel that there's an opportunity to increase that if we had a factor, or how did you come up with the 6.1 million?
Yeah, the 6.1, excuse me, the 6.1 was from 4 years ago, and it was what was left after we funded other initiatives in the budget.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so we knew we wanted to be about 5 million more, I think it was the goal, but by the time everything else was done, what was left over was, say, 1.1 million. And then year two, so we stuck with that number all the way up through today. We kind of kept putting the same 6.1 in. I think the goal was to add 5 million more, but we had some residual, and so we kept that same baseline number. But to your point, if we have more revenues with more growth, we would look to push it up even more, because we know for the council, streets is the top priority.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Peter, and I'm trying to go by memory here. We spent, I want to say, like 22 million on one-time projects last year? Somewhere along those lines. So, I mean, if we limited our one-time projects, we could actually have funding for this, and it's all going to be based on what the income is and what our tax rate is, what requirements are, from the state, that kind of stuff. So
Right.
I think you can probably earmark it for that and then have that in place.
Yeah.
But it could be flexible
Yeah.
on stuff that we have for our one-time charges, or, if we have to reduce our fund balances, that it could go to streets.
Yeah.
Specifically. So I think there's a lot of flexibility you have in terms of funding, how much you can fund on that. I know also in terms of your industrial district agreements, we're going to be renegotiating. We have to have that done by 2020, March of 24?
Right.
March of
Yeah,
24.
well,
So,
no.
I mean, we have things that that are still available to us that we can look at something along those lines. So, I think we need to prioritize residential streets. But, and I just mentioned this during some of these revenue sources. A lot of this wasn't in place.
Right.
That 1% of the general fund actually went from 1/3 of 1% when we started this, 4 years ago?
Yeah.
So we have more funds going towards the streets that we didn't have during when they instituted the residential street maintenance fee.
Right.
So I think we have some, we've done a lot to bring funding to this, and you have flexibility to do that in the future with some of those one-time funding. Maybe we don't need that. Maybe we need to focus on streets.
Yeah, good points. Thank you.
Councilman Hunter, it's the last one.
Well, thank you. Sorry, button pressing system. So, 4%, 4 pennies on property tax rates. That is the 2 cents voted by the taxpayers,
Right.
and that we
That was
voted on
twice.
twice. Okay, so this is not gonna go back to the taxpayers to be voted on.
No, there was a total of 6 cents that the voters approved
I
many
thought we
years.
had a period of time that had to
Well,
be
what-
decided though.
There may have been, but however, since the voters approved it, the state legislature capped the growth
That's
on,
right.
right?
That's
So there's a
right.
3.5% revenue growth, so we kind of had to abandon the other 2 cents.
Yeah, I got you, sorry.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
If we did another 2.5% of industrial district revenue, you're telling, based on these numbers, that would only be another 700 grand. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you put another
2.5%?
right.
Just, that just seems a little low.
Where?
We
It
collect
seems a
about
little
27 million in industrial district revenue, so 28, I think is what it is actually, but all this isn't saying that we have a 1% IDA fee, it's that the council's saying with the IDA revenue you get, industrial development agreement revenue, guaranteed 1% has to go to streets, that's what this is saying.
Yeah, that would be 20.
Yeah.
I
But we
feel
are,
like
just
that
for the
number would be
council,
higher.
just since we're here, today, the payment in lieu of taxes by the industry is 62.5%. And we're already working, Miles, myself, and the team, and we've hired a consultant that knows about IDAs. We're gonna have a pretty diverse work team. Our goal is to reassess that 62.5%. It may be too low, so.
Okay.
just,
And then
More is
your-
coming on that.
Your 22 million that we had last year, that includes previous page, so we would actually be going above that number and setting a new record again by 4 million?
If we can, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if our financial revenues let
Everything
us.
that's in this, before I ask it later, this will probably be my last question.
Sure.
All accounts suggest that we will have to have certain fee or tax increases. Is that correct?
We would, or not increases, but for
Tax,
streets.
I'm sorry, fees.
For the streets, because
Such
we're
as
gonna go through other
stormwater and all
fees here. The street fee could remain level, or it could increase. There's other fees we'll talk to you about, though, that we're recommending increases on.
All right, I'm gonna hold
Yeah.
you to it.
Yeah.
Budget season.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Peter.
Okay, good. So the last one on the streets is just probably a beginning conversation. So in our sales tax venue, type B, the voters approved 1/8 cent that goes to economic development, housing, and streets. A certain amount is dedicated for streets, and that totals 3.8 million annually. So Neiman's going to present on this one to kind of get some guidance from the council.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And as the board will recall, that for fiscal year '22, the type B project of choice was in District 1, which was Elizabeth Street. And in '23, it was a District 5 project, which is then the District 5 quote-unquote industrial park. Both of those are currently in design and will expect to come before the council with a construction contract in the August, September timeframe. But then that leaves us with, okay, well, what are we going to do with the $3.8 million of funding for fiscal year '24? And what staff is recommending is the council considers a project in either District 2, 3, and 4, or one project in each of those districts. If you look on the next page of the slides, what staff did was actually take a look at different infrastructure in each of the districts of 2, 3, and 4, and they used a couple of variables for these recommendations, which included roadways that had significant economic impact on the district or was surrounded by either industrial or commercial development along that roadway. And we are making these recommendations to council with a request during a later discussion on how you all would like to take these recommendations and put together a package for us to fund it with the type B sales tax in fiscal year '24.
And so I was just going to add to that, Ernesto Delgarza, our Public Works Director, is here to help go over the recommendation if you need him to.
Councilman Pesley.
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to industrial districts, and I'll defer to Councilman Roy, but we certainly have had a significant number of calls about the Sunbelt Industrial District and the very poor condition of the streets there. So something we may want to look at.
Councilman, that's the one we toured there, right? Is that the one we toured?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
okay.
Now, Peter, to that point, when all of this came up, I thought we had, and maybe I missed it, but did we not say, I think we wanted to see how many industrial districts are there and where are they located and what's needed in them all? Just to get a bird's eye view?
Yeah, and the
I think
public,
that's a great idea, Mayor.
Right, the Public Works has done that. One thing to consider is that the Type B funding, and this is part of the dialogue we want to have, is not necessarily for industrial streets. It just so happens that the recommendation this year was an industrial district. So what Public Works has done is they've looked at streets that have a lot of commercial corridor or industrial nature, or Del Mar College is another example. And some, so it's not
Right.
exclusive to industrial districts.
And
but-
I understand that, but
Yeah.
that really opened the door to, well, what industrial districts do we have across the districts, the
Okay.
5 districts? I just think it would be very fair for everyone to see,
Okay.
does Everett have one, and, Roland doesn't. But I can say.
I know we
he's
don't
got
in
one.
District
You've
2.
got
That's
one,
not fair.
You've got one, and Sylvia does not have one. So 4 out of the 5 have one. So it would just be fair to look at all of them to see, in what condition are they in, truly? And then we can maybe have a better discussion.
Yeah, right.
I think Ernest will know that.
Okay. Let's see, Councilman Roy, is your light on?
Yes. I just want clarification. So from fiscal year 2022, we approved 1.2 million for Santa Fe and Staples. Based on that, then the recommendation of staff is that District 2, 3, and 4 for the fiscal year 2024 then it's based on these that's why you have only districts 2, 3, and 4. And I basically, I'm giving up something as far, not giving up, but I won't have the ability to choose a road for fiscal year 24 under the Type B.
Yes, sir, and again, that's just a recommendation, but actually council has, the purview to decide, hey, what we want to address more in District 1 or,
Yeah.
or exclude this, and we make a recommendation based off of what we give guidance on before, which is
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to sit there and take in consideration the industrial areas that we have and some of the areas that, I mean, we've got some bad roads. And we just were talking today about a road that's in really bad shape. So if possible, I'd like to include it in that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Suckley.
Yeah, so kind of to Councilman Roy's point, and no offense to Councilman Hernandez, is the District 5 project. I mean, District 5 probably has some of the better roads in the city. Flower Bluff probably has some of the worst roads in the city. So I like the opportunity to at least be able to hopefully utilize this for a District 4 project, or at least a portion of it. Compton in particular, those of you that aren't familiar with Compton, it's the street that runs right by A&M Corpus Christi's facility out there. Also runs in front of the Nueces County building, and it runs behind the largest shopping center in Flower Bluff. So certainly there's value there to make a lot of folks happy. Thank you.
Okay. And Councilman Barrera.
Yes, I'd also like to commend Councilman Hernandez. So I'm sorry, I thought we withdrew the funding during the last budget cycle when we.
Yeah, it was approved ultimately.
Okay.
There was a lot of discussion about not funding it, but ultimately it was approved.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I would agree. I think the mayor has an excellent idea for us to review them all, because I know particularly the areas off of way out Weber, Saturn, out there, they suffer tremendously. In fact, I think sometimes they're debating whether or not they want them fixed or not, because they worry how long they'd have to be there and what the challenges would be to face their business. So, yeah, I think we really need to review all those. I know, and one thing on this, and I want to thank Ernie and his team, particularly on this Prescott, because I guess pretty much since I've been on the council, there was been a verbal agreement that we were gonna do in-house the Prescott Street between Trojan and Padre Island. And then I guess once we reevaluated, we recognized that there's a lot of commercial traffic there, and it's gonna require more than just a mill and overlay. So, But yes, I think we kind of need to review all those areas. So, number one, I've been working to try, we were under the impression, the citizens of that area, Inwood Village, were under the impression that that street was gonna get done, and it was gonna get added to. And I know we're doing Prescott right now, I know we've done Castañon, so there's a lot of work doing on, Galahar's getting done, so the community thanks you, but, like I said, we just felt that it was gonna get, we were told.
Okay.
And I know we went through 6 public works directors, you know, trying to find the right fit, you know.
Right.
We had an unfortunate situation. So, but yes, I just want to echo what the mayor said.
Okay, that's good feedback, Council. Prescott is one you like, but we'll look at Weber and Saturn, right? Is that?
Yeah.
It's typically the Way Out Weber industrial area.
Yeah.
WOW.
But again, just to remind, and it's real, you can have the policy if we wanted to, but the type B didn't say it's only for industrial parks.
Yeah. I'm not saying, and I'm not saying that either. I just think there's got to be a system with which we evaluate those.
Yeah.
I mean, we know they're all bad. We know
Right.
they're all bad.
Yeah, the criteria we use is since sales tax is generated, you know, through businesses, we looked at commercial corridors, universities, hospitals, places where commerce is taking place, or we made that a priority over a residential street as an example.
Yeah. Well, I agree. As I said, those are income-producing assets.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I think, Councilwoman.
I was actually waiting for Ernesto de la Garza to come and speak as well, but I guess not. Well, only because, you know, Ernie has been, I know all of y'all have been working really hard on this, but I mean, I know he's got more of the details of the streets. I know you don't know them by memory, but just looking at the streets of Type B, and I'm looking at, you know, Fig and Tarleton, Shelley through Ayers, or through Churchill in District 2. Those are yes, for sure, streets that need to be addressed, but around that, I mean, I know you know that there's many streets around that neighborhood that I don't get, that, how do we get them on this list? How do we, you know, Trenton and Timrod, just to name 2, because as I was, again, block walking, I'm like, okay, something has to be done. How can these streets be so ignored? So again, how do we get these streets on a list? Are you going to be explaining that at some time, Ernie?
Yes, ma'am. We're currently working on the presentation for the new IMP. Some of these, and I'm coming to learn this, new to the city, is that some of these streets don't have a program. IMP has, you know, like you mentioned, the alleys. I'm seeing streets near parks. Patton Street, for example. You know, there's just a number of streets that are not a priority when I got here. They all have distress, they all have needs. Aligning resources and funding is going to be the challenge. And that's why we are coming to you all, you know, looking at the street fee and then other sources of revenue to, you know, put those on a program. You know, that's what I'm coming to see. All those are identified.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm looking at is what you have submitted already with the PCI. Okay, right? And so I think, do all of y'all have that list? It's very, very helpful.
Yeah, they have it. It's available on our, yeah.
Okay.
We pass it out to them.
Okay, and so when usually like somebody calls me, quickly, I usually go to Neiman, but I can look at it and say, yeah, you know, Olson, I'm sorry, it's not on the list, and you know, and then we have to say, sorry, maybe in 2024, we're gonna decide whether your street qualifies, right, for the next round of streets. Are we going to be looking for the next round of streets?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yes, we are.
It'll be 25.
Yeah.
Okay, so at that time, do we have like residential input, or we just, it's all just decided by us, the people in this room?
Well, there's always opportunity for stakeholder input, but naturally the recommendations that staff is going to make is going to be really PCI driven based off of
Okay.
assessments that we have done.
Yeah.
And we make turn our recommendation over to council, and if you all feel that your priorities elsewhere, then naturally there's some trouble.
We're gonna be working with the council members before we'll be sitting down with you, Councilwoman.
Okay.
And when we did it with the prior Public Works Director, we went out to the community and got input from them.
Okay,
So we'll
so,
probably do something similar like that. But there is, so the city didn't have until a few years ago a 5-year plan. So we did just what somebody said, where they promised me the street and never got done.
yes,
So to alleviate that, there's a council-approved 5-year plan. The only persons that can change that is the city council. So we can't have Ernesto going out one day or an assistant public works director saying, I'm gonna do your street, and it's not on the list, and then it doesn't get done, right? So, but that 5-year plan is rolling, so when we do 1 year, then you have to add a new 5th year, because everything moves forward. And so every year in the budget, as part of the budget, we develop that 5-year, and that's done by you, the councilwoman, the at-large council members, and the mayor, and the community. But of course, we start with the science or the logic, which is the PCI score, the trip factors, like one of the council members was saying. And then we develop that list, and then it gets approved by council, and it can get modified.
Okay.
And that's done at council, though. We take it to city council and adjust it.
okay.
It's not done frequently, but it
So
can.
there is
Well, that's what I'm trying to advocate for the
Yeah.
community.
Right.
You know, especially like at this forum, we need to hear from you. I mean, you can see where your street, you know, if you go to the website, it'll tell you what your PCI is.
Yeah.
And if it says very poor, then there's there's at least a possibility that you might get on the list. But just, I'm advocating for you, the community, to please come out and let us know, you know?
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
great.
We
And
can
then,
move on.
and Mayor Ernesto, with his leadership and great experience, he's going to recommend a different approach, which means we can get more streets in better condition. They're not going to be rebuilt, but they can get the neighborhood streets, we can get them in better condition sooner. So probably we can get more done if council supports this. So
With the new model.
he's done, with the new model, he's done some test pilots, showed me them, I'm supportive, we're going to present it to council. Basically, it's not doing a full-depth reconstruction, brand-new curbs, brand-new sidewalks. It's doing a slight milling and then a nice, thick, brand-new overlay.
Right.
And the residents that have seen this so far are like, we'll take that over
Yeah.
waiting 10 more years or 20
As
more
long
years.
as it lasts.
Right, so.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Thing on type B, we're gonna move on, but type B is only $3.8 million, so we can do 1, 2, or 3 streets, but we heard the council, we showed you options in 2, 3, 4, District 1, because there are some industrial parks there. We'll bring back an option for that as well. Okay?
Councilman Hernandez, I think you have a
I'm staff one.
staff line, right?
Okay, I know I know I got some shots on the District 5 thing, but, you know, and I feel bad for Councilman Roy because Elizabeth Street used to be in District 2 and when it was done, and then it got redistricted into District 1, so now he doesn't have a choice now. But in terms of that, I went looking for it because I had no funding mechanism for that industrial park because the priority was residential streets, arterials, and collectors, and that was like the lowest priority. So I went to look for funding where to get it from. And I remembered the Elizabeth Street project from Type B where you can have commercial projects, and so I went and asked for that funding. You know, I was also thinking for that funding as well for Huntwick, which is a little street that goes in from Staples into HEB Plus on there on the corner of Saratoga Way. And it just gets beat up because you have 18-wheelers going on a local road. So, I mean, there's lots of things, and I would agree with Councilman Barretta that Way Out Weber, Saturn, and Apollo, and all those streets need a lot of work. And this is kind of designed for that because it's not going to be on the IMP. Because, I mean, there's nobody on that street that votes for us, right? It's businesses. But so I'd rather fix the residential street with that funding. But, you know, this is out there. It's based on sales tax. If there's more sales tax, there might be a little bit more funding associated with it. But that's where that came from. I just went looking for funding to fix a commercial road that was in terrible condition.
Right.
And I took the city manager out there. I took, all the public works folks, just try and figure out a way to do something. And that's where that came from. Regardless of the condition of District 5 streets, it was a specific way to get to commercial streets. So,
Okay.
Thank you for mentioning Elizabeth Street.
okay.
Okay, let's move.
What district it in, that street still.
Right. But that's where that idea came from, because I saw that it was used there because it was a commercial purpose. And so I said, let me see if I can pay for it that way.
Sneaky.
Smart, go ahead. Let's
That's
move on.
good. So we're going to have Neiman just go over real quickly 2 fees, Councilman Hunter, yeah. So, our stormwater fee, and just to remind the full council, and Neiman will get into detail, there's a 5-year plan that council approved. And Councilwoman Campos recently texted me saying, there's a street sweeper in front of my house, I haven't seen one ever.
Ever,
Right?
ever.
That's because of this program. So we're sweeping our streets. We didn't do that in the past. We're doing that, but we have to do more of it because we have to, the crew's small. We need to continue to do it so we can do all residential streets 4 times a year. Right now, they're done, some are being done 1 or twice a year only, but, so Neiman just wants to go over the construct of the stormwater fee, and then we do need to talk to you about the solid waste fee. We deferred any rate adjustment in this budget. But if we keep doing that, we're going to slip behind, and that fund's going to get in trouble as well. So go ahead, Neiman.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And the city manager is absolutely correct. This is just a reminder of the city's commitment to the 6-year plan or strategy for the implementation of the stormwater fee. Basically, we're going from fiscal year 23 of $23.3 million to $28.6 million in fiscal year 24. And a large portion of that increase is simply to cover the debt service to the tune of $3.2 million that's going to be realized in fiscal year 24. But then we have the $1.8 million, which is going to go towards improvements of our stormwater program. And specifically, that's going to be, if you go to the next slide, starting our minor channel bar ditches cleaning and maintenance program, and increasing our street sweeping program. So you will, Councilman Campos, see more of our street sweeping fleet through the city, and we will be finally able to be in a position where we can take care of our inlets, so we can address those potential environmental impacts that could be had or realized if we not clean up trash and ensuring that we are keeping those inlets clean.
I just want to mention one thing, which I mentioned to Councilman Hunter about the street sweeper. Okay, I've been to Ocean Drive a couple of times, and I've seen that street sweeper and doing its job, but then I'm thinking it's wasteful because it's done too many times. Like, there's nothing to pick up, nothing to sweep because it's being used or being sent there, I think, more often than it needs to be, just my opinion, when it can be sent maybe to one of the other streets. That would be my only suggestion, if possible.
And yes, ma'am. And we do send the street sweepers all over the city, and it does seem like it'd be a pretty innocuous operation. But we were asked last year by previous council on, well, how much tonnage of waste and garbage is the street sweeping program collecting? And I was surprised. We can get those numbers to you. It's tens of tons, if not hundreds of tons of garbage that we're picking up monthly and ensuring that it's getting into our waste system and not into our water.
It keeps it out of the bay too. That Ocean Drive, you may know, so all that's going into the bay if we don't sweep it into the water.
Recycling path.
But on this,
Do you remember those numbers? Was it 48?
90 tons, did y'all hear that?
it's out of the water,
That
because
stays out of
especially
the
on Ocean
water.
Drive, all that's going right in, if it does rain, goes on.
Where are my baskets?
Yeah, your baskets are coming.
I know they're coming,
Yeah.
I know.
But on this chart that Neiman sees up here, you can see the progression, so that it's called neighborhoods. You can see the neighborhoods. We're doing 2 times a year. We want to go to 4, but that's a few years from now. Collectors, we were doing 2, 4. We want to do 6 times a year. And then arterials, 10 times a year. Will be maxed out in 2027. So we have a slow progression, so there's not rate shock, but realistic approach. One thing that the monies would add, that we would add in the 24 budget would be for bar ditch maintenance. You can see that column, so it's only as requested. The city has, I think it's 1,400, I don't know, we have a lot of bar ditches in terms of linear feet or miles, but we don't maintain them, only if somebody tells us.
The ditches.
So we want to be able to do them 6 times a year, I think is what that is, 6 times a year. Gabriel, is that what it is? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is Gabriel or?
Is that just your typical barn, ditch?
Talk to us real quick about it. How many miles of bar ditches do we have, Gabe?
So I believe it's close to almost 500, 400 to 500 miles. These are the ones that are in the residential areas, not our major channels. Our major channels was our first improvement that we did. So we are on that new schedule of the bottom one of 2 years per of the master channels. We were at about a 4-year pace before, so we doubled our staff, doubled our equipment. So now we're hitting those major channels every 2 years. So basically, we have one piece of equipment, what we call a grade all, so it's like a mini excavator that's available for those minor ditches, those residential areas. I know a lot are in Flower Bluff, a lot are in the older parts of the city. Basically, if a call comes in, we're more reactive. We want to get to a more proactive approach with that program.
So the minor channel, the ones in the neighborhoods, we would do a channel once every 6 years?
Yes, so it's a
Start.
improvement this year and an improvement next year that'll take us to a 3-year cycle.
And then eventually we get to a 3-year cycle? So, okay.
Like, where is Corpus in District 2? I don't know.
Like
So it'll be right by, I guess, where my parents are, like off of Naples, by Del Mar. Naples has all bar ditches.
what's the name of that historic neighborhood where you live? What's the name of your,
It's by Colorful,
well,
I don't know.
The ones I can think of are close by the Del Mar campus. There's some in those neighborhoods there.
There's one by St. Patrick's, the side street on St. Patrick's. If you go down it, there's little minor ditches on either side of the road.
yeah,
Just the little ditches.
Yes.
Yeah, you
Instead
have
of curb
'em.
and gutter, they have a ditch.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's on the stormwater and then the solid waste fee, Neiman?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And just revisiting our discussion about doing the increases for our solid waste department and operations, basically to ensure that we're able to sustain the level of operations that's being provided to our citizens across the city. If you look, you'll see that we have approximately 4% increase that we're going to be looking at recommending for residential customers, 5% for the Safety landfill, and 10% for the transfer station. And if you look on the next slide, you'll see that though we are pursuing, fee increases, it will still keep us basically in the mid-average of the top 10 cities in the state of Texas. So we're not seeking anything. We're looking to maintain our level of service, but ensuring that we're not charging outrageous fees for services that are.
Right, so on the top, we compare ourselves to the top 7 cities in size. We have 7 here because Houston, they don't have a fee, it's within their property tax rate. But we are right now our rate's towards the lower end, right? There's 4 cities above us with a higher rate and 2 below us. So the point being is that the cost to pick up garbage continues to go up every year with cost for labor, cost for fuel, cost for trucks, cost for maintenance. So in this year's budget, we did recommend an increase in the current year. City Council recommended not doing that, and we used one-time monies to kind of balance the budget.
That's right.
But we don't recommend that again, because what's going to happen is we're going to fall behind, and then there's going to be a rate shock to try to keep up with the cost for service. So just to present it today for informational purposes, so you're not shocked when you see it. There's numerous rate structures that you can see. We have residential, we have commercial. That revenue also is from tonnage dropped off at a transfer station from commercial haulers, as well as if you go to the landfill, this per ton cost. That's more so to the commercial side, not the residential side.
We have some questions. Councilman Zuckley.
Yeah, back to, a few pages ago, we were talking about the street user fee.
Yes, sir.
And I know that we get this solid waste fees on the same bill. And I obviously wasn't involved in the correlation of putting the street user fee in the first place and how it was structured. But it seems like the folks, especially on the commercial side for the solid waste, are the ones that are using trucks that are doing most of the damage to the streets. So it seems like there'd be some way to identify, and maybe that's what we're using to include them in the non-residential portion of the street user fee. But it seems like there'd be some way to tie a higher cost of the street user fee to the people that are using the commercial solid waste section.
Okay.
Sir, we have the MSW fee that is charged for individuals that specifically are utilizing our landfill, but they are utilizing our roadways, transporting trash out the city to other landfills outside of the city, you know that, okay, you're not utilizing the landfill, but it is still causing that wear and tear on the city infrastructure. So those commercial companies are charged what we call the municipal solid waste to account for it.
Sure. Really, you think of almost any commercial business, though, you're either getting inventory delivered or you're getting product delivered, you're sending out what you manufactured. They're all using trucks. And so those are the ones that are doing the majority of the wear and tear on our streets, so.
Okay, Councilman Roy. You have your line?
Yeah. The only thing I wanted to, so who came up with this, the increase, the 4.3%? How did you arrive at that, and what, do you have an idea what it's actually going to translate to as far as additional monies?
Yeah, we'll bring David Layfield up, our director. We did utilize a consultant, and David worked closely with them to develop these recommendations, so.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. It's a great question. How did we get to where we're recommending? We hired a rate consultant back in 2020 who went through the complete cost structure of our solid waste program. And they balanced the cost structure in each of the individual units, if you will, of the recycle versus the trash collection. We have a whole lot of different units out there, and they took a look at all of the individual costs. And they came up with a rate structure. The recommended rate is actually a 5% rate, but when you look at the different fees that are added on by the state, it actually moves it down because we did not raise the state fees. We only raised 5% on our charge, but when you add the taxes and the state fees on top of it, it actually brought the actual bill to the customer down to the 4.3%.
Yeah, the only reason why I'm asking that is that I have a, you know, to compare, I think it's so important to compare other areas. And I'll just give you an example. I have a house that's outside of the Pittsburgh area. It's a suburb area. I pay $120 every 3 months for solid waste. And I went to them recently and I asked for something, and they said, because of that, I've had that home there 25 years, I'm in some kind of locked in price. So they said, if you were to change this and do this other service, it'd be even more. So that's the only thing I look at, and I think, you know, I hate to say this, did we raise it enough?
The recommendation was to raise it 5% 2 years ago, but we did not because of the pandemic at the time. We asked for a price increase last year, and it was decided to move it on. So we're a little bit behind the curve. We are.
Yeah, it looks like that, because the other thing is if we do it now, what I don't want to see is we come back next year and we do it again. And I just think maybe we need.
The recommendation was for a 5% increase, I believe, for 3 years.
Okay.
And so we haven't had the last 2 years increase. So it is a little lower than what was recommended, but based on efficiencies that we've created in the department, we're comfortable with the 5% this year.
All right. I just thought it would be good to compare with another city, because it's nuts. You know, I just start throwing away things just to get my money's worth.
Well, we do compare extremely well with other cities even across the state, and the level of service that we provide is greater than many of those that we compare to. So we can rest fairly comfortable in our rate structure. We're getting a great bang for the buck.
Okay.
Okay, good. Any more questions?
Councilman Pusley.
Pusley, okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Well, as you all well know, I've been somewhat critical of our solid waste fees and our recycling fees over the last couple of years, and how we structure those and how we measure whether or not they're being effective or not. There's not a lot of detail here. I'm going to look at more detail as we go forward with this, but I want to stick up for my friendly homeowner ratepayers and say, we need to look at this very carefully. 4.3%, 4.5%, 10%, 5%, 5%. I mean, all these add up, and we have to remember many of these commercial haulers that we're raising these rates on, ultimately those rates get passed down to the homeowners and business people who operate in this city. So it's not like this is magically money that's appearing out of thin air.
So I'm once again going to look at this very closely to see and make sure that we're being fair across the board. And our own garbage trucks damage the streets in this city as any commercial haulers. I mean, how many trucks do we have running up and down the road on a daily basis?
On a daily basis, we run 33 trucks a day.
Okay, so, anyway, just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
Point, Councilman, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Mayor, any more on this one?
Councilman Barrera.
Barrera, okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I guess that's the thing. You know, I get frustrated when we compare ourselves to other communities and, you know, not to contradict that, but my thing is that, you know, the way we operate at home and the way we operate our business is what do we need to handle our overhead? What do we need to be able, what does it cost for us to do that service? And then at that point, we decide what is the fee that we're gonna charge? I don't go, yeah, we look at the market, you know, obviously we need to be competitive with the market, but what are we gonna charge based on what we feel the value of the service that we provide? So I don't know, just because a study comes up, I mean, so my determination, and I've always said, if we need more, well then just tell us we need more where we fall short.
Right, and
So-
that's exactly what our rate consultant did. They took a look at all of our cost centers and calculated exactly how much money we needed to generate to pay for the services that we have now. Not compared to any other cities, but exactly what it takes to run our operation. And then they, through their magical accounting, you know, I'm not an accountant, don't want to be an accountant. They use their rate-setting principles to calculate what the rates need to be to generate the dollars that we need to operate. Not to create a profit, not to create an excess, not to create a cushion, but based upon what our needs are in this community, that's what they calculated the rates to be.
So well, then where are you falling short?
Our revenues that they
No,
calculated.
what, and from a perspective of the cost to run the department,
Right
where is
now-
it that we fall short, that we're not able to service, the community based on what the revenue that we have?
Okay,
Where are the gaps?
The first major gap that comes to mind is our fuel cost. Our fuel costs over the last 2 years have gone from about $110,000 a month to about $180,000 a month. That's, you know, this year we budgeted some of that in. We're still falling $500,000 behind this year on fuel costs alone. And the cost of a truck went from about $330,000 a year to over $420,000 per truck. And so that's where I'm falling behind. If we continue to generate the revenues that we have now, the cost of my equipment, the cost of my fuel is going up so significantly that I'm not able to keep up. Now, we've got a fantastic team in solid waste, and they work hard, and they bust their tails, and they get the job done. Sometimes they're working till 8, 9 o'clock at night, but they're getting the job done with the equipment that they have. And so if we've got a truck that's down because it's 14 years old, that means that they're working extra shifts to get the job done that day. And so we have to have the money to buy these trucks, and the cost is just going on up. And we're
Okay,
trying to keep up.
that's a very good answer. That's a very good answer, and I think that's really of what we need to look at it from perspective, is that what does it cost to run the operation to be at 100% operational?
Right.
So what does it take to operate, and what's it gonna cost to be there? Then at that point, to me, it doesn't matter what Austin charges, you know? It doesn't matter what another community charges, you know? Because then by that respect, we can always back and say, well, you know what, Arlington is the one that really does it right. We should all be like Arlington because they have the lowest rates. So what I'd request is that we say, what does it take to run the operation? Where are shortfalls? Just like what we were asking right now when we asked the police chief, what would it take to operate at maximum efficiency? So that way, and then at that point, we come back and make that decision that we can say, okay, you know, that would mean a 10% increase. Well, okay, well then we recognize that that's not gonna satisfy that. You know, if time and money were no object, then what would it take? So,
And that's exactly what we've done.
okay, well, but once again, I haven't seen that other than me asking the question. So if you could, because we need to justify that to our residential ratepayers and our commercial ratepayers, because, and I would agree, you know, when I was chairman of the RTA, I used to get told all the time, the buses tear up our streets. And the thing is, and so I came back, the sarcastic individual that I am, and I said, well, our refuse trucks also tear up our streets. You know, our utility vehicles also tear up our streets. Is the city gonna go ahead and pay back a street user fee themselves? So, I think we just, I guess you know where I'm coming from. So, yeah, I'd like to see that. Thank you.
And what I would follow up with on that, I think that's, you're right on. When we get to the budget, Peter, preferably, and I know this was inadvertently, but this was, and this is fine, this is good information, but for transparency, we need to see, it needs to go reverse. Like, what are we gonna lose? That, and I know this isn't a budget workshop, but when we do the budget, we need to start with, here's what the picture looks like if we don't.
Okay.
And here's the gaps.
Right.
That way it's very clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good
Okay.
input. That's good.
Let's see, who's,
think,
Councilman Pusley.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I just agree with 100% what Councilman Barrera said. We, you know, looking at a study that's 3 years old is one thing, but I want to see what our costs are.
We'll show you that.
Mm-hmm.
We'll show you that. Today's meeting was not meant to do that, and this is just, we're not sitting, right. This is just a quick comparative analysis. We do more than one thing, so we have the cost per service, revenue that comes in, comparative analysis, all of that to help make decisions. Okay, Mayor, we have, Storm,
I
did
had
you
one
want any
more, can I make one more
Oh,
comment?
Councilman, yes, Roy.
So I wanted to just clarify something. The reason why I was talking about looking at the price and that is that, yes, common sense says that when you take a look at all the things that are going in terms of where you're deficient now, the problem that we have as a city is that then that comes the rationalization of deferring maintenance. Okay, we had to pay $400,000 for a vehicle that used to be $130,000. The price of gasoline is up. We only have so much money. What are we gonna do? Well, maybe we're gonna change the oil now, X amount. You know, maybe we're gonna try and get our tires to go this amount. And that's been a problem throughout the city when we are faced with these issues. Instead of maybe looking at the fact, okay, yes, we have to be realistic and sometimes the cost of things go up. And that's the point, because what I don't think is an excuse is, and what we don't want to hear is, okay, well, why did maintenance lack? I mean, I came on this council when we had that issue with the water the water meters being way out of whack. And we were told, no, the equipment is this, the equipment is that. And then by the time we got down to it, we found out we hadn't done the maintenance and replaced the equipment in many years. And so when I look at things, that's one of the things I want to make sure is that, number one, as Gil, I know he's a big guy on maintenance, that we're doing the maintenance. And that's because if you come to us and say, I didn't do the maintenance, why didn't you do the maintenance? Well, because we're short funds and we couldn't afford it. That's not the right answer.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, good. We're going to go to the next rate conversation. This is really just a quick update on our water, wastewater rates. Yeah. Mike Murphy, our Chief Operating Officer. We're doing good on time. Just as a quick check-in, we're not going to do the break, so if you have to get up, feel free to the restrooms out the door and there's food over here. But we have just a few more topical areas, and then the quicker we get through this, the quicker we can just hear open dialogue amongst the council. Again, these were 15 areas. There may be other things you want us to consider for the budget. So Murphy's just going to do a quick conversation on water, wastewater rates using microphone. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Murphy. Yes, I can, yeah.
So retail rates for water and wastewater, thank you, Sony. So water rates for water and wastewater are on a 2-year cycle, and this is that year. So we're going to be looking at adjusting our water rates accordingly. Like everyone before me has said so far, pretty much everything that we do in our business, and especially water utilities and public works, parks, pretty much everything, the price of everything has gone up. Can't think of a single thing that has gone down in price. And so we've got to address that. I mean, whether it's fuel, salary, chemicals for our water and wastewater treatment process, getting equipment, everything has pretty much gone up. So we're going to take those into account as we look at our water and wastewater rates for the next 2 years. And then also our wholesale public agencies and municipality rates are reviewed every year by contract, and we'll be doing that. Obviously, we'll be doing that this year. And then the water rate decreased in FY22 due to the addition of the large volume user, that being GCGV. We were able to lower our water rates to accommodate stormwater rate charges. And then standalone stormwater fees added in January 2022. Now, currently, CCW staff are working with our new rate modeler, their new gen strategies and solutions to develop our new water and wastewater rates and reuse rates models. And then this year, we're going to be taking a hard look at our large volume water rates, and we're going to be carefully analyzing those. These are things that we've heard, things that Councilman Klein in the listening sessions that we had. This was one thing that kept coming up over and over again. It's also something that we realized too, that there is a gap in what our residential ratepayers are paying versus what large volume commercial users are paying. So we'll be taking a hard look at that. So that's it.
Okay, great. Mayor?
Yeah, sorry. We don't have anyone. Go ahead.
Okay, was there any questions?
No questions.
Okay, good. Okay, Constance
There's
is
a
gonna.
question.
We
Councilman
talked.
Klein, there's a question, because you
those
said
questions.
that.
Okay.
Because you said it. Yeah. Councilman Klein.
Sorry, you jinxed it. Mike, you mentioned this, I just want to kind of clarify about this, the water rates. Currently, right now, the large water users pay less per gallon than residents do. And I think you talked about maybe kind of revisiting that. I'd like to kind of specify, at least for myself anyway, my view is that we should adopt a graduated water rate schedule where the more you use, the more you pay per gallon, as opposed to the one we got right now, which I guess would be described as regressive instead.
Yeah. So working with our rate modeler, we're looking at, a couple of different ideas, that being one being demand versus quantity that you're taking. Maybe that's what you're talking about a little bit. But the higher demand you have for 100% water and the quantity that you need 100% of the time, we're going to be looking at that. So we're going to put several ideas on the table for council to discuss as we get into the budget process. Yes, sir.
Councilman Hernandez?
Yeah, the number of FTEs you've had in water went from 295 to 330. And in wastewater, you went from 218 to 260. Okay, so I mean, you've added a lot of people, which adds a lot of expense. I mean, so when you look at your rate model, are all those positions filled?
No.
Okay.
No, we're running, I don't mean to cut you off, but I think I know where you're going. So we're running right now, we're approaching 20% vacancies in our department. And it's a challenge for us. It's a challenge for all of the utilities, to be honest with you. It's a salary thing that we're in competition with industry, local industry, and our entry-level positions are basically in competition all across the board, whether it's a fast food restaurant, whether it's a low-level IT position or something like that. So we're actually having a job fair coming up for Corpus Christi Water. So, we're hoping to get some applications for that.
What I'm getting at is you might want to look at that from an evaluation standpoint. Do you need those additional? Because a lot of those were added last year. I want to say we added like 50 people to wastewater.
46.
And I don't know what that all entails, but if you're making it without them, maybe that's where you have some savings.
Making and struggling are two different concepts. So yeah, we're struggling. We're making it, but we're struggling.
Okay, thank you.
You got something? Okay, ready.
Okay, Constance, I was just going to touch real quick on, we talked about this at length at our last council meeting, but just talk about property tax rates and our property tax exemptions.
Yes, sir, good afternoon. So as we all know, our property taxes is one of the main revenues for our general fund, and we did have a lengthy discussion several weeks ago. This slide here is just to let you know that we have it on our forefront. This is a very important tax rate that we need to be setting. At the end of April, we should be receiving our preliminary assessed values. We're also monitoring the legislative session to see how that will impact not only just property tax revenue, but unfunded mandates, things that we would need to budget for. And so at this point, we also have our property tax exemption recommendation that we are still considering. The question today would be, what would be the appetite for the city council maybe to perhaps leave the property tax the same? As we continue on and we figure out at the end of April what our preliminary assessed values are, we'll have a better idea on where that property tax rate will end up. And so that's the discussion that we wanted to bring forward today.
Okay. Councilwoman Campos.
Well, just a few days ago, we heard from our governor. I think a lot of us were there. There is, I believe, a $35 billion surplus that he announced that there was going to be, he was going to give the taxpayers a break. Were you there? I don't think you were there, Councilman Pusley. But I'm sure you heard, right? No? Okay. Well, I think it's something that I hope that we'll wait on to see what kind of decrease the homeowner will have before we consider, doing any kind of decrease on our end. So just wanted to point that out.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Barrera.
At what point are we going to get, I guess you said mid-April?
April 30th is when we get the preliminary assessed value
Because I
system.
already got mine, I mean, I got a statement yesterday. My
I did
property
too.
values went up 15%. So, that's the thing I would look at is, once again, what does it cost us to operate efficiently? I'll throw that in. Versus, so therefore, just by nature of my home, my wealth has increased by 15%, even though I can't touch it. So, yeah, getting a 15% earnings is pretty competitive, but, once again, once you back out taxes, so, all I'm saying is that we just need to be cognizant of that when we're calculating each rate. I'll wait till we get to the end, but I just wanted to point that out.
So I appreciate your comments, and we're also going to talk in a little bit about some additional costs that we currently do not have in the fiscal '23 budget that we do need to consider for '24.
Okay. Excuse me, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I just want to say I've been waiting since 1986 for the state of Texas to provide any help and relief to me, and I haven't seen it yet. So, but I just want to say that this is still going to be a top priority of mine. I think it should be a top priority of this council and the staff here. And I want to say that we always like to compare ourselves with other cities, and the 7 larger cities than we are have all already raised their exemption to the level which I am proposing. So this is not going to bankrupt the city of Corpus Christi. This is money that we can find in our budget, and we owe it to the taxpayers of this community to give them a break. Period. Thank you.
Councilman Klein.
Yeah, just help me with this, make sure I understand this correctly. It seems like as if this shift from 10% exemption to 20% exemption is going to benefit, I'm going to pick on Ocean Drive, homes on Ocean Drive. It's going to benefit them more than it is homes elsewhere in the community. Am I wrong about that, or is that correct?
Well, no, it's based on the value of the home, so it should benefit all the homeowners.
No, but it's a regressive reduction, so the higher value your home, the bigger break you're gonna get.
Right.
So if you have a home that is, lesser value, 70, 80, 90,000 versus a $500,000 home.
Right.
You're gonna
Yeah,
get a bigger
and
discount.
the higher tax you pay on that home too.
I know, yeah, that's fine. I'm just
So
answering this question.
it all washes.
It is a regressive, because it's a percentage base. If it was a dollar based, it would not be regressive.
Right.
But it's percentage-based, so it makes it regressive.
All right, thank you.
So is there a way to do that? Dollar-based?
Cities do offer
As opposed to
dollars.
percentage?
They do. Yeah, some cities offer a flat dollar amount instead of a percentage. We can show you that
So is that
list.
something we can look at all together?
We have a
Both?
list of the cities we've done it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's a, no, I don't agree
It's
with
just
that.
an option.
I'm waiting for my turn, even though
Okay.
I'm the first person
Okay.
to
You
press
worry,
the button.
worry?
Yeah.
I'm not liking this
I know,
system
I'm
at
just
all.
messing with the mayor. Councilman Pussy, I'd like to applaud you for bringing this to the council. I'm 100% supportive of it, except for the over 65, because that's half this city. And that's the majority of the voters, and I understand that. But there is not a returning base, we just talked about this, Councilman Klein. There is not a returning base on the younger people. The highest I've ever seen that number is 14.1% if you include high schools and both higher education programs. And that is not good. 99% of those people who are in the, let's see, IT, where's my IT people? Anyone back there? They still outside? They leave the city. 99%. But I do think this is great, because the problem is as a young individual, I cannot afford to pay for half the city, in my opinion. As someone who represents those young individuals and who has spoken to a lot of them about this, I'm highly, highly against it. Outside of that, if that's the only way we can get it passed, Councilman, I'm still gonna vote for it. And that's all I have to say. But how is, I do have a question for Peter. How, if it's percentage-based, how, I don't understand what you're saying. It's all based on percentage, so.
Right, so the tax, so somebody with a higher valued home would get a larger reduction in value?
Yeah, just on a dollar amount, but not a percentage amount.
It would be.
So if it's 700,000, it'd be 70,000.
Right, and so someone in a $70,000 home would be
7,000.
700.
Right. So it's just the nature of it. I don't know if you call it regressive from textbook format, but,
Whatever.
yeah, it's just what, the higher value home.
Yeah, but the appraisal district can then go to a house that's 130,000 and raise it to 300,000, not tell anybody until it's the day to pay your taxes, and then you have that giant tax increase.
Right, well, they send an appraisal notice, but right.
Yeah, they send an appraisal notice to a person who only reads emails and never opens his mailbox.
All right, Councilman Pusley, Councilman Suckley.
I did make the suggestion to Councilman Pusley, just mentioned it after the council meeting the other day. It came to mind that maybe we consider, rather than taking, I'm in support of it as long as we can figure out a way to make it work in the budget, but in terms of a roughly $10 million impact in 1 year is to maybe do a step up over several years. So it's not as impactful in 1 year.
Right, that's what we,
Yeah, and part of this, though, and I think, Peter, you know this might be an understatement, is like everything else. How does this affect the budget? How does this affect, or where does it affect? Because it doesn't, it's not just there. So where do we take it from? How do we make the best use, right, of the 1.4? And what does that mean? Just like solid waste.
Right.
You know, so
Yeah.
I would recommend that.
yes, ma'am.
Let's see, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I guess I want to also find out when we're going to have a workshop on the IDAs, because that, you have to not only look at what that looks like, but also the, when the 280 agreements expire, when those come into play. There's a lot of information in there over the long term where you could see funding coming in that are not currently existing. So, and then, you know, from a business perspective, your best place to save money is to cut costs. It's not, you know, to increase your revenue. So let's not just look at the revenue side on the taxes, but you also got to look at the cost-cutting measures as to what you can do. So it's not always about increasing more and more spending, but managing your budgets better. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, and I agree with that. This is all about managing your budgets better. We have to go in and find where our discretionary spending is and where we don't need to spend money on things that we don't need to. We can't be all things to all people.
And just like Councilman Barrera said, we're all going to start getting our valuations here over the next few days, and they're going up. Comptroller's office has already said that. And so they're going to go up significantly this year because of the growth in this state. So everybody that owns a home, and this regressive tax deal, Peter, it doesn't matter. If the value of my home is $350,000, I'm paying a tax on that. If I get a 10% break on that, that equates into that function. If I have a house that's worth $100,000, it's the same function. So it's just false economy to say that to people, that this is a regressive tax. It is not. But this is about the city of Corpus Christi managing its money and showing the taxpayers that we can effectively manage it and cut costs and pare down, so that when we go to them with a $125 million bond election and they give us that money without any question, and we were one of the few governmental entities in this region whose bonds passed. Most of them didn't. And that's because we all got out and sold those. So I don't think it's too much to ask, and I'll shut up.
Yeah, and Councilman, I don't think anyone disagrees. I would speak for everyone sitting at the tables. We agree with the taxpayer needing a break all day long. And if anyone disagrees, please speak up now. We agree. $10 million is a huge cut, as Councilman Suckley mentioned. As long as we've got to look at the whole picture. And that's a responsible thing to do, is say, we want to make sure we look at everything, where it's coming from, where we can cut costs, because as Councilman Hernandez just said, you're absolutely right. It's not about increasing revenues, it's about slimming things down. We did that in the last budget. We cut animal spay and neuter, right? From 500 to 250, we cut out the sign over at Labonte Park. We don't need that sign today. The park's not even ready. We can go on and on. So yes, that's what we want to do. To the tune of $10 million, we better have the right picture of what we're cutting. So I agree. We all want the taxpayer. We're all taxpayers. We deserve that cut. We need to do it responsibly. And we need to have all the pieces to the puzzle before we do that. Councilman Roy.
The only thing I want to interject on that is I just don't want to see the city take a step backwards. In the past, several times, and we can cite those times, is that when the city, for whatever reason, has decided to defer maintenance or do something, that's how streets got to the point where streets are at right now, because we had other priorities and we went for a period of time and ignored them. So it's a tremendous, this budget is a complex budget. And I just think in the future, what I don't want to see is us going back and saying, well, we failed to do this because, and take shortcuts.
Right.
Like, as I used the example of, we didn't maintain N4 and the satellites, or whatever you want to call it, for a long period of time. And that caused a lot of problems. The people were significantly distraught when we had those issues with the water meters and not working correctly and people getting billed. Everything that we can do in terms of cutting taxes and making them feel better if they're over 65 or under 65 would go out the window if they experience that again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we can move on.
Thank you, Constance. Okay, our next topic, we just have three more, is, are you presenting the San Patricio? Okay, this one is on our list because we recently got a request from San Patricio Economic Development Corporation, and it was, just came in, so again, this is about the entire council, so we thought we'd present this today just to explain it and kind of see, get some sentiment, get some conversation from the council. And Mike Culbertson's still here from our own EDC, the Corpus Christi one, so if there's any questions, he's here to answer them as well. Go ahead, Constance.
Okay, good afternoon again. So in March, the city received a request from the San Patricio Economic Development Corporation for funding of $100,000. This is the first time that we've received this type of request. We currently pay our Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation $700,000. And ironically enough, the jurisdiction for the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation includes not only Nueces County, but San Patricio County and Aransas counties. There's several industries in San Patricio, including like Volstapine, Cheniere Occidental, TPCO, Chemours, and Exxon, that the city benefits from with our industrial districts. I just want to point out that it was actually the Corpus Christi EDC that secured those industries to come to our area. So the point of today's conversation is just to see would the council entertain the fact to include $100,000 in the fiscal '24 budget. And if we have any questions, like Peter said, Mike Culbertson is here to address any issues you may have.
Councilman Barrera.
Gosh, this is so difficult for me. I have a lot of friends in San Pat County. I guess my thing is, what are we going to get in return if we calculate that? I mean, it's $100,000 in a $1.4 billion budget, or $280 million operating budget, whatever the number is. But what do we get in return? And the thing is, then, what if my Gil's best friend, John Valls from the Robstown Economic Development Corporation, says, "Hey, I heard you gave $100,000 to the San Pat EDC." Then,
Where's the Robstown EDC?
yeah, what is it from the Robstown EDC? He says, "Hey, is there any way we can get for 50 because we're pulling in Tesla, and we're getting the water from you guys, and they're going to be utilizing that water, the South Texas water." I guess that's the thing. We just need to have some level of way to, what do we get in return? It's not a dig, it's just fun. Passive aggressive.
No, you're convincing me not to vote for it.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not gonna vote for it, I'm just saying, what are we getting? That's it, so.
Right.
Well, I know the thought is that the San Pat EDC would be bringing more industry into the area that could potentially benefit the city. But however, we have our local EDC.
Well, it would be
doing the
through
same
our
thing.
EDC
Yeah.
that they do that. They
Mike, did you
can't,
want to say
yeah.
anything? You can come up here
Okay.
if you'd like.
Who's up? Okay. Let's see, who's up? Councilman, you done? No, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I guess that's, I said, okay, I'm open-minded, but what are we getting in return? That's it. I mean, I have a clear idea of what the CCR EDC does, and I feel good about that, but once again, what's to prevent one of my best friends from calling me and saying, hey, man, we worked out that deal with Tesla, and then I know, so they have other deals that they're working on specifically. So what's to say that, and here's one thing, a lot of those individuals, I think there was a determination, and Mike, you may help me, about 60% of the individuals that are working in San Pat County, of course, there was the deals that you guys did, live in Corpus Christi, or live with, like Steel Dynamics and all that. So that's the argument that could be made for the Robstown EDC, that the majority of those people are going to live in Corpus Christi, so anyway.
And that's correct. That talks to our relationship with the industry. We actually polled them. And you'll see the ones that are closer to the bridge, we're up at 70%, and the ones further away, we're at 40. When Steel Dynamics win, of course, they can use the 77, so.
Yeah, so that's my thing. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying that we're putting ourselves in a predicament where the argument could be made, why don't we start helping all these others? So we just need to clear up what we're getting in return.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect example of what I just talked about a few minutes ago. I mean, how are the taxpayers in this city going to feel about us spending our tax money over in San Patricio County? And Mike, with all due respect, I've sat through 2 elected positions now where San Patricio County sued Nueces County and the city of Corpus Christi, and we lost tax revenue because of those lawsuits. I don't think I want to go over and reward them for that.
Councilman Roy.
Those are great points. One of the things I think of right now is if we didn't have the needs, I mean, it's $100,000. In a lot of ways, when you look at the overall budget, $100,000 is not a lot. But you know what? I'd rather use that $100,000 in my district and put a playground in Hillcrest or do something different than sit there and spend $100,000 when we could turn around and have another lawsuit. Are they going to give us a seat on the board? So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilman Hunter.
I'll go after.
No, Councilman,
Okay.
go ahead.
How does the CCREDC work with
We work-
SPEDC?
Yeah, we work well with them. Remember, the Corpus Christi ETJ, the ones that when we're talking about the 380 agreements or the 212s in your industrial district, they extend in through about 35. So, and you know, most of that property now is owned by the port. So we work well with them. We work well with the port. You know, the port has been building up their economic development. More of a facilities manager, not facilities, but land manager than an EDC that actually goes out.
Okay. I just have a recommendation. So I did have a chance to be reminded of this earlier. I would suggest that if we do get a board member position and we do go through with this for some reason later, that it is a District 4 council member because that is his district. And that would be you, Dan, if you decided to do that. Also, if we decide to do this, our EDC, the CCREDC, needs to bump up as well.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, maybe I'm getting mixed messages from San Patricia, but I'm under the understanding they don't want any more industry over there.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm a little confused as to asking more money for an EDC if they're not asking for more industry, if they don't want any more industry. Right? So does that make any sense? Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, and then, you know, if the Regional Economic Development Corporation includes San Patricia, right, are we duplicating efforts? You know, I need more information on this because it doesn't, you know, I'm getting mixed messages from, you know, San Pat, you know, because they changed the direction of where they were going. First, they wanted all that industry when Judy Hawley was on the port and Judge Simpson was over there, and then they flipped. Now they don't want any more. So we're getting mixed messages. You have to have an understanding of what's really happening before we invest money into that. Plus, I mean, we barely have a sliver of property there. I think we have one boater in San Patricio, right? I mean, it's like one boater, right? So I want to make sure that we're looking at this holistically, not just, you know, say, hey, okay, it's only $100,000, let's go. But let's make sure we look at this very clearly and understand what the benefits are, what they really want, you know, what that whole thing is about. Okay, thanks.
Councilman Hunter.
Since this doesn't seem to be making as much progress as anyone had thought, maybe allocate that 100,000 to our CCREDC, just a suggestion as the newest member. You know, new economic development, new businesses. It increases your tax base rather than having to increase all these fees and tax increases.
There you go. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I just want to go back. Like I've said before, even though it's one voter, you know, I mean, I get you. Even though it's one voter, we are in San Pat County, and all I'm asking is, what do we get in return? But the way I'd look at it is, we are in San Pat County, and about 60% of the individuals that work at those facilities, and those are new bodies coming into town. And right now, if you go to the Workforce Network, unemployment in Corpus Christi, in the coastal bend, is the lowest that it's ever been. It's the lowest that it's ever been. So I just want to add that I'm kind of still on the fence, but I'm just saying, my thing is, what do we get in return? The other thing I want to add, since Mike's up there, you know, I hope that when we're considering how we're reevaluating these IDAs, that we ensure that we're communicating with them, because and an economist, what is it, or Dr. Lee or somebody, because, you know, I know Sylvia always gives me the stinky face when I say 98,000 jobs.
No, it doesn't.
There you go. See, there you go. I got the stinky face. So, but my point is that we have to look at it from that perspective. And once again, as I've said before, and as Councilman Pusley has also reiterated, you know, they handle all their own underground utilities. They handle their own public safety. They pay tariffs to the port to handle, they have their own fire company, and then they pay tariffs to the port to be able to provide fire support as well, and security. We don't have to provide their solid waste. So there's a lot of services that are not provided So I just want to ensure that we at least have that calculation with, and that we hope, I'm hoping that we include the CCREDC.
Yeah. Okay, we're ready.
Okay, good. We're gonna move on next to animal care services.
Let's put $100,000 there. Yes, thank you. Right in our backyard. Sold.
So currently in our fiscal '23 budget, we have $250,000 allocated for our spay-neuter program, and this is relatively new. We haven't had a chance to even evaluate if, how effective the program is. The question that we would like to know, would the city council entertain continuing this program in fiscal '24, and if so, at what levels?
What's that? It is entertaining. I think we need to know, we've not been able to, right?
Right, we've only had it for like a month, or not even a month.
Yeah, I think we need to know.
The metrics.
The metrics, but of great importance are the kennels.
Right, so we have, we're analyzing the whole animal care operations, so we don't have, right now at this particular moment, a determination regarding the kennels, but would the city council support increasing the kennels if the report so showed that?
I would absolutely, because, one of the biggest complaints, and this is where it all came from, was addressing, why are we turning people away? Why do we always turn people away? And they've got dogs all over the place and offices, and I get it. We're trying to accommodate, but we need to fix the problem. And if it is more kennels, then let's address more kennels. What I'd like to do is, can't we just keep some amount allocated, and when we get to the budget, maybe I'll have a little bit more information as to how many more kennels do we need, and what are the greatest needs there?
Yeah, we'll have it by the budget time frame.
Okay.
Yeah. Part of it too, and Councilman Hernandez is gonna talk about this, is the policy. So we are keeping some dogs for an extended period of time, longer than,
Right.
What some other shelters do. So that takes space. And so we have to look at the policy. It could be that we're keeping animals too long in the shelter. And if we adjusted the policy, then you don't have to build more kennels. But part of that is the analysis that has to happen. I'm not saying that's it.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just saying-
disagree.
And as we'll talk about it here in a moment, but that's part of the overall analysis. We have to look at the policy on how long we keep animals and the number of shelters for the size of the city.
Right, but I would take it one step further. It isn't just about policy. We
didn't say
can,
that.
no, I know you didn't, but you just said the policy says we have to keep for so many days.
Yeah.
It is beyond that. And I'm saying this because I work with this every single day. Literally, I could go work over there. So it's operational, and we've talked about this. It is an operational thing, because the number of days you keep the animal in the kennel has everything to do with the live release coordinators and how many animals they're getting out. And that has everything to do with who are you coordinating with to get them out. So it's a trickle down. So it starts here, not with policy. It starts, in my opinion, Peter. And you guys you're doing the analysis. I don't want to lose any funding for this department.
Yeah.
But we can't make a decision if we don't know what the outcome is or how the spay-neuter program is working. And how this, the inside operations, how that's working. The 4 live release coordinators, for example. How many more kennels do we really need once operationally we are more efficient?
Right.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, and I saw you laughing, Peter, but no, I think this is, in terms of policy, we don't really have a policy in terms of how long we keep animals. It's only a minimum. It's a minimum time frame. So if you have a stray, you have to keep them for at least 10 days by state law that requires you to observe them for rabies. Then once you go beyond that, it's, there's no requirement to how long you have to keep them. So I just want to make sure we're focused that, animal care and control is focused not just on the animals, but also on public safety. And if we're refusing animals to be in those kennels because we're keeping them too long, well, we need to understand what that standard is, right? What is, we're constantly comparing ourselves to other cities. Well, we need to compare, what is the minimum, what's the maximum we keep those dogs? And if we have to work with, I guess the live release coordinators, if, the organizations like Gulf Coast Humane Society, Pee-wees, or whatever, they don't want us to euthanize those dogs, well, we've got to have a train to either for them to come get them or we unload them, but ultimately we can't refuse those animals that are being dropped off or that we're not picking up because of that. So I want to make sure that we're focused on public safety, because God forbid we lose, somebody's child gets killed by a pack of dogs
Right.
because we didn't pick them up, right? So I want to make sure that, I have a dog. I love my dog, okay? It's not about me wanting to euthanize dogs, but I don't want somebody to lose their child either. So I want to make sure that we're focusing on public safety. Thank you.
Your dog's not going to bite anyone. You're a cute dog.
He's a sweetheart.
Yeah. Who's that? Councilman Pusley.
Ditto.
Okay.
Ditto.
Yeah, yeah, and it is, but again, everything Councilman Hernandez is saying it trickles back down to operations, because, and kennels, are we it's like the police officers. City's growing, police department's not. Are we growing and our CCAC is not? So we need to figure that out, I think, before. I just don't want to lose anything. I don't want to disallocate anything until we have more information so that we can tell you,
Right, we're just, the
Okay.
two things we identified for potential more funding includes what we're
Great.
showing here, spay neuter and the
Okay.
kennel.
Okay.
Okay, okay, now we're gonna, are you covering this one? Oh, Steve is actually, okay, this one here we want to talk about next, which is environmental sustainability, staffing, so this one, we do have a comparative chart here, and Steve's gonna talk a little bit about this right now. We have one position in the entire city that deals with air quality. It's in the health department. We've moved it used to be in planning, went to public works, and now it's in health. It's vacant currently, we're trying to fill it. But several council members have brought to my attention the need for an environmental sustainability unit. We're gonna talk to you about it right now. Several cities, in Texas, the 7 we compare ourselves to, have them. In San Antonio, we had one, I oversaw it. So we're gonna talk to you about what it means right now, Councilman Pusley, and then we'll see what the dialogue is with the council.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. So as Peter mentioned, several council members have expressed interest in this, and this is something that staff supports as well, but what we're looking for is to see whether the entire council has an appetite for something like this. Kind of going to Councilman Pusley's question, what is environmental sustainability? And it's looking at air quality, it's looking at clean energy, it's looking at greenhouse gases. There's various things that fall under environmental sustainability, and we can make that whatever we're looking for. What this slide represents is just several other cities who currently have this type of division or department. So it's not new to cities, but it would be new to Corpus Christi because, as Peter mentioned, we literally have 0 positions. We have one that we're advertising for now that would be housed in our health department. But if we're really going to get serious about this, we're probably going to need to allocate additional dollars and maybe some additional positions to it. And then we can make that what we will, so.
So Steve, we have there's 5 cities that we're, of the big 8, 5 have a current sustainability office ranging from 600,000 with 4 positions to 3.5 million with 13 positions. That's kind of the range you can see here. So, and as Steve said, I do support this. We are in a area that has a lot of environmental issues, the industry basically, but we also have a lot of natural environmental assets. So in San Antonio, just to give you some context, the Office of Environmental Sustainability began first to look at the city's business processes to see are we the city environmentally sustainable. They developed, as an example, an anti-idling policy for city vehicles. So if a solid waste driver got out of the truck to go into the store to use the restroom and buy something to eat, you have to turn the truck off. In the past, it was just commonplace, keep the truck running, and obviously emissions are going. So that's just one example. So in San Antonio, we looked first in the city and then eventually developed policy for the community to embrace. You can't mandate it, but there were target goals, and so that's what these units do. Councilman Pusley, they look at the city's business processes and then the community's processes to see how can we be more environmentally sustainable. No, I didn't say that, Councilman.
No.
It's developing a plan. I'm just trying. let me just
Councilman,
finish
can
up,
we
yeah.
hold on, because we do have one.
Right, so they developed a
person
plan,
behind.
yeah. No, I was just telling you, you asked if we were going to explain it, we are, so. And so that's what it is. And in our community here, as we saw from the Flint Hills oil spill as an example, I had nobody in the organization to turn to, an expert. And we're prone for that type of situation, given what we have. I'm not saying it's bad. What we have is economic generating, and it creates jobs, but we need some type of a response team for that type of business here. So we can answer more questions if you like. This is just a framework, and we know several council members are supportive of this, so I'll turn it over to the mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I did start calling, and I'm sorry I didn't get to Councilman Pusley last night, calling some of my fellow council members because, you know, I knew that it was, well, I was hoping that it would be on our discussion, at least in our radar. And I was not disappointed by Councilman Gil Hernandez with lots of his questions, which I welcome. And what at the end of our conversation was, this is just the beginning, okay? We would need to do some more investigating and studying. But I am hoping that with our university, we have a university that thrives on the Heart Institute, and we talk about jobs, right? We're always talking about jobs. What happens at the university is that these students come from all over the world, really, to come and study here at our university, and yet they leave because we don't have positions with environmental sustainability or any of that. And I'm not. The main thing is that we live on the coast. These other cities, I don't know if you noticed, but they don't even, they're not even located near any of our waters, but yet they regard their air and water and land with high value, and which we take these things for granted. We really do. And just to get back at you, we did have at one time an environmental department. We had Sharon Murphy that was the head of that environmental department, and she has moved on to air quality, which is also, you know, another important, works together, of course, with this, which would work together with this department. I'm just saying, this is just a beginning. One of the things that I know our climate youth was advocating for was a committee. But I supported it, but then I thought, where would the committee report to? Who would they turn these suggestions or recommendations to if we don't have someone in the city that would be advocating for environmental? Another thing that I just want to point out is, a long time ago, I had been advocating for an urban forester. I don't know if that would come under environmental, but an urban forester is somebody that looks out make sure that we have enough trees and plant enough trees to offset, our carbon footprint. So these are things that are easily done, but if we don't have a voice for these type of things, then it won't ever get done. So I'm hoping that we will take this seriously and that you'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Campos did call me the other day, and I posed a lot of questions. And so for me, it shouldn't be by itself. These things should be part of the departments. For example, if you're in the water department, you have water quality, water safety, that should be part of that. We have no purview over air quality. I mean, we really don't. I mean, we can monitor it, but the ones that have the authority over that is TCEQ, right? So there's a group. Okay, so I want to make sure that we're staying in our lane in terms of what we're supposed to. Solid Waste has something with their, we just signed that contract for the methane capture and to do that. So, but those things should be part of the departments, not something separate that you know, may look for something to be responsible for. You know, so I'd rather have it within, you know, the purview of the departments that they're responsible for those particular items. You know, if we're looking at, you know, our footprint in terms of, let's say the efficiency of our buildings. Well, that could be contracted with somebody like Johnson Controls to come and do an evaluation of our, our settings, our thermostats, our windows, our doors, or the kind of thing to make sure that we're not utilizing more energy than we need, and they can actually have a point of reference to, you know, whatever their savings are justifies the cost of their thing. I think Nueces County did something like that not too long ago. So, I mean, you know, to create a bureaucracy that you may or may not need seems a little, you know, before putting something in a budget, you really got to do an analysis whether you really need it or not. And that's what basically my discussion with Councilwoman Campos was, is that, you know, let's make sure we're not just creating a bureaucracy we don't need. So, thanks.
Well, and Peter, to Councilman's point, maybe again about options. So I get what you're saying. Everybody handle the environmental piece within their department. But let's see if that's something, if you guys can look at it. Clearly, an office is justifiable, I would think. I mean, we're on the water. There are reasons, right, to say, well, an office, maybe I shouldn't say an office, I should say the focus on environmental, right, is justifiable. So is a department on its own?
Yeah,
Pros and
so,
cons versus
right,
each
so
department.
we have 29 different operating departments, and I'm just kind of thinking them through here. A lot of them have some form of environmental person in there. We deal with some hazardous materials in many of our departments. So our health department is full of environmental type awareness people, scientists. Our water department is, our solid waste is, our stormwater services is, our airport is, even our police and fire. So this unit, what cities have done over time is they said, we want somebody to focus overall on sustainability and be the point person. That point person of people, it's teams of 13 in some of these cities, help those departments that have these environmentalists and have a centralized plan. As an example, if somebody came into the city of Corpus Christi today and said, what's your environmental sustainability goals and efforts? The answer would be, we don't have any. Because we don't have a plan, there's nothing written down, there's no focus, there's no prioritization. This is a new trend that many cities have, you can see, have been going to, anywhere from 600,000 to 3.5 million they allocate. And so it's a focus across the country that many cities have adopted, much like we have with recycling. In this case, what this standalone office or unit does is that's all they do all day long is focus on environmental sustainability. And that means, how do you protect the environment? How do we protect the environment for the next generations, plural? That's what the sustainability is. And in San Antonio, again, they started inside the city to say, where should we focus first in the city? Because with 29 different departments, not all 29 are saying, let's not idle our vehicles, let's do this, let's do that. So this unit helps centralize thought and protocol development to ultimately have an impact on air quality. If you turn off your vehicles and there's certain rules and requirements, and we are impacting the air. So we can have an impact on air quality, on how we behave as a city organization with 4,000 employees and I don't know how many vehicles. So that's just one small example, but that's what this is about. Okay. Yes, we have environmental type people in many of our departments. This is a trend that has been happening in the nation probably for the last decade, that there's a unit anywhere from here, 4 to 13 people, that develop a plan of consensus and then work the plan and have an environmentally sustainable community. That's what it's about.
Councilman Pesley.
Well, I just share my concerns about creating a department and a whole bureaucracy when I'm not sure what our goals are. And I understand where you're coming from, Peter, but, you know, we have more air monitoring stations in Nueces County than probably anywhere on the Gulf Coast. And that was because of work that myself and a number of other people did going all the way back to back when I served on the school board at Toloso Midway. We asked for those air monitoring stations. And those reports are available to the city anytime they want them. We forged a partnership and relationship with the environmental group, and I can't remember the lady's name. She retired here about 2 years ago.
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking
yes.
about?
Yes.
The air quality control.
Gretchen Arnold.
Yes,
Gretchen Arnold.
Gretchen Arnold, yes. And we basically put her on payroll at the county, and she served as our environmental coordinator and kept us up to speed on things that we needed to be doing. One of the programs that she brought in was a program whereby all of the vehicles in the county were tested for emissions control. And we had 20% of our vehicles at the county that didn't pass emissions controls, and we got them fixed. And I challenged the city at that time to take that test, and they refused to do it. So, you know, there's opportunities we can do things without, you know, breaking the bank. But guys, I'm just going to reiterate, all these things sound great. All these things sound great, but somebody has to pay for them. Somebody has to pay for them. And I just want everybody to keep that in mind.
Right. Okay. Council, who is this to? Councilman Klein.
Thanks. I think this is a very good idea. We're doing some good things right now already in the various departments, but, you know, an environmental sustainability department or even just an individual coordinator would be a lens through which all other departments can be kind of viewed, right? So whether we're talking about fleet replacement, fleet usage, or building codes, or street planning, future street planning for that matter as well, or response to environmental upsets, whatever you want to call them, disasters, whatever you want to call them. All of those, I think, could be kind of routed through this one person, then this person or this department then would be kind of devoted to doing those sorts of things. And I think this kind of speaks to kind of the larger kind of quality of life issues here, which are not always, can't always be monetized, except that you can tell when you have kind of this high quality of life when you see it, I guess. I don't know, it's hard, as I said, hard to quantify, but when you don't have it, people don't tend to stay around. And that's I think a worry that I have going forward is that we need to be looking at this direction. I think that's what a lot of other cities are in the country already as well. I think we should as well, particularly because we're on the coast, as Councilwoman Campos mentioned as well. We have a particular interest in this, looking at environmental issues because of our geographic situation. Thanks.
Councilman Barrera.
My instinct is to turn it off every time I get on there, because to turn off the light. I support this. I just want to be the same thing. I just want to exercise caution, and I think as Councilman Klein reiterated, even if it's somebody just at a coordinator level, and a lot of it is, as Councilman Pusley pointed out, you know, one of the things that I said on the campaign trail was the amount of industry that we have in the coastal bend is unprecedented, and it's the largest it's ever been, and our air is still clean. And so technology has continued to improve, and then because of some work that Gretchen Arnold did and those individuals did, they continue to monitor it. So I think we've done a good job. But I think that this thing too is that we also need to look at this for a purpose to also reward industry because of the fact that they're doing a good job, because of the air scrubbers that they have, because of the job that they're doing to ensure that we have clean air. And I think we're in an environmentally sensitive spot. This is one of the few places in the entire country that you can, within 20 minutes, you can go hunting, you can go deep sea, well, not 20 minutes, but you can go deep sea fishing, and the following day you can go hunting. You know, this is an environmentally sensitive area. We have a large agricultural community, which, you know, having clean water, clean soils, clean air is very important to the entire world that we provide food to. So, I think it's important. I would also exercise caution because one of the largest cities in the entire country, you know, has the smallest budget out of all these, and they only have 4 individuals. And, you know, and I mean, not to, I mean, bring up, I remember when we first looked at providing staff for council, and I think the first budget, it was like 700,000 or 600,000. And I think now we're ended up probably, we're at, I don't know, maybe 150, if that much. So, look at it from that perspective. We don't need, it doesn't need to be huge. It doesn't need to be huge bureaucracy. I think it's a good place to start, so that way we can figure out what the policy is gonna be and what this person's gonna do. I wouldn't overinflate it. We'd take baby steps in it. So, thank you.
Councilman Roy?
Yeah, I agree with what the majority of council is saying right now. I would also encourage us to take a look at our current personnel. And you know, it used to be in 2017, when I first came on council, there was an idea that, like, for example, every department had an IT person. And every department had this type of person, and they were all within the department. And then the idea was made to change that and then have a director of IT. Does anybody remember that? And so it was a different way of thinking. So then they had an IT director, and then all the IT came under that director. We may have the asset here that has the experience. I like what Councilmember Pusley said with that was a county person that was involved?
Well, yeah.
She's,
She was hired, she didn't work for the county.
oh,
The county hired her to work.
I see. But, you know, there's could be an asset out there. I think we need some type of coordination. I'll tell you just briefly, the experience that we had out in the Northwest recently with that smell that we started smelling. And, I mean, I got phone calls off the hook because the smell also smelled like a gas leak. And everybody was panicking. They closed the schools, whatever everybody was calling, do you know what it is? What's going on? Are we in danger? And of course, we got to the bottom of it. It wasn't anything that was putting anybody necessarily in danger, but that entire process of how long it took to be able to get to the bottom of it and understand what to do, and the coordinated efforts, I think, between departments, maybe somebody like this could help. You know, we have these issues that come up. We have oil spills. We have these things. And just being able to have the communication piece or somebody coordinating, as Councilmember Barrera said, I think it's important. I think maybe we can take baby steps. I don't think we need to go out and spend $3.5 million. So, thank you.
Yeah. On that, Peter, what were the thoughts? And I know this is just, you know, on the surface, but if Houston has 4, would we start with 1 or 2?
I think 1 or 2 would be sufficient to start to see what the goal is, you know, of the unit, and where should we focus, and so what do we have already, you know?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
We do have this, you've heard residents and citizens come to talk to you at city council.
We can't hear you very well.
There's a large group of individuals that want to communicate with somebody here at the city. And as Councilwoman Campos says, having a committee to talk to nobody does nobody any good. So we do need a conduit between environmentalists that we have here that are anxious to participate in our civic engagement and community. But if there's nobody on this side to talk to, the young college students are like, well, we'll go to some other place where we can talk to somebody.
Right.
So in part, this unit would help that. And they have a lot of resources. I've sat down with them myself for over an hour, and I still talk to them frequently, once a week or so. So they want to engage, and it's a free resource. And that's the generations that's going to help this city move into the next generation. So
Okay.
this unit would help to engage them as well, which is kind of a staff augmentation, if you will, at no cost.
Right. Okay, Councilwoman Campos.
Councilman Pusley, I just wanted to also mention through the talks about when Gretchen Arnold's name came up, I don't know if you knew this, but she did that for like 10, 12 years for free. I mean, she did it because she cared about our air quality. And now we actually have Sharon Murphy that's sort of moved into that spot and is now a paid position and has, I don't know how many people that are helping through the entire region. I want to say it's like 7, 8 counties. And I also want to just mention that we do have a lot of people in our community that really care about our environment. I know personally, back in 2012, I got on the Park and Rec Board because I was advocating for an urban forester, and of course, every time that I brought it up, there was no money, right? But, so at the end of my term, they said, they came up with a committee for for tree. It was called the Tree Advisory. But again, it required still an urban forester. And thank God that we did have one in our city that was willing to do it for free, and that actually did help our Parks and Rec department come up with a program to get certified to be a tree arborist, exactly, an arborist. So those kinds of things, I think we've done our homework. I think we've earned, the dedication that we have put into our city to finally have a position that we can call and say, can you help us? Or we already have the community that is willing to put in the work. We just need that one person or two to help us move our city forward and into, the 20th century or 21st century. So.
Thank you. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I don't know what Gretchen did or didn't do for free, but she was paid by the county. She was a paid employee. Well, I just want to say, this is how all bureaucracies start. We need one person, we're going to hire one person, and the next thing you know, you got 25. And, Peter, here's the challenge. And I've had this discussion at least 100 times in the last 2 years and 4 months. We have a code enforcement department we can't get our hands around. We no longer have a code enforcement director. We don't have an assigned code enforcement director. We've spent hours and hours talking about that. We have an animal control department that we're having a difficult time getting our hands around. And yet we've got all these bureaucracies that we've created here in the city, and we can't get our hands around them, and we're talking about creating a new one. So if we're going to create a new bureaucracy, let's fix the ones we have first before we start going out and hiring people and assigning responsibilities for things that we want them to do when we can't get our hands around the ones we have. And it's very frustrating for me. And Ms. Campos, you and I have talked about the code enforcement department and the lack of that, and how challenging it is, and how people call us all the time about unmowed yards and unmowed lots and unmowed fields and garbage in the street and abandoned cars. I mean, you see it everywhere, and we just can't get our hands around it. And so, there's nobody more concerned about the environment than I am. I'm just as concerned as anybody else. But what I'm concerned about is this city's ability to do what we have promised taxpayers we're going to do with the money they're providing for us to do it.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman.
All right.
Yeah.
Very good. We're going to go on.
Okay, we can go on. Well, the only thing I was going to say about the code enforcement and most of it, and the animal services, is that it comes under one department, which is neighborhood services. And that is a very vital, important department. The thing is that's great about these departments is even if we don't have the director, thank God for our employees, because they still do the work. And I'm grateful that, even though we don't have a director, I still can call neighborhood services, and I can still call animal services and still get the job done, so.
And just for the record, we do have a director. Our departments all report to a director. So
Yeah.
in this case, we have an interim director. So just, again, this is to clarify to the public, we have a director.
Okay.
That would be Constance Sanchez. She's the interim director.
Right.
Right.
I stand corrected.
Right, we don't let our employees just report to anyone.
Right.
So we just have two more items real quick. I'm going to present them just to save time. So Parker Pool is this, we have to do some conversation with the county, and we're working with Councilman Suckley. There's been, since I've been here, some conversation of the city taking it back over.
Really?
About 5 years ago, the county bought we gave
I'm
the
sorry,
county.
when were those conversations?
Just last week and downstairs in the chambers. What's that?
Wait, I'm sorry, when?
Okay, so with the predecessor to Councilman Suckley, Councilman Smith talked to me several times through the summers especially that, hey, I'm not sure if this nonprofit can really handle this park. We should look at taking it over. The pool, that happened over the last 2 years. Councilman Suckley and I just talked last week, not to say let's do it, but let's evaluate, should we do it? The nonprofit has come to the city even after we told them, we can't give you any more money. They still got more money from us because they don't have enough to operate. They're looking at potentially charging fees for entrance into the pool. Our park staff did an assessment of the facility. It's in real bad shape.
Wow. Can we get some background on all of this? This is a surprise.
Just to let people know, right, so you're not surprised
Wow,
when we
I'm
say, hey,
surprised.
this is an issue. I'm just telling you
It's
right
a
now.
huge issue. Okay.
Good luck, Dan.
Jeez.
Now, Councilman, I also spoke to Commissioner Chesney recently, and he said, I'm not really interested in giving it back to the city, so. Councilman Suckley and I are gonna work on it. It's a lingering issue, but the fact is, they don't have enough money to operate.
Yeah, Councilman Suckley, I'd love to get together with you to talk about this.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Councilman.
I mean, I think we all need to understand the historical perspective of what's occurred there, and Peter's touched on a little bit, but it's a really odd situation. For those of you that don't know, Parker Park is the largest park in Flower Bluff in terms of the most amenities and things. And we have a county pool now in the midst of a city park. So it's a really odd situation. It was kind of set up to fail, in my opinion. Turning it over to a nonprofit, and don't get me wrong, Flow East and the board of Friends of Parker Pool have done a great job keeping it afloat for our community. But, it really just kind of came to light again. We're voting on a huge, new, beautiful pool 3 miles away at Bill Witt Park, and we're struggling to operate a community pool in Flower Bluff that the residents want. And so it makes sense to try and figure out a way to do it and to do it right for our community. So.
Wow.
Yeah, that pool's on the agenda for next week. Okay, any other conversation on this? We'll get more detail.
I'm
And
in
finally,
shock.
we did want to show the council.
I'm sorry, Councilman Hernandez.
We gotta go, 5 o'clock.
Actually, I remember when this all happened because I was part of the original volunteers to help to reopen Parker Pool. So I'm very familiar with it. I was with this swim team, Coastal Bend All-Star, which doesn't exist anymore. But I actually worked with the friends of I think they were called Parker Pool Patriots back then, but to get it reopened. So I mean, I'm all for more pools. As a matter of fact, I would encourage us to look at replacing a lot of these old pools that are beyond repair, like Parker Pool, with the footprint that we're putting in at Bill Witt, or maybe a scaled-down version of it, where you have recreation and fitness associated with it. Let's make a plan, a long-term plan, to replace these pools that we haven't had in 30 years. We haven't done in 30 years. Plus, we closed TC Airs after spending $2 million on it, right? So I think that should be the long-term plan. I appreciate it, but it is really, I don't even know how old Parker Pool is.
Yeah, correct.
It's got to be 30 plus.
It has has a lot of deferred maintenance. But,
right. So, I mean, let's make that plan to replace these things as we go along.
We spent $750,000 on that pool, which was too much, and it was terrible timing. But that was so that we could not halt the bridge progress, which I guess wouldn't have mattered anyways. But I just want to throw that out there because I did vote on
that was a
it.
TC Airs pool. That
Okay.
has since been demolished.
I get it. All right. But we spent a lot of money on it, and then we closed
There's
it.
a huge difference.
It's not like it would have added to the delay of the bridge.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but let's make these plans. And so, that has always been my intention. It's never been to just, the pool in District 5. It's a pool to replace. Let's look at this design and see if we can replicate it throughout the town, through the west side, through the north side, through, wherever, let's make a plan for that.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Mayor, our final item is just on page 34, but it's just an informational piece for the council. These are mandated increases that we'll see in our budget of about 1.25 million for 7 items, and that 1.25 million does not include our police collective bargaining agreement that we briefed you on last week. So that will increase our budget. Our police training academy, that'll come online. We need maintenance and operation dollars anywhere between 200 to 400,000. We're going to be building a replacement fire station number 3, so increased maintenance and operations somewhere between 30 and 60,000. The $10 million Bill Witt Aquatic Center with lifeguards, operating and maintenance, chemicals, electricity between 500 to 750,000 annually, increase in our budget. The Labonte Park connectivity, we've connected those 2 parcels finally after decades of not being together. There'll be some increase there to maintain trails. The North Beach bathroom facility that's coming online. We need more maintenance and electricity, that type of thing. And then the water garden that we'll be bringing to council at the end of this month would have some operating and maintenance increase. So these are what we call mandated increases. Okay. We need to do this, as to Councilman Roy's point. If we don't, we just slip back to right where we were. So 1.25 million generally in increase needs in our budget coming up. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So it's right at 5 o'clock.
Is that, okay, is it?
We don't really have any closing comments. I don't know if there's any other comments from the
Todd,
council.
would you like to?
I spent 25 years respecting my time when it was time to get off. So, hey, we appreciate the opportunity. I know for the council members and the mayor, I called you, if I didn't tell you, I called you on my personal cell phone number. So you have my personal cell phone number. Let's continue to dialogue. Let's continue to talk. Thank you for the opportunity to come to your beautiful city.
Todd, thank you.
Hopefully to be back soon when it's fishing in summer.
That's right. Thank you. Councilman Banana?
Thank you.
Here, Peter. Peter. Yeah, just one thing, I just asked that we be cognizant of some of the, not only the enterprise funds, but, I know last budget cycle, I kind of felt uncomfortable with how we were projecting the revenue for development services. Example, I think one of the things I brought up is that CCISD is doing $200 million worth of work, and that's probably, I don't know, maybe $2 million in fees that they're probably going to end up paying. And so we'll just incorporate that. Obviously, I know the London development, of course, I know it's over years, but, that we project that accurately. And Steve's looking at me. The other thing is municipal court, because of the fine work of Judge Chapa and her team through the end of the year, we were, I think, $1 million over budget net because through an increased efficiency. And I think with the audit that we challenge ourselves to ensure that those are revenue producers, or they're sources of revenue, I shouldn't say they're sources of revenue. I need to be conscientious when I say that with municipal court. But those are sources of revenue that I think we need to be conscientious of, because it's great that we were $1.2 million over budget, but I think the thing is that we also need to tell ourselves, okay, we probably could have done a better job budgeting. So, and I know there were changes there, but I just so that way we can fit into that deal where we can work through this process of the tax, taxpayer relief.
Right, yes, sir.
And I'll let everybody.
Tax what? Really? Tax what?
Taxpayer relief with regard to the added exemption, so.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. I'll adjourn this meeting.